All right, we'll let him. Oh, hello, hello. All right, we'll let him. Hello, hello. Okay, I'm gonna have to switch off of the internet Discord, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna have a smoke and we'll get going. Have a good day. All right, sounds good, buddy. Thanks, man. Okay, I'm gonna have a smoke and we'll get going. Have a good day. All right, sounds good. Oh, what's the mirror fee gonna be for the boat later? Whatever TFTs is, 50% of that. Half of TFTs. Um, I'm going to. Where are my darts? Okay, give me a few minutes, you guys. Okay, baby. Let's get crazy. I figure out this math. It's actually pretty simple. So to augment the after we're gonna, again, as I mentioned, we're gonna roll 89. So you see here from what was left over, what I prepared prior to rolling, we have 86 vultures left, right? And then with creature chimerals, I have 593 creature chimerals there, 576 there, 144 there, etc. So we have lots of Krajic's. So what I'm going to do here, we're just going to use the vultures that I have, right? If we get lucky and we upgrade our fizz 3%, fantastic. If not, we just move on. I explained right there with the math why that's the case. And then the one thing I'll have to do immediately following that is tempering order this. I can do the 6 white later on. That doesn't matter right away. You can see I actually rolled Merciless in 11. I rolled a Merciless in 11 alterations, which I was very happy about. I actually rolled 170% Fizz Merciless. And this is the first time in my life I've done this, but I actually divined a magic item. Because if you regal into or reforge into a very high flaring roll, right? And then you augment either tier 2 or tier 1 hybrid, right? If you augment tier 1 hybrid, the range is 75 to 79. So it doesn't really matter what your augment is because you're not going to divine it at that point, right? And to roll a perfect divine, right? Because the range on this is 170 to 179, so that's a 1 in 10, right? And then the fizz damage has a range on the bottom end and on the top end, which is like, I can't remember specifically off the top of my head, but it's like a 15 or a 13 range on each one. So it's 110 times 13 times 13. So it's like that's 169 times 10, that's 1690. And then the hybrid has a range of 5, so it's like 8,500. So it costs like 8,500 in divines to get a perfect divine, which is obviously no one's going to do that, right? So when you look at something like the fizz percentage on the implicit, which is only 3% fizz, not only can it be beat by the things that I mentioned above, but in 99% of cases, you can actually just divine it higher than most things. The problem is, and like, it's very much an optics thing, right? Like when you look at your bow right now, you don't have to hold alt to see the fucking to see the synthesis, right? You look at it and you're like, oh, that's T2 fizz. And I know for anyone that's ever asked, hey Belton, why are you keeping 2-2 fizz? Right? You're not thinking about the things that I mentioned above there, right? It's just, it's in your face and it's optics, but it's not a reality, right? And the marginal increase, as I mentioned, right? You have 179% increased fizz damage, right? Then you get 22 or 25 from the implicit. Then you get 79 from dictators. Then you get 15% increased magnitude, and then you get either 8 or 10% increased magnitude from your tempering orb. So and then you get 30% like the quality works the same as fizz damage. So you end up having 383% increased fizz damage. So the 3% difference is actually it's less than 1%, right? Like 3%, the marginal increase of 383 from 380 is less than a 1% increase. Now, if you look at attack speed, you have 8% there, and then you have 30 on the bottom, so that's 38. And then if you have crafted attack speed, that's 13, so that's 43, right? But if you get unveiled attack speed, it's 15. So going from 43 to 45 is about an increase of 4.5%, which means it's actually 5 times, in terms of relative strength, it's 5 times more impactful to have unveiled attack speed versus crafted attack speed than it is to have the perfect implicit with the fizz percent there. Not to mention, as I just said, you could, in 99% of cases, you could actually just divine a better, you could, like, if you go look at any of the bows, none of them are going to have a perfect divine, and you can make up for that damage on the divine as well. So, as it is mentioned, one of the things I did, because I rolled Merciless in 11 alts, but it rolled this 170%, I actually divined it to 178, because if I regal a perfect, or pretty close to a perfect flaring roll, then we don't have to divine the fucking prefixes after that, because the hybrid range is quite small, right? So it would be really shitty if you had 170% fizz, right? Like on the merciless, and then you regaled like a perfect flaring, and then you augmented, and it was like in the mid tier range. And because you had that low rolled merciless, it's like, oh, you're missing 15% fizz damage now. Whereas if I have a high rolled merciless and I get a high rolled flaring, you're only going to be missing like 5%. And as I mentioned, that marginal difference is actually quite significant. So it's first time in my life I've actually divined a fucking prefix while it was magic, but that's the explanation as to why. Now, with respect to how difficult this is going to be, because it's important to prep for this. Let's get some math down, boys. To either regal or to reforge into flaring, which is what we want, is a 1 in 44. So that means it's going to require 44 crate chicks. And then you also have to pay 100 Vivid Life Source. So I'm just going to ignore the Vivid Life Force for the reforging phase because it's like that's less than a 44 reforge is less than a vine. However, when you do the regal or the reforge into flaring, 2/3 of those, 2/3 are regals, which ready to augment at that point because you're not going to have another mod. 1/3 are from reforges. Of those 1/3, 66% will have 3 prefixes, right? So you're gonna reforge and it'll hit flaring, but it'll roll like, fucking +1 to bow gems or something like that, right? So that means you then have a 60. So only 33% of the ones that have that third mod. So in total equals approximately 60 Kraychik Chimerals. To have flaring plus merciless and ready to augment. Okay, so 60 times 2.5, which is the cost of Kraychiks, which is 120, 150 divs. All right, just to get it to the augment phase. Now, for the augment, I need a cigarette. I just came in from a cigarette. What's wrong? Now for the suffix, or sorry, for the hybrid, what you're then going to do is craft first you're going to do prefixes can't be changed. Scour, pre-crafted mods, prefixes can't be changed, and then block leech. So that's going to equal 2, 4, 6 divs, plus the price of an augment, which is 3 divs, equals 9 divs per augment. Now to augment augmenting tier 1 hybrid equals a 1 in 196 augment, which equals 200 would be 600 minus 12, 588 worth. Oh, that's the 3. Sorry, so it's times 9. My bad. So that's let's see. I'm just gonna use a calculator here. Oh, you did? Okay, 1 sec, Islam. 196 times 9. Oh. 196 times 9 equals 1746. All right, so that's, and then you have to, but you still have to get it to the flaring phase before that, right? So, and that costs 150 divs. So then multiply it times 150 means it costs on average 264,600 divines, which is 264,600 divided by 480, 551 mirrors. So again, it's pretty unlikely, as I mentioned, to get that. Now, of course, if you don't hit the right augment, you can, and this isn't accounting for this fully, because you can annul, right? And 1/3 of those you'll be able to annul off the wrong hybrid. And of course, that means you get a free attempt, which means you save yourself every free attempt that you get. So every successful every successful annul that you have saves you 150 divines. So there's little things like that, but the point is, hopefully you guys can understand by just looking at those numbers how incredibly difficult that is. Now, what changes it substantially is that tier 2 hybrid is twice as likely. So tier 1 has a 25 weighting, and tier 2 has a 50 weighting. So that means you have a total 75 weighting, which means it's you have 3 times as many choices, right? So it's 1 in 65, right? So it's 65 times 9. 65 times 9 equals, and then times 150 equals 87,000 divines. So 87,000 divines, which is still absurd, but that's 180 mirrors, which is a lot more fucking reasonable than what is the other one? 585 mirrors. Now, again, it's not actually quite that expensive because it doesn't take into account things like annuls and reforges and exalts and nulls and all those sort of things. But to illustrate, when people are just like, and people legitimately say this, and I don't know if any of you have before, but now that I've gone through this, I'm going to be largely ignoring chat while I craft because of my propensity to get distracted. But you guys can explain to them, when people just sort of throw offhand, if I were a mirror crafter, I would only stop at 3, 2, 1. Mr. Belton, I don't think it's actually fair to charge someone unless it's completely perfect. I'm going to do the best that I can, but understand these capital requirements. And I don't have like the advantage that Sushi does, where I don't have to put up any of my own money or anything like that, right? If you look at the distribution here in the past day, I've spent 1,365 of my own divines. So, and that's nothing. That's no hate against Sushi, but the situations are different. The one thing that I have as a competitive advantage, and I'm not saying this to disparage anyone else, but rather, I know my strengths, and I'm actually pretty proud of this, is that, like, if I set a goal for myself, I will 100% pursue that goal with every ounce of whatever I can, right? Yesterday, the state of my bow, it was a magic bow. I'll show it to you real quick. I purchased the bow like this for 35 divines, okay? Look at here, you can see it. So this is what the bow looked like yesterday, guys. It was 9 intelligence, 8 to 12 phys damage, 2 to 55 lightning damage to spells, and the tree was fucked. It didn't have a tree. 35 divines, all right? In one sitting, so in less, like, I did not get up from the computer until it looked like this. Including, oh, sorry, there's a tree. Tornado shot, rampage, fizz, attack speed, fizz damage. For 23 hours, I sat there and I rolled it. For the last 4 hours, I was falling asleep, but, I set a goal, so I will. So, I know some people like to clown on me, some people like to fucking whatever. Have your fun. I'm going to hide chat because I get a little distracted. And hopefully you can appreciate when you're putting in this much time and effort and currency. And like, really, honestly, it's a lot of yourself, like, to emotionally commit to doing something like this. I know it's a video game, but to undertake something that is a high chance for failure, that is going to take you potentially hundreds of hours with no outcome. It doesn't really matter what it is. I think most people, would have some vested interest in that succeeding and would be relatively upset if it doesn't. So, for my own sanity and for the sake of the craft, and so I don't get too distracted, I'm largely going to be not reading chat. It's over on my TV. If you can see my head right now, I'm like turned this way. Whoop, turn that way. Right, my computer screen is right here. A little thing. I've got it. I don't own a second monitor, so I have a TV that I plug an HDMI cord into, and I just put chat on a TV, which is why my head's turned over that way. So, on top of the fact I get distracted easily when I read chat, I often like die in game, or I miss things because I'm not physically looking at my screen. So, if anyone comes in and they're asking questions that you feel like I've already discussed, that could maybe help them, if you guys would do me a favor and you could just either answer for me or tell them to scroll up. And if there's anything that I can do, like in terms of providing links, or if there's something that's really, really important that you feel like I haven't covered, I can like write it out just so I can give you a link for it. Oh yeah, sorry, man. Holy cow, this guy. I don't see Mitch Bliss. I don't think you messaged me, buddy. Unless your name is Suck My Dick and you. Yeah, but I don't have any messages from you, brother. Um, did you? For some perspective, though, guys, you don't know in-game name. It's written on the screen. But there you go. Yeah, if you're ever wondering, like below the stream, like there's that like video description. There's a link for all my shit. So there's a link to Discord, a link to my profile, which will show my character name, a link to my website, all that stuff. It's also, obviously, Belton PoE is my name on YouTube and all that stuff. So, but yeah, I tried to put up the pertinent information. Thanks a lot, buddy. Ooh. You guys had Big League Chew before? I feel like I was gonna swallow that. I don't know if you guys bought this gum, Big League Chew. Great, fucking super tasty. But I just chewed it for like fucking 5 minutes and it didn't get like gummy where you can actually like bite into it. It felt like it was like dissolving and was gonna fucking. But yeah, I stream all my gameplay, guys. If you have any questions about what I've done in the past, there's videos of it. And if there are not videos of it, it's because TFT has reported me at some point and had me banned. And I'm not just saying that like as a fuck TFT thing. They literally make jokes about it. On Christmas dinner, they spam porn in my chat and reported me for explicit images. And then they mass reported me for trying to steal people's information with malicious links, which auto triggered a ban on my account because it had been previously suspended. And because my account only has 7,000 or 8,000 followers, and I had like under 100 subs, I'm not a priority. And so it takes them. It's now been 2 months and 3 days, and they haven't replied to the appeal. Last time with the porn thing that they spammed, they immediately reversed the appeal, or sorry, they immediately reversed the ban. Um, and it took them 2 months to reply to the request to do so. So basically, every time I go onto a different platform. They also have me banned permanently off Reddit, even though the person who shared a video that I allegedly was banned for brigading for, I didn't even share the video. Somebody else did, but nonetheless, if videos don't exist, it's because they've been taken away from that means. But I'm not going to the reason I stream all my gameplay and I have VODs of everything is I'm not going to talk about like League Start. I'm not going to answer things that there's videos of. I'm not going to answer things that I have written guides or video guides for. So if I'm not answering you, either I'm just not looking or there's already something in place. So check out the videos guides. If you look on my channel videos, there's a playlist that's guides, and then I also have a website that is completely free that I pay for out of pocket called the Hideout Handbook, where I talk about sort of a theoretical, overarching approach to crafting and what I think people sort of philosophically get wrong about it. Talk about general non-tangibles of trading, the importance of networks, stash tabs, third-party apps, the importance of self-reliance, different techniques and different ways to kind of approach that. I consider a technique like a way to do something to make money, and then a strategy is an implementation of that technique. And then I have another section here going back like 3 or 4 leagues now, where I've got like other, some of these are deep data collections, some of them are techniques people don't know about crafting. I've also crafted more mirror items than any person in the history of the game in temp leagues. I think I'm at 84 of them now. So I've got a lot of guides on step-by-steps on how to craft mirror items as well. So you guys can check that out. And then the YouTube. The reason I'm doing this big preface, I know you guys want to see me crafting, is because if I don't say this now, I'm going to have to stop and answer it once I just want to be able to get going and not. So check that out. Check out the Discord, whatever. chat. Hopefully, you guys can you can kind of like I'm not going to answer anything for probably for a while here because I'm going to focus on this. So if you guys know the answer to the question somebody's asking, please feel free to send them in the right direction. And otherwise, let's get fucking funky, boys. Go have fun. What is this? Hello Kitty Island, Hello Kitty Island Adventure? Nah, it's clown hunting season, baby. Where my down thumbs at? Yeah, I just answered that. Now, actually, no, I'm actually gonna hide chat. I'll completely hide chat because I have a really hard time like in my peripherals not answering questions. So there we go. Chat is now hidden. I might even throw on some music here. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure it doesn't show up on stream because of the DMCA shit or whatever. YouTube's really strict on that. Okay. Yeah. Also, if anyone asks a question that is written on the top banner, please make fun of them. It's not malicious. It's for your own benefit. If that line works for Janubu, I can do it too. Ooh, big L. Yeah. On a brokey, I got chicks to make them bum with full backs and look like whoopee. No bit of ass and body. We might as well use these 5 first. Nope. Pretty rare one. Oh, I don't have 350. Okay. It is possible that we roll like one of the ones that has like -3. -3 sockets, but might as well take a free 6 link. Alright, boys, we're about to roll fucking 200 mirrors. I need to save 1.2 divines ASAP. I'll just convert some alts into 350 here.
Yes.
80, 160, 200, 240. I'll take a screenshot and it's funny. $13. Just by the way, guys, because this might sound really weird because you can't hear what I'm listening to. I have Big L, which is like 90s, like kind of, I guess you can call it gangster rap. You might hear me like kind of sing along sort of subconsciously sometimes and say some really like weird punchline or whatever. I'm just because I'm listening to music that you guys can't hear because of the stream, so I'm not like schizophrenic or anything. What the fuck, man? Why do I keep getting speed modifiers? Bro, bro, bro. That's 23 fucking tempering orbs. Bro. Like, I mean, grand scheme of things, not huge, but that's 115 divines we just spent. Fuck me. We just spent a headhunter. Oh, this game, man. Give me your tempering arms. Give me, give me. I like how a guy just gave me a mage blood to sell, and we're gonna end up getting like a fucking enchanted from a like yo, that mage blood helped you? Yeah, dog. You got that 8%. Good, good. Yeah. Okay, lightning. Speed for the 50th time. Oh. Fuck you, sockets linked, you deception. Deceptious. Lightning. White sockets for the second time. Caster again. What the fuck is this shit? Gold modifiers. What the fuck, man? Element. Caster. Lightning. Caster. $37. 185 divines. We are actually going to end up spending a mage blood on our temper. At least. Woo! The enemy, Big L, banger. Yeah! Because got my young cat pockets dumb fat. How many can I afford? 52 divs. Yep. We're spending more than a mage blood on temper orbs. I used to see, but now I'm on several businesses. Money leaves fast. I'm at wait. Sorry, I forgot about the mage blood other than that. Plus. $5,100 divines. None of woke me up. It's like past 30 hours. Young brother pocket gift for me. No, I'm wearing it right now. I still have it listed, but it didn't sell. What were we at? We're at 37, right? 38? 39? It's not good enough. It doesn't even go to 16. That's really funny. Look at this. The speed explicit modifier literally does nothing. Because PoE doesn't round up. So unless you get a natural one, like a claim, claim is the tier 1. If you have, like, even if you have unveiled, it's not, it doesn't even fucking do anything. I guess I should imprint it like this. Maybe just, given our luck right now, and, like, just, there's a fucking fizz roll on there at least. Hey, Carba. All right, that took us 42 tempering orbs. All right. All right, so 37 of them were times 5, and then 5 were 25. That's plus 27.5. We spent 212. We spent almost exactly the price of a mage blood. The mage blood we sold for 209 divines. That is so funny. That guy just gave me a mage blood, and he got us a temper. You gotta have fun with it sometimes, right? Like, well, what are you gonna do? Cry? Oh man, boys. Everyone, this is by the way, guys. If anyone's part of the equity, I made a private channel just so we can discuss like here. I did a vote on whether or not we should roll the vultures. I was explaining the math behind it, so you can see here. I laid out all the data, and I just said, vote on this message by replying by clicking thumbs up if you want to keep rolling the vultures we have, or down so that I should sell them and continue. And then we all do that there. So you by no means do you feel obligated. What's this? I'm done. Want the rest? Sure. I don't know what that means, but fuck yeah, whatever, whatever the rest is, I'll take it. I just lost the fucking 220 divines. Oh shit! What are we talking about here? Oh shit! Damn. All right. Thanks, Playboy. Fuck it. We can get a 10% temper now. Thanks, man. Come on, man. Wait, Hyper Zero. Oh, Hyper Zero, you're on equity, right? Guys, don't take this the wrong way, but if you're not in my guild, I don't know who you are, because your name's on YouTube, and your name's in game, and your names on Discord are almost always completely different. And so, like, you talk to me on 3 different platforms, and I don't know who you are. So if you've given me money, like if you're part of equity or something, please identify yourself. So, or if you want to be equity versus if you're just saying I'm quitting the league, you want to take this stuff, fine. Normally I don't take handouts, but like right now I will, because whatever, I'm a hypocrite, and I have a deep spite towards Janubu, and I allow the the vigor of my ambitions cloud my judgment. So whatever, we're gonna do it. But yeah, no, sorry, man, I can't remember if that was what's the name there? Hyper Zero. There's a guy here who has 0 mirrors. Is that you? Or is that someone else? Okay, I'm just gonna. If I don't know who it is, if I can't identify it's you guys, I'm just gonna go and operate under the assumption it's not you. And then if it ends up being you, let me know and I can adjust it later. Okay, it's not a big deal. We're gonna just it's all just tracked straight up by divs, so it's a pretty easy change. But thank you for the gear there. Wow. I'm sorry. You have a double corrupted mage blood, but you're comfortable playing the league with this fucking Sir God level of ashes? There you go. That one's at least 30%. That's not quite Sir God. That's like it's like big ducks, you know? Right? It's got some decent content, like a 30 quality content, right? But the intro is, 2.5 minutes telling you to subscribe, so it's got a 7%. I've blown the vulture. That's funny because I used 88 vultures. I don't think it was me, buddy. Thanks a lot, man. I'm just playing around there. I appreciate it. Yeah, I gotta tell these guys that we just spent fucking a mage blood on. I can't believe this is like legit rattling to me though. That you have a fucking double corrupted mage blood with attributes, and you have a fucking ashes with 27 quality, 6 experience, 17 reservation. Fixing this garbage. One. I'm the fucking greatest player. Oh no, wait, it goes to 20%. Sorry, I thought I just rolled perfect. I just rolled perfect reservation. And perfect. Yeah. No. Okay. Well, we still definitely added value there though. Two divines would have changed. Like, look. Let's see. 30 quality is 27. 23. Yep. See, so 33 versus 30. We added a bare minimum of 1 divine. That's the absolute bottom roll and everything else though. So. That's fine though. We can keep that. And set it. No. It was Varga that RMT'd. My name is Janubu. The squires. Barrels. What do we got here? Well, this is also garbage. This is almost the exact same roll. A little bit better. We'll go 34 on that. Excuse me, sir. Why is this not double corrupted? And who? Caster modifier catalyst. This motherfucker. Caster modifier cat. Okay. Could have had 7% dex and 6% strength. 240 divines. What the fuck? Ooh, that's filthy. Look at that. Multi double. Yeah. Do I have a 3-2-1 synth? Okay, chat, make fun of him. Chat, make fun of him. There's a giant bar of text on the top of the screen that answers half the questions you guys ask. I don't know how I could be more plain about it. Oh, it's a div card. That double corrupts it? I didn't realize that. I don't use the div card because there's no div card for foil, and I don't deal with those 99% type mage blitz. Okay. 240, 250. $240 seems really cheap for a mage blood with attributes when They're 210 or clean. Oh, it's random quality. Goodbye. Oh, okay, Nimbus, what are we looking at? What the fuck? I thought, weren't Nimbus like 4 divines last league? What happened to the price of mirrors? They went up. You blind? Shit. They're giga expensive? Yes. They're meant to be the everyman's item. What happened to Nimbus, though? Actual question. Oh, right, there. Yeah. I think I might just double corrupt this then. Like, there's no reason to keep a fucking 1 divine. Okay, you get like a bleed avoidance or cast speed or some shit. It's probably worth a decent amount. Gives. If somebody who's in equity, because I'm going to start rolling the boat, if somebody who's a part of the equity could get 2 Doriani's Institutes, that would be super. Just let me know when you grab them. Bust those out real quick. This had the attack speed and the. There's no reason to waste this one, so what we're gonna do, we don't want to waste the imprint, so we'll imprint this one, right, in our normal course of our activities, and then we'll use that. Roll the vulture, and if we end up, obviously, if the vulture hits, it's okay, whatever. Cost temper or doesn't matter. No, we don't waste the temper for the imprint. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, thanks. All right, sorry guys. We'll do this story honest quickly. Do you guys see what I'm lurking with here? God damn it. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god. Okay, let's go, Rose. It's all right. We all make mistakes. This is funny. All right, we're gonna do the most expensive craft in the game. 211 mirrors. Can somebody go get me a Temple Doria? Hey James, you want some alt quality cards? All right, let's get to it. Actually, I guess I should probably 6-link this first. That's not gonna do it. Extra 20 divs, wicked. Thanks, pal. I could use actually if any of the guys have if anyone has fuck, what do you call them? Jewelers. Be great. Do I need fuse too actually? Yeah, jewelers and fuse. We don't actually need to 6-link it right now. What are these? Deadeye, 8.2 divs. Thank you. Sorry for some relative, because I know a lot of you guys probably were watching this earlier on in the league. If you recall, it took 2 weeks, 21 mirrors, and a whole guild. And I was kind of saying, like, you know, I had a lot of that's on me as leader or something. You gotta fucking bear that cross. And I definitely made some mistakes. So I said, like, this time I'm gonna do a couple things different. And I made some changes. I tracked some data. And if you take a look here, in 26 hours, I was able. This is our bow that took 21 mirrors and 2 weeks and 200 hours, right, of me actually physically playing. And here's the bow that took me 1 session. It is objectively better in every way. Whoa, there we go. Big money. Big money, big money. Give me the money. Yeah, so this one was tier 1, tier 2, tier 2. This one is tier 2, tier 1, tier 1. And the tree, this one has rampage, and this one has double damage. What I consider a trade. And trying to trade me. A malevolence. Maybe he doesn't get it. Actually, I guess hatred's probably worth a little bit, but hatred by itself is not going to compare to no, she does. Okay. There it is. Ooh, 11 bits in this one. Thanks. Oh, I'm that scumbag. Not quite as bad as the guys that price things in awakened gems, but yes, I need jewelers and fuse. If you hear me say I need something, like I know you're being super helpful and I'm not criticizing. Like I just you don't need to clarify. I'm very acutely aware of what things require. If I'm like, oh, we need to get tempers or jewelers, you don't need to clarify. Did you say do we need jewelers? Just come on, show up, and I'll buy them. Or if well, in this case, I guess you're quitting the league. But if I say I need something and you go and you get them for me, I will pay you 100%, even if I don't need them anymore. So don't worry. But yeah, getting DMs derails me sometimes. So if I say I need something, go ahead and grab it. And as I said, I'll always fulfill my end of that request. Thank you very much. All right, let's get it. I was a little surprised when you don't have the like if you get the 6-link one. I didn't realize that when you rolled it off, it got rid of the 6-link. Even if like, did anyone else know that? Right, because it says like all sockets are linked. Well, let me roll the. There we go. All sockets are linked, right? And then there's no indication. Like, why would it change when you change the temper to something that doesn't have like a it has less sockets modifier on it? But it was like I think we got lightning 8% improvement to lightning explicit modifiers. And that even that got rid of the 6-link, which I was not aware of. That being said, I never actually got that. All sockets are linked. It makes sense. That sentence don't. I was making a joke to him. We were talking with North American slang. I thought he was trying to rip me off, and I was like, I'm not falling for that shit. I was gonna be like, try to. I was gonna say, try messaging a European though. They're more susceptible to North American influence. But yeah, don't worry. Don't get all up in a heater here. All right, show some respect. Back-to-back World War champs, baby. USA. Okay. I need any other currency. I need harvest stuff. Yeah, you can hear me, right? Exalts and nulls and harvest stuff. Specifically. M Beast. Ooh. Yo, did anyone randomly like I'm on YouTube all the time with PoE, but like I'm not like really like up to date with like this like Gen Z fucking YouTube shit. All of a sudden I just started getting a ton of like Mr. Beast stuff. Did that happen to anyone else? Like just randomly and Asmongold. Like I never ever like actively sought those out or watched them before, and they just all of a sudden were everywhere. Every time I was on YouTube, they popped up and were suggested to me. Did anyone else get that, or was it just me? Oh, maybe reforged sockets. Oh, okay. Mr. Beast though, yeah. Actually, no, it wasn't Mr. Beast. It was one of the guys in Mr. Beast. I guess I don't know the crew or whatever. I don't know what you called them, like a collaborative. I don't know if it's a co-op work thing or whatever. I've watched a couple of videos, obviously, that showed up. I don't know what you refer to that collective as, but I guess one of them was transition. I don't know the proper word for it, but was becoming a transvestite or whatever trans. I don't know what the word is, but from becoming a chick from a dude. And these videos, it was as if it was like a world event. Like there were like fucking 15 million views on these videos, and it's people being like, "What the fuck is?" That's the right one, yeah. Yeah, and like, but I never watched one of those videos before, and I'm starting getting, and I was like, huh, it's interesting. Um, I was just curious if that was like a YouTube wide thing or like, there's no content wise that I would have ever, nothing I would have ever viewed that would have correlated to that kind of stuff. So I did not know what that was, or if it was just like a platform wide thing to push for certain stuff. I really don't understand the algorithm. Like I know what an algorithm is, like it's in of itself, but you know how people say to people tell me all the time, like my YouTube videos, like you have good content, but you ramble on for fucking 75 minutes. It's bad for the algorithm. I'm like, good. 75 minutes. You can't ask me what my league starter was. The next one's gonna be 125 minutes. At the end, I'm gonna tell you all the information with a lie. No, just joking. But the people are always saying like follow the algorithm, follow the algorithm. I understand that all these like sites are dictated by that, but like what is is there some reason why people start getting shit like that all of a sudden? Thank you, Kobe. I hate rolling these. Box off. Yeah, what tab is that? Never get discharge. No, I'm gonna go find. I'm gonna go to like little. I live in Toronto, which is a very multicultural city. So that and Toronto, like unlike I don't know if it's like well maybe New York's a bit like this, but you know they call it like the cultural mosaic versus like the cultural melting pot. Canada has like little pocketed neighborhoods where people are like Italian Canadians instead of like Canadian or American Italians kind of thing, right? So like people tend to stay. They don't stay to their own as in like a segregationist way, but like there's like little pocketed cultural neighborhoods. I thought it would be really funny if I went into like the Russian neighborhood and like fucking made a video where I was like, "All right, guys, I found Chernobyl." And just go to some random fucking Russian guy and start interrogating him. And he looks so confused and mad. And I put fake subtitles. Fuck, that would kill me. That'd be fun. Like he's actually saying like, why are you talking to me? It's like, or you know your idea could work too. The funny thing is all this stuff is kind of a joke to me, right? Like underlying all this stuff is still just a video game to me. I I think I don't uh I don't think I really take because like you know I think it's hard not to have like a Western centric view on things, right? And so like you know I don't really consider that you know as much as like intellectually I can tell myself in parts of the world you can like make a you know the alternative lifestyle that you could live by selling currency in a game like this versus what potentially you have opportunity wise back home is very sensible, and that potentially the things that I pursue under the you know sanctity of the game could potentially be like impacting people's livelihood in a way that could derail their life, right? And I can't imagine why else somebody would be you know to go to the extent that they go for example, for myself, right? And like that's not to play like a victim role or whatever, but I mean it's it's pretty weird for like 9 months to have people like spying on someone. You know what I mean? Like that's pretty above and beyond behavior for a normal person, especially over a video game. So, um, like I'll, you know, while I'm sitting here laughing, it's probably I wonder if they're like, you know, we find him and we put a fucking we put sarin gas in his fucking trend guard. My man going full psycho mode, yeah. Yeah, fuck me for laughing and having a good time, right? Uh, God forbid. You, Mr. Streamer, you tell us your secrets and you have no personality. I want to know your divines per hour strategy, your league start, your POB, and your fucking vouchers. That's it. You have white text name? You are a bad human. You tell Papa Jenny. You tell Papa Jenny you don't use the clown emoji anymore. No. Papa, kiss the ring. Papa Jenny wants you to kiss the ring. Thank you. That's a good boy. Now go find built-in strategy. For some reason, I am now Nigerian. Hey. That guy that dumped his wife. Oh, is that? Yeah, that was him. This? No, this is Nigeria. I have this one neighbor that's kind of cute. There's like a little courtyard there. I live like in townhouses. Oh, see outside the window there. And because oh fuck me. Oh shit, I just broke my webcam. Because in the you know, when I'm doing like these crafting sessions, I obviously pull pretty extreme hours. And one of the reasons I end up stopping, a lot of the time is because my eyes really hurt. And so it's because I keep this like blind down, right? And so I started opening up to help with my eyes. Except the problem is, anyone in like the ground level of this courtyard in my townhouse area, they can just walk by and they can like see me fucking degenerate like gaming here with like 35 fucking Coke Zero cans around me, and like I'm sitting here in a fucking hoodie yelling at a bunch of fucking, you know, ineffectual neckbeards about how they can make more pixels per hour. So it's not exactly the thing that you like want your fucking neighbors to know that are like whatever, right? So, anyways, I started doing it recently. I can't remember what happened earlier, but I started screaming because I had bad RNG or something, or 8% attack speed rolled over fizz damage or whatever. And I look, and like the one cute neighbor I have that's like around my age, and she's got like a dog, she's wearing her jogging shorts. I'm sitting here, and she's maybe like, I don't know, 7 feet away from my window, walking by with her dog. Like, got the thing open. I've got the window fully up to get a breeze in here. And I'm like, this motherfucking video game. It's like fucking 6 a.m. I've clearly been up all night. I'm like on my like 23rd hour. Like, damn, James, like, you gotta fucking skip touching grass. You should probably just go inject that right now. we're gonna move right on to intravenous grass touching. So I was just laughing. She just walked by again. I might actually have to get some tape or something, guys. There's like this little piece that it like wedges it in the back there, and it broke off. I'll try leaving it like that. I might pull though. Parabelton is a god rapper. Shit. Never wrapped her up. Mac a slut. Back her up like a Mack truck. Skin is white, my dick black as fuck. Okay. What was I doing prior to this? Alright, whatever. We'll roll some synthesis mods. Let's do this. Infrared. That'd be really funny if she just like walked by again. But my dick is black as fuck. Last time she's God damn, man. Shit. Last time I was in the house with your mama. Brought her to Torana. Then I got that bitch bent like a comma. I'm neither the best nor the worst, but I am who I am, and I know who that is, and I'm comfortable being honest about that. And I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? I can sleep at night knowing that, like it would be harder for me to be well liked for someone who I wasn't than it is for me to be disliked for who I am. That's cool with that. So, you know, maybe I'll never be a streamer people watch for personality, and that's okay with me because I can sit here and doesn't matter how many things I get called on how many different forums or how many times people make fun of me in chat. I'm good with me. I'm good with me. She's probably checking if I need some more crate chicks. Shit. What up, girl? I ain't getting mad at you. Crate chick Chimeras, I got them 2 C's like Sabathia. That was fire. That was a baseball joke. Like cricket for white people. Actually, I guess cricket's a British. Yo, I watched a documentary recently, complete tangent, but it was on fuck, I can't remember the name of the league, but like cricket corruption, the Indian Cricket League, I guess, and like just how it basically dominates the. I don't know why I ended up watching this documentary, but it was very interesting though. But the Indian Cricket League ends up dominating the international cricket leagues, and yeah, make some pixels, yeah. Hey girl, hey girl, you looking in the mirror? Shit, you seen that man in the mirror? His cock discharge, baby. Woo! I'm a discharge. Yeah. Hey, baby, it's not my fault. I got fucking endless misery on, baby. It says 250 millisecond cooldown. Oh, I gotta count the fuck. Okay, so there's 11 divines there. 15, 22, 26. Added the main one, 26. The percentage that I own is fixed. So the counting that I have, I mean, some of that was my stuff, but most of that was stuff that was just given to me. It has no impact on it doesn't dilute the currency shares of the other people. It's just a way to track what the total spending is. uh, oh my god. Or I find out she's Janubu. Or no, I find out she's Nell. We found love in a hopeless place. Fucking modern day Romeo and Juliet. Okay. She's about to keep. Nobody can keep tabs on me, baby. Look at that. Yo, bitch so fat she keep quad tabs on you. Why am I making a billion imprints? No! Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, that's a 1 in 5,000. Oh my god. That sucks. Oh. 30% crit multi is one of the rarest mods in the game. If you ever go look like here, like let's check spine, but well, it's like people don't prioritize them on. Well, they do actually for some crit builds, but the reason I'm saying oh my god is because of oh, it's saying pseudo. I wanted it as an imprint, but anyways, I spent 11 mirrors rolling the imprints on this. Sorry, the implicits. Never got it once. I rolled 2,600 vultures on that previous bow. Never got it once. I rolled 20,000 vultures on synthesis rings, right? These ones that I mirror crafted. I got crit multi one time. So that's 24,000 vultures, something like that. I've seen it twice, 3 times maybe. Nuts, man. I'm sorry. This I know you guys probably getting a little bit annoyed with me. Not switching topics here, but just not rolling this straight. But I need to check how many there are. I'm legitimately curious. You never want the crit multi really on. Actually, no, 30 crit multi might be better than. No, not 25 fizz. We gotta make it implicit. No way, there's not a single one. There's not a single spine bow. Holy shit, there's not a single spine bow. Look at that. 0. No results found. How about offline? Oh, that was any. Oh my god, that was on any. Holy shit. There's not a single spine bow in the entire league that has 30 crit multi. Wow, that's crazy. I'm gonna imprint it, obviously. That's nuts, man. Like I know it's super rare. A lot of people don't take into account how rare it is. Because like a lot of the time you'll see tier 2 crit multi, and to like a layman, like somebody who's not familiar with crafting, especially synth crafting, is relatively new. 27 crit multi or 26 crit multi and 30 crit multi is not a substantial difference. Oh. Look at that. There's 3 items in the whole league. Or sorry, 3 weapons. 2 of these quivers are mine. There's 1 bow. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 5. There's four weapons in the entire league. That's crazy, crazy, crazy. I actually think like the T1 crit multi might be rarer than. Like, look at this. Okay, so that's all. There's 16 total in the entire league. Oh, that's right. That's online only. Okay, let's go offline as well. In the entire league, there's 32 weapons. Actually, no, we should do weapons. Sorry, because that includes quivers and offense. Weapon. Any weapon. Because a quiver can't have explode, so it's not really a fair comparison. All right, so a weapon. There are 19 weapons that have T1 crit multi, and Tilda explode. Matilda. Yeah, that movie was a banger as a kid. Okay, there's 203 explodies. Okay, like if that doesn't, there are more than 10 times as many explode weapons as there are T1 crit multi weapons. Sub I-86? No, you don't roll sub I-86 when you're talking about mirror items. You fucking noob. Also, with 3 implicits, unless you're harvesting them, most of the time they come from either a divination card, which will always be above I-86, or they come from Uber Cortex, which is I-87. But I-86 specifically because of... holy shit, this guy... Oh, it's... Hey, if anyone here is playing Discharge, guys, because I already have one, so I'll just give you the tip. This has Explode and plus quality of gems. and it's 1 divine. So this is 1 mod away basically from mine. I have explode +1 and double damage. But quality of socketed gems is actually not necessary this league, but you can use that. And you can substitute out the 8% Haku roll. You'll only get 99% discharge, but it does mean that you can put like 69% spell damage with 5% extra as chaos. But the fact that this is 1 divine is fucking absurd. The reason why explode is 1 divine on this is because most people want it on a spellcaster one, but discharge has to have it on a melee weapon because you want to have the +1 to socketed gems prefix, right? The one that's right there, paragons. And that can't roll on any hybrid or on any caster weapon because they get plus to spell to all spell up gems. But that's why they're substantially cheaper. Wow, that's crazy. I had no idea it was that much rarer. All right, let's like this is relative rarity, of course. Okay, so we got the multi, and people obviously actively look out explodey things, right? There's not many people, like unless you're mirror crafting, there's not many people that would go be like, oh, I need a fucking tier 1 crit multi weapon, right? Synthesis weapon. But there are tons of people that would go and actively be like, oh, I want an explodey weapon. So there would be a lot more people that would be buying like reducing the supply of explodes versus multis. Okay, Tilda. Let's just say support gem. This is the last one I'm gonna look at. We'll get back to it. By the way, this kind of information, it might seem superfluous, but this is how I min-max my bow, by the way. Do you guys want me to explain that to you, how I figured out how to do the bow? Like, I did it for 1/10 the cost of the last one. So I spent 2.1 mirrors getting it to the state that it's in right now, which is T1, T1, T2 implicits with the tree done. And the last one took 21 mirrors. You can roll it with blessed orbs. Oh, you're new to synthesis. I'm sorry. I thought you were telling me that you can change crit multi to 30 by blessed orbing. Apologize. I'm new to synthesis. Are the implicits locked or can you roll? Yeah, you can. I mean, if it has a range. Some of them don't have a range. So if it has a range, yes. Something like explode, for example, does not have a range. 203, 254. Okay, so support gems is slightly more. I think support gems and explode are probably the exact same weighting. If there was 200 and there were 203 and then 253, but again, people would be far more prone to actively seek out. Yeah, I'm gonna imprint this. People would be far more prone to actively seeking out. Whatever you call it. Sorry, explode. Then they would support gem. Okay. Oh, we're gonna keep rolling this just in case fucking something nuts happens with the multi. But as soon as the multi leaves or the fizz leaves, we'll go. Again, when you're talking about a mod that's like a one, I've literally seen that mod rolled in, like the history of me playing PoE, which again is really just the last 2 leagues, to be fair, because of vultures. But I've like with vultures, I've rolled that mod maybe 5 times across every item. It's also one of the ones, if you're not really familiar with how synthesis works, there's like for rings, I know the exact values, so maybe it'd be better to reference that. But so like for rings, for example, there's 241 total modifiers. However, there's 107. There's 107 unique modifiers. So the 241 includes the tiers, right? So for example, fizz percent can be tier 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? So that's 5 total modifiers, but 1 unique modifier. So there's 107 unique ones, 241 total. Global crit there's certain ones where the tiers don't have different weightings. One that comes to mind is life, right? You're just as equally likely to roll tier 1 life as you are tier 2 life, tier 3, tier 4 life. It's the same thing on the explicits, actually. Oh, cold is extra chaos. That's really rare too. Fuck. And that's actually really sick for fucking a bow as well. Fuck. Dude, imagine cold is extra chaos with fucking crit multi, and then I had a fucking, like, this is like a BV fucking 100% cold. Fuck. Stupid game. This is one of the problems I always have when I roll fucking weapons with synthesis stuff. There's so many different like manifestations, especially the crucible trees, right? Because you can always kind of tinker them a little bit. Anyways, I digress. Yes, there's certain mods that like life where they're equally weighted. The same is present on the explicits modifiers. With respect to life, so tier 1 life on a ring, for example, which is 70 to 79. You're just as likely to get that as tier 7, which is 0 to, or not what 0, but 1 to whatever to 9 or 11 to 19 or whatever it is. However, crit multi is probably one of the most heavily like the diminishing return you get on the rarity of the tiers. So like if you were to roll this, I actually made a list of approximate levels. I don't share that because it's probably the most valuable information I have. I mentioned it in my synthesis video, like offhand, but I don't actually publicly share the specifics of it because like it's literally probably the most valuable information that I own because it doesn't exist elsewhere. And because I've rolled literally hundreds and hundreds of hours of these, and like tens of thousands of them, I probably have the largest database of synthesis mod weightings that's available. A very competitive market naturally, and the second I make that public, there's certain advantages that I have. Like, for example, the reason I was able to roll this in under a day, and the previous one I wasn't able to roll in 2 weeks. Stuff like yeah. So I'm not gonna make that public, probably ever, but I will impart lessons that I learned from that data. And the one I can tell you is that there is nothing that has a higher diminishing return than the tiers that change between crit multi. So like tier 5 crit multi, you'll see it like once every 50 rolls, and tier 4 about once every 75, like one of the two. And tier 3 maybe once every 150, tier 2 once every 250, and tier 1 you'll see it like once every 2500. Like it's fucking insane how much that fucking scales. Or depreciates in terms of its mod prevalence. No, I've never rolled. I haven't rolled helmets. They were too cheap every time I looked. Like you can buy ones that had like earlier on in the league. I don't know if it's the case now, but you could buy ones that had aura effect and like 92 mana reservation multiplier. Or like it could have two of these. Like when you do like a count search, so you do like count and minimum amount of mods. I had power charge, aura gem level, 92 mana reservation, and 15%. And there were like 15 of them that were 20 divines, and I was like, um it's not competitive enough. As well, Quiddy, I don't know how Quiddy does this. I'm not very good with computers, but Quiddy had data. I don't know if he scraped this using PoE stack or some shit. I don't actually even know what scraping is, but it seems to be the term people use all the time. If I'm not using the term correctly, I apologize. But actually, I don't apologize. Double champ apologizes for nothing. Anyways, he was able to see the specifics of which mirror items were mirrored the most, like the actual amount of copies each mirror item had made based on who was wearing it. Now it can only check the ladder, right? So only the first was it 15,000 characters that hit level 100. So obviously it's not it gives an indication, but it's not picturing it. It's like a census, right? Um, and the aura helmet was not like it was like 12th or 13th. Like it was not even. I don't. People seem to think they're mirrored a lot more commonly than there. That was one of the reasons why I avoided that as well. Am I trying to roll the 25%? Yeah. So I explained. If you, I don't know, if you guys scroll up, can you see the beginning of like stream chat or no? Because I like fully explained like what's going on and all that shit, like in detail when I was having a cigarette. I'm gonna have a cigarette shortly here. I can do it again. If not, maybe I'll make it on like a Google sheet so I can just link that as a pin it so people can read it because I don't want to I don't want to repeat it every time. You can't see it, okay? All right. When I go outside there, I'll scroll up and I'll take like a screenshot or whatever, and I'll make a document and link it to you, okay? um, what are the most? Oh, it's that every mirror. Okay, this is very important to understand. of every mirror that is used in a league, every mirror, period, somewhere between 75 and 85% of them are used on fizz bow or an elemental bow. Fizz bow being 90%, elemental being 10%. Now both fizz bows and elemental bows are like 95% of them, almost 99% of the ones who will have a mirror bow will be using omniscience. I know Snube maybe did like some weird like kind of poison one. I think that might have lowered the number a bit this league. The data I don't have yet, but because of that, right? So if let's say there's 10,000 mirrors in the league, and 7,500 to 8,500 of them, the first thing that they're mirroring is a bow, and of those 75 to 8,500, 6,500 to 7,500 of them are using omniscience. It means that it doesn't really make too much sense to craft stuff if you're just trying to do it for profit crafting. If you're trying to profit craft, it doesn't make sense to do it too much for things that aren't related to omniscience. So if you notice, I'm playing discharge, but all the mirror items I crafted, they're fucking doubles, like strength, dex, onslaught, strength, dex, power charge, T1 wed, and then this ring, which no, it's not that it's expensive, it's that it scales well, right? And this is what separates mirror builds typically, and it's why attack-based builds are quite good, because spell-based builds, often they scale off the gem level, right? That's the base. The base damage is the gem, and then you have, your more multipliers and your sockets and blah, blah, blah. There's some potential conversion. There's multi. Now, what makes attack-based builds, especially attack-based crit builds, typically very good is that you can, first of all, the weapon is how your base damage is determined, right? So, like, it's a lot. If you're playing with a spell and your base damage is the difference between you and a bad player is a level 21 gem to a level 20 gem, right? That's like your ultimate base damage. The difference there, first of all, is 5% or whatever, but it's also not very difficult to get 21. Now, if you look at that the 3-2-1 prefix omnibow or the fizzbow versus the average person who uses like a fractured bow with 900 PDPS, the difference there for your base damage is 15 times higher or something. You know what I mean? So the gap from your absolute base, because that's how the base multiplier is determined, is there. Now, what separates the best typical builds is how many times they can then be scaled thereafter, right? So you have why fizz bow builds are better than Ellie bow builds is because fizz, you have the fizz damage, which then gets fizz 100% converted to cold, and then you have things where fizz is added as extra, right? So things like hatred, and then that damage is then scaled by things like more cold damage or cold damage increased, or if you just have increased damage, it scales like, the fizz damage, and then once it's fully converted, it can scale the cold as well. But it also gives you access to multiple nodes where, rather than just having to travel, say you're playing a chaos build with no other kind of conversion, therefore, and it's like if you look up chaos nodes, there's very limited places on the tree for you to get pure chaos damage. Whereas if you have multiple sources of scaling, for example, discharge, which if you take a look, discharge is tagged as fire, cold, lightning, right? So I can use a jewel like this that gives me 60%, 66% crit multi because it has those different tags, which is a different way to scale it, right? And then after that you have, you've got if a build can crit, right? So you got crit multi which can scale it. Then you've got your more multipliers that you have in your gem links, and then you've got increased damage taken by your enemies, and then you've got chance to do double damage or triple damage. You know what I mean? So there's all these different ways that you can scale it, right? And then so when you talk about a good build or a bad build with respect to the end game or the expense of it, it's typically how well can you scale this past other things, right? So when you're talking about dots, right, stuff like that, if there's a dot cap, like who the fuck wants to make mirror gear when you're hard capped on how much damage you could do or whatever, right? It's like, yeah, you might do it just to be whatever, but it's not really fun. And it's why things like Toxic Rain and fucking Caustic Arrow are absolute trash tier. And it's why I get so upset sometimes when people talk about league starter builds, because they're fucking garbage, because first of all, they don't scale well in groups because they have a finite dot and it doesn't scale well with party HP, but there's no way to scale those things really. Now, back in the day, you had things like fucking, you had like quadruple dipping with like mine, and like when poison first came out as a mechanic, the things that would scale poison that were like kind of like off the beaten path, like nobody really ever played traps or mines. And so they made it that like the support gems could quadruple. If you did something like through trap, through a mine, through conk effect, you could like scale one thing. So it would be like fizz damage would convert to chaos, which would then convert to a mine, which would then convert to a trap. And so if you had one damage multiplier, it would go like it would multiply the base, and then it would multiply that one, and then that one, and then that one. So the one like 40% multiplier would actually be like times 1.4 times 1.4 times 1.4 times 1.4 because of the different ways that it went down. And it would, you would end up having things that like go into like the billions. So it was pretty funny. They've done a pretty good job on balancing that over the time, but yeah, it's it's been a journey, but yes, with respect to something like Omni is quite good because it allows you to scale. It's another form of scaling, right? You get penetration. Oh, that was another one I forgot to mention. Penetration's on there. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm starting to lose my voice, guys. Does everyone feel like they're comfortable with what I'm doing? Uh, as I mentioned when we started here, I have a really hard time once I start answering questions of actually focusing on what I'm doing. When I come back from a cigarette, are you guys good to kind of like self-regulate and I can just start like kind of crafting and whatever? Maybe I'll hide in the chat. Um, do you have any like burning, pressing questions that you guys want to know before I kind of focus on that? I know it might sound like I'm milking that a little bit. Um, I know it sounds like I'm milking that a little bit, but I cannot express to you the difference in speed in which I will craft if I don't have chat up. Okay, cool. How do I feel with minion builds? I know I that's a loaded question because I know you already know how I feel with minion builds. Minions, traps, mines, totems. Fuck them. Fucking nerds. Kill shit yourself, pussy. All right. All right, cool. I'll hard chat when I get back. One last thought, just my musings on the state of Path of Exile. I saw there was a Reddit thread today about how every single YouTube content creator is clickbaity and does the exact same content, and I got so annoyed when I saw that. I was like, mother, like, I guess I'm not that well. I mean, I'm not small, I guess, in the scheme of YouTube, but I was like, no, nobody pointed out that I make fucking hour and 25 minute long rants about like the state of modern economies while I've got my long hair and I yell at people. I'm like the Ted Kaczynski of PoE. Fucking PoE Unabomber. Wait, sorry. I know people have a tendency to take things I'm saying literally. I'm not a terrorist. I'm not going to harm anyone. That was just a joke about my hair and the modern economy thing. Please don't like report me for something. Uh, for anyone who thinks I'm uh, like that legit happens. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna grab a cigarette, come back, and we'll. I'm gonna hide chat. I'll get going. Make way for the king. It's the return of the Mac. Right. One div. Peasant. You got insta shocked. Your boy needs a storm shroud. All right. Oh, stop. Continue. All right. Chat is now being hidden. Mods are being rolled. Unless you need to compliment me, in which case you can DM me. Anyone else though? Keep it classy. All right. Somebody was asking about when I'm going to be starting the prefixes. Again, we just had some like superfluous vultures, so vivid vulture 66. We're rolling a third mod, so let's get 20. We'll do 20 at a time, or 22 at a time. Okay, so I'll do 22 imprints. I picked up 9 mirrors of beast prior to starting the stream, just so you guys wouldn't have to watch me. So look at this. Great Chick, Chimeral, 573. There's another 576. Another 144. Whatever, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 96, 104 there. With respect to the prefixes, the big thing is the crate checks, right? Because you have the merciless imprinted, right? And you regal it, and then if the regal doesn't hit either dictators or maybe emperors, which is tier 1 or 2 hybrid, or flaring, then flaring is an absolute necessity. This was actually my big objective. I was actually pretty happy. I don't want to say like as someone who's like not like I don't want to say part-time crafter. There's people who mirror craft, like they'll make a mirror item, but they're not really mirror crafters. And I don't say that in like a I don't know what the club kind of way. But there's like certain like nuance to things that like you can tell that it's not really something they're maybe they do all the time. And like Sushi, when he had his first bow that got mirrored like whatever 250 times, I was kind of laughing a little bit because it had tier 2 fizz for like flat fizz on it. And the problem with that is that tier 2 flat fizz is actually lower than essence, right? So at deafening essence of contempt, which is technically tier 0, with respect to flat damage on certain mods, it actually makes them better, right? Like if you're doing I mean, it's the only way to get crit multi on a ring, but if you're going to put it on like a quiver, for example, which you typically don't do because crit multi with bows is an attack mod and crit multi essence is global crit multi, which doesn't have an attack mod, so it makes crafting it a lot harder. But it's 41 versus crit multi, which is 38. So in that situation, it's better. Or better example, deafening essence of rage, right? Or spite or sorrow. The essence tier of the attribute is higher than you can roll naturally, right? It's 58 versus 55. But with deafening essence of contempt, it's worse than flaring. However, it's better than tempered, which is tier 2. And so the reason why you bother to do the imprint method like this is because you want to get better than that, right? Like the flat fizz is the hardest, is the most if you want to, like, in terms of relative or marginal gain with respect to the craft, the flat fizz is the most important. That remains true for the explicits, and it's the same for the implicit. Like of the 3 of these, the flat fizz is the most important. And because that's the base damage that then gets scaled by the percent, which then gets scaled by the speed. And when I saw that, it was very like you have a fucking perfect synth base, which is like multiple mirrors to make. And you have the bow in a state that you could have essenced and made better, right? And so I see something like that, and I'm just like, what the fuck? It's just like, why would you, bastardize such a beautiful base? So when he fucked and used the essence, whatever, rolled the essence on it and bricked the base or the item, he didn't actually brick it. He saved himself. Like he definitely redeemed himself there a little bit. Now tier 1, tier 4 is by no means a bad craft. I actually made the exact same bow, the tier 1, tier 1, tier 4. I actually made that on the 6th day of the league, and I scoured it and kept rolling it because I didn't think it was good enough. I guess that was kind of stupid of me, seeing that like 75 people mirrored his bow within a fucking day. But if you scroll all the way down here in my community section, which by the way, if you don't follow me, or if you're not a sub on my channel, I'm not going to beg people to watch me. If you like it, sub. But if you are ever curious, like whether you're a sub or not, just what I've been up to, I post crafting updates on my community section, kind of like they are a, kind of like how someone would use a Twitter feed, maybe. So you can see there's updates on all my crafts, what I've been up to, blah, blah, blah. And you can scroll back here and you can see over a month ago, I hit tier 4, tier 1, tier 1. And this was before any of those bows were crafted. So you could see 1774. The worst it would have been is 1661. The best it could have been was 1774. And I actually thought even at that phase that it wasn't good enough to stop at. So when Sushi stopped at that, that was actually what made me decide to make this bow, because I was expecting I wasn't expecting. I actually kind of knew. Should I say this or not? Maybe not. Anyways, one of his traders, we'll say, came to me and traded me some stuff, and we got to talking about certain things and blah blah blah. And he linked me the bow that they had, and I was like, it's kind of a waste for you guys to have that bow. And he started saying why. I was like, well, I mean, Sushi is like he's obviously doing stuff for the community or whatever, but I was like, he has like 1,500 people who watch it, right? At that point, you can't really be full depth content focused, like really, like to be really, really an outlier and excel in this game, you kind of have to be a bit of a degenerate, whatever you're doing, right? Like if you look at people like Exile or whatever, like racing is a bit different because it's like a 2-day window, right? But the people who are actually wealthiest in this game and who craft the most, it's not like a glamorous thing where people are gonna like find that entertaining, right? It's not fun to watch someone sit there for 24 hours or 26 hours over straight, and then sleep for 2 hours and come back and do that again. Even though they're burning currency, and it might be fun to watch that, like getting that vicarious kind of rush, in something that you might not be able to afford to do yourself. But in terms of the action itself, it's not like it's a very, the diversity of it. You can't really be a personality and like your community. If Sushi with 1,500 people had watching him spent the amount of time that it takes to actually make something perfect, he would probably only have 200 or 300 people watching him, because a large portion of them would get bored after a while. Because it on average, it would take probably a couple hundred hours to hit what's required. And just on the average, like the mathematical average to hit tier 1, tier 1, tier 1, you would need in the range of 30,000 rare beasts. Okay. Just the amount of time it'll take to assign, like to right click as I'm doing right now, 30,000 rare beasts would probably bore. Like I just left for 5 minutes to have a cigarette and 50 people left. Now, obviously it's a bit different when there's 1,500 people because they entertain themselves to a certain extent. But when I was talking to his trader and they showed me that they had a perfect bow base, I was saying I thought it was a bit of a waste that they had that, because I was like, if you're going to get the tier 1, tier 1, tier 1 base, you should be going for tier 1, tier 1, tier 1 prefixes, right? Otherwise, there's no reason to have that base, versus like you could take my base, for example, right? I was like, I'll give you like 2 mirrors plus my base, which is, here, right? Which is tier 1, tier 2, tier 2, right? And it makes a lot more sense to have a base like this and stop at tier 4, because why would you spend 2 or 3 mirrors extra on a base when you're stopping on something that has a much bigger difference, right? It's like the difference between this and the base that he has to make it, to craft it, is probably 2 or 3 mirrors. But the difference in terms of the overall damage of the bow is less impactful than the difference, like tier 1 to tier 4 hybrid is a difference of 25% physical damage. So it would be the same thing as just not having a third implicit, right? So why would you have a perfect 3 implicit base if you're gonna roll your hybrid to a point that it completely absolves one of those mods? You see what I'm saying? And so I didn't really think like, and it wasn't like you didn't have that, like the ability to do it. After a certain point, it's really just a matter of commitment, right? It's not like you need like the extra amount of knowledge to do something. The real high-end stuff, as I said, is kind of just a matter, and I want to say like degeneracy, but it requires a level of commitment and focus and time and currency that most people really aren't willing to put in. And especially someone who is a big streamer like that, they're not going to sit there for 200 hours crafting the same item. And so I was a little bit confused by that, and not confused, like I actually fully understood why it was happening, but I said this on stream, and I said this to my guild. I was like, I guarantee you that the highest role that they will get is tier 3, and he's not gonna like it's not like that they're not gonna go past that. And again, it had nothing to do with him as a person. I'm not saying he was lazy, blah blah blah, but like especially given the fact he had infinite access to currency and he didn't have to put any of it up himself, right? It was like the only thing that would prevent you from going from tier 1, tier 1, tier 1 when you don't have to risk any currency of your own at all, and you have enough viewers that you can do this infinitely, is purely going to be personal motive vis-a-vis, you know, is this going to attract people long enough, or do I have the stamina as an individual to continue pursuing this? And again, with no criticism of him as a person, I just knew that wasn't going to be the case. So when I saw that he stopped at tier 1, tier 4, again, a role that I had on the 6th day of the league, I know that he's giving it away for free. I don't, you know, first of all, I don't have nearly obviously as big of a reach or an audience, but also a lot of people don't like me within the community, and it bothers me a little bit because I don't think it's really a reflection of you know myself as a person. I actually think if I went to go have a beer with most of these people in real life, we'd actually become pretty good friends. But at least within the you know, I kind of made a joke about it. One of my tab names here, I right? Where is it? Sushi is a hero. Belton is running a Ponzi scheme, and it baffled me when I was like, wait, so like to get 50 mirrors given to you with no rate of like promising nothing to anybody, and even with that, you know, not optimizing it fully, that person is doing. And again, this is not a criticism of him. This is just more the narrative around it. For the person doing that, that's an incredibly noble pursuit, and they're the person bringing down the game. Whereas, you know, when I ask people to put in equity, which gives them a percentage return and ownership in perpetuity of an item, and then on top of that, spend 100 or 200 hours of my own time, and I pay for the vast majority of it myself, people criticize me for that. So there was like, there's a little bit. I can't lie about this. There's a little bit of it that's kind of not resentment, but like I'm maybe a bit of a chip and shoulder on my side, where it's like I want to make a bow that is like it absolutely it'll be better than the one Sushi made, and it's not. I'm not trying to pin myself against him, but obviously if he's giving something away, well, he's not giving it away for free. The mirror fee is paid by the people that paid for the cost of the bow, right? That's an important thing to understand too, right? The reason why there are mirror fees is because, as I mentioned when I started the stream, the average cost to make this is where's the calculator? 212 mirrors to hit the triple tier 1, and then it was 100 or no, what was it? 87,000, 182 mirrors in the T2. You know what I mean? Like so. Oh shit. Okay, not reasonable. If that's the case, right? Like if I'm putting up 182 mirrors of my own money and probably 200 or 300 hours, I really don't think it's unfair to say, hey, like if you want to have a version of this bow, which is the best in the game, and I just paid 182 mirrors for it, I think it's a little bit crazy to assume that I would just let you have a copy and because you bought a 300 divine mirror, right? Now, if you don't have to pay for any of it and you've got people buying beasts for you and trading for you and they're coming to your hideout and just constantly feeding you the stuff, you know, you still have to put time in, but you also get to own the original copy of it, right? And so, and there's also the financial benefit of people who are watching you make it and blah, blah, blah. And so, you know, again, no criticism here, but I do think that people aren't fully putting into weight the incentive structures behind different things. And oh shoot, sorry, I just forgot that was full. If you look at here, like you know, 1,600 divines on my end, and then the group has a total of 5,000. So that's it's not like that's a small amount, but you can see here now these people have percent ownership, right? So if a bow, you know, the fee on my bow, I've said the whole time, will be 50% of whatever TFTs is, and so because I don't have, oh fuck me, why do I keep clicking that? Because I don't have access to or maybe have the respect and admiration of the community in the way that Sushi does, or something like that. I can't do something for free like that because I can't afford to make it myself, right? Like I don't have 212 mirrors to spend to make something that I get nothing on back, because I actually just like crafting. And if the roles were reversed, I actually would just sit there. If I had access to that, I would sit there until it was the best bow that was ever made. I wouldn't care if people left. Like if people just gave me the money, I would put them away and ignore, and I'll sit there for fucking 3.5 weeks straight doing it. But again, and people don't value this enough either. And to his credit, building a community is not nothing, right? Like people are like, oh yeah, well I can't afford this because I'm not a fucking streamer that gets handouts, blah blah blah. I was like, well, you might have invested time into learning how to map or something, but that person invested time into building a community where they trust him and respect him and like him enough that they feel like, you know what I mean? Like that's a skill set regardless of whether or not you agree with it. And it's external to the game certainly, but I mean, so is your capacity to develop relationships with people in the game, right? Like, at any given time, I can message like probably a dozen people and be like, "Hey, can I borrow a mirror?" And they know because I've played the game for 10 years that I will give them that mirror back, right? It's not even a question. I'll be like, "Hey, do you want collateral?" And they'll be like, "Shut the fuck up," right? And it's like, somebody who's watching that might be like, "Oh, he just gets a handout." It's like, nah. The reason why that happens is because, I've lent them a mirror in the past, or I've taken the time to build a relationship with them. And I mean, if you work in the business world, you know this too, right? It's not everything's not necessarily about the product. There's lots of things that are elastic and inelastic where they're not necessarily just dictated by, like, look at something like like a mandated like corporate insurance, right? I mean, if you have like a broker or a company and you're getting quoted the same rate, at the end of the day, the company you're tending to go with is one where you have the best relationship, right? Where you feel valued. Like most people's favorite restaurants often aren't to do with necessarily the quality of the food, right? Or they'd be going to like the Michelin star places. It's like where do you feel valued and where do you feel like they respect you and blah blah blah. And these all take different levels of investment. So um, this is kind of I'm just sort of I guess maybe rambling a little bit here, but I'm just sort of explaining where this is heading with respect to expectation of outcome on this. So knowing that sushi has a bow that's tier one, tier one, tier four, and that's free, right? And also knowing that, as I pointed out, I actually have already made a bow, a tier one. Oh, fuck, already made a tier one, four. Ugh, okay, whatever. I already showed you guys. I made a tier one, tier four bow 6 weeks ago. So I'm obviously not going to stop there. Now, if you go look at what the bows are on the market, you've got TFT who owns everything except for the sushi bow. And the next one was a tier one, tier one, tier three. And I actually know the guy who crafted that because we spoke when he made it, and I congratulated him on crafting it because he technically beat me in the race. And amongst the hiring crafting community, whether or not the people like each other, for the most part, they all know who each other are, and you know, you can actually have productive diet. Like Janubu, like I actually DM Janubu sometimes, and I'm like Jenny, what do you think? Like Jenny, you and I should go down by the fireplace and make sweet love, and then pour some wine over the peasants as we count their mirrors together, and little things like that. And he never plays along, but like for the most part, the other dudes are like, it's like Gazi's Crafter and our buddies, and like Cute Dog and our buddies, and fucking Quiddy, who was with Path of Math. Like Path of Math told me he learned how to craft from me. Goro actually messaged me. He was one of the guys in the crafting team, and he was like, "Yo, man, I started watching you when I wanted to learn how to craft 10 years ago." He's like, "It's crazy that we're like competing in this shit now." I was like, "Yeah, it's kind of cool, right?" But like, in the same way that like the higher end race, the racers, they all know each other. So a lot of guys that do the crafting, the same thing, right? So, um, anyways, the guy who was the tier one, tier one, tier three, he at the beginning of the league, because I was, I guess you would call it like the market leader. Um, I gotta get rid of this 2K. I didn't even know I have a 2 chaos tab. Why the fuck do I have a 2 chaos tab? Oh Jesus. Um, yeah, I was the oh shoot, because I was the first one to go public. Like most people obfuscate their crafting, right? They don't want their competitors to know where they're at, especially the Fizbo, which is a very competitive race. But I started streaming mine, so everyone knew what I was doing, right? And so I don't know if you guys picked up on this, but if you noticed, my tree originally was tornado shot, double damage, explicit, attack speed, fizz. And if you go and look at the TFT's first bow, and if you go look at the tier one, tier one, tier three bow, they're all of them double damage, explicit, blah blah blah, right? And then at a certain point, the community as a whole, or I don't know what the catalyzing moment was, people decide they want rampage now, and so somebody like TFT, they have the resources to switch that, but the individual crafter who made the tier one, tier one, tier three, he does not have the obviously he's not gonna fucking restart that, and he's not gonna like scour his thing and change it. So one of the reasons I put Rampage on here, aside from the fact that I know as a whole the community is putting a lot of value on that, I actually think it's a little silly considering you can use Sinvictas. But I digress. uh, even if I hit tier 1, tier 1, tier 3, there is a separating factor there, right? Aside from the fact that I could divine it better, or I could, I can get different suffixes. The fact that this has rampage, it's enough of a difference that there's still a use case for it. And so yeah, that would have to be the absolute bottom. But the thing is too, tier 3 to tier 4, right? Can I really justify charging? Not that I can't justify. I can obviously justify charging a mirror fee, but more from the psychology of a buyer. Is a buyer going to look at a bow that has, like, say it's 100 or 200 divine fee or whatever, and then Sushi's got one that's tier 4, just a little bit worse, and it's free? Probably gonna go with the tier 4. Now tier 2 is a big enough change because tier 2 is it's 74%, whereas tier 4 is only 54%. So that's almost like an entire implicit, right? Like, that's a big difference. So I think that you could justify that. So this is my long-winded way to saying, until we're basically gonna go with the ambition. I would love to be able to hit tier 1, but as I mentioned, the probability of doing so to get flaring or dictators, to get flaring through either a regal or a reforge from the initial state is a 1 in 60 roughly, considering the fact that you'll also have to use a nulls and whatever, at a cost of 2.5 divines per, so 150 divines just to get that mod to show up once. Then you have to do prefixes can't be changed, scour it, multi-mod, prefixes can't be changed, fizz leech, and then you have to pay for an augment. So that's 9 divines each time. To augment tier 1 is 196 augments. So that's 196 times 9 divines times 150. So it's like 200,000 fucking divines on average to hit that. Whereas tier 2 is a 50 weighting, and tier 1's a 25 weighting. So it's a total, together it's 75 weighting. So it's 3 times more common. So it's a 1 in 65. So it's 65 times 9 times 150, which is still like 87,000 divines. But that's a lot less than 211,000. And, so in all likelihood, unless I get like either very, very lucky or there's some kind of capital injection, I'm going to be like, there's the amount of physical time I'm going to have to spend rolling this, right, is going to preclude me from obviously doing anything too crafty in terms of generating currency. Like, I have built a pretty large stockpile there, as I mentioned. I've got 9 mirrors worth of crate chicks, which are like the big bottleneck that you would experience in this craft normally. But at a certain point, I will inevitably spend past the rate in which I have saved, or in which I have fundraised, I guess. And at that point, it's basically, you're gonna have to take inventory and say, look, like, I've got 2 mirrors of materials left, and if I hit tier 3 at this point, am I really gonna throw away, or tier 4 at this? Oh, I don't take tier 4. So you hit tier 3, right? It's like the average cost for me to hit a tier 1 is 87 or 100 mirrors. I've got 2 left. I just hit tier 3. So I can't say with 100% certainty, guys, where it'll end up. What I can promise you is that I can promise you that I will work my absolute hardest at this. I will put all of my money that I am, all the knowledge that I have, and the effort that I can into this, and do my best to keep you guys informed along the way, and hopefully that works out for the best. But you have to keep in mind, I'm competing against a market where you have TFT with 50% mirror fees on, like, they take 50% of every mirror, and then they just flat out RMT them or buy bases and get all of them. Blah blah blah. I've already talked about TFT. So you have that one party, and then on the other side, I also have another party that is basically setting a price floor, right? So you're kind of sandwiched there, right? So what Sushi's doing really, really, really hurts what TFT is doing, right? And like, TFT is really bad for the economy in one way, and Sushi's really good for the players in one way. And like, they're in the middle there, the people that get kind of fucked the most. And again, this is not a pity party for myself. I'll be fine, but it makes it difficult for people like myself, right? Because it really takes away a lot of the prospects for and not for myself, because I'll craft things regardless, because I really like crafting, right? But you know, I don't have access to just ask people really for, and to be fair, some people do that, you know, they're like, I'm quitting League, you can take this. And I really appreciate that. That's awesome. But like, I can't do that infinitely. Um, and you know, I'll craft 11 mirrors on implicits on a discharge clock because I love discharge. But it's hard for me to justify, or it's hard for me to make a sales pitch to somebody who wants to like invest in a project when I'm like, okay, we've got a 1 in 100,000 chance of being able to beat a bow that has a zero fee, and if we do, the most that we can charge is 100 divines, and the average cost to craft it is 100 mirrors, right? And I'm like, so if there's 10 of us doing this, we each have to pay 10 mirrors, and in exchange, every time it's mirrored, you're gonna get 10 divines. You know what I mean? It's hard to. I can't look somebody in the eye when proverbially speaking, and lie to them that is a value add prospect for them. So. Um, I don't want, I want to temper expectations in terms of, um, you know, people made fun of me last time a lot, which, yeah, I'm a big boy, I can handle that, but um, just so you're aware of the reality of the situation, um, you know, it's kind of in a rock and a hard place there for myself, but that's why I try to stockpile as much as I can ahead of time, right? So that's why I picked up 1900 crate chicks. You know, prior to turning on stream, because I didn't want to get bottlenecked or price gouged, or have people like flipping things to me. And I'll do the best that I can, and I'll use every you know, every little tip and trick and bit of knowledge I've accumulated over the 22,000 hours I've played the game in the past decade. But certain economic conditions do exist outside my sphere of influence, and unfortunately, at the end of the day, I don't have I don't have a propensity to use a credit card to draw in some divines like Mr. Jenny Boo Boo. Not that they need them anymore, but you know, when they buy like a mirror bow base, where do you think the 50 mirrors that come for, like all of their money comes from mirror fees, right? But they buy the best bow base, like the first one that hits a triple tier 1 bow base with the proper tree. How are they affording that to start off with if they don't have mirrors in their shop yet? Interesting. Anyways, competitive advantage on their side, right? And then obviously, when you have a shop that has 200 items in it and you get to keep a percentage of everyone else's thing, it's a scale. Like I you know, separating the art from the artist, the business model of it is brilliant. Like it's a they're scaling and you know, their margin on in terms of what they have to do is very impressive, right? Like the amount of effort, and people talk about efficiency, right? You know, like there's some people on the lower end who are like, okay, I'm gonna go run a map and just wait for fucking raw currency drops, right? And there's the, you know, the people that min max it by like divination cards and scarabing and whatever. All right, these are like elevating levels, and there's people who flip and bulk sell, and you know they're getting a percent, right? Or people who boss kill. That's kind of like having like a salary job where you know it has, you can make a lot of money in a conventional sense, but it's got an inevitable ceiling. You know, then there's people who like craft and who flip and blah blah blah, where it's kind of like being you know, a board member of a company, and then you know you have someone like fucking Janubu who's like with TFT. It's like that's like fucking Amazon. You know what I mean? It's like we've got a shop, put your shit in here, or like Shopify, something like that, where you're providing a platform, or it's more like a tech company almost. Actually, I guess you know, the users generate it for you, and um, you know, the marginal effect of each dollar is the infrastructure that's in place is what generates, you know, like the fixed cost is very low relative to the potential growth on the high end. So I envious in that sense, but it obviously it makes it difficult to compete with. Um, and then when you have the pressure on both sides, it becomes increasingly difficult to because you know the one thing you could always do when you're competing against TFT is just like, you know, make something cheaper, right? Like you can have a mirror bow or whatever that's cheaper than theirs. If they're charging 3 mirrors, you can charge 400 divines, right? I could still make back enough money that I can sell that to someone, right? Like in terms of getting them to like invest in it, or you know, get them excited about trying to work towards that, and because it's not just currency, right? It takes a lot of time, and just like buying beasts and all those things, especially because you know all of us, anyone that associates me is blocked from TFT or banned from TFT rather, right? So we have to do this the analog way and buy all these beasts off the trade site. Like I can't tell you how long it takes to buy 1900 Kraychik Chimerals off the trade site. But yeah, it's a bit more difficult when you've got basically a 2-tier window, right? It's like, so tier 4 costs 0, tier 1 costs 10 mirrors, but it costs 200 to make it. And it's like, well, tier 3 is not tier 3 is not, there's not enough separation between that and the 0 cost one that you could have a high enough fee, right? The tier 1 is too expensive given the fact that you can't generate the currency yourself because you can't charge the fees that you would need to be able to actually realistically make that amount of money, and unless you're cheating. And so you basically are like, all right, tier 2, all right, 75 mirrors. Okay, this got left. I couldn't find it. 75 mirrors, and I've got like a 1 in 50 chance, and it's going to take me 100 hours to get there. Yeah. Anyways, I want to kind of get ahead of that because I feel like, you know, people have people have a lot of Schadenfreude with me. Let's put it that way. And you know, you can say whatever you want about me, but the guys that are you know investing in this, that are working hard on it too, like they're not fucking people that have played the game for 10 years that make 50, 100 mirrors each league, right? They're just people that are fucking playing after work and want to make a cool item and want to be, you know, they want to get into the, for the most part, right? They want to get exposed to a part of the game that's usually locked out to them. And so, you know, consider that those are kind of activities we should encourage as a community, right? And I think it's hard for people sometimes when, like, I know a lot of people in my guild felt pretty shitty when they, you know, worked on something for like 2 weeks, and rather than, you know, people being like, hey man, it's cool that you guys decided to work towards something together as a group and blah blah blah, they berated and fucking mocked by the community, called fucking pyramid scheme, Ponzi scheme, bunch of like inefficient loser. It's like, yeah, like you wonder. First of all, most of the people that are saying that shit have absolutely no resume to back that up. But secondly, like, why would you try and put down people that are, you know, trying to do something for themselves? Anyways, yeah, make fun of me all you want, but again, if things don't go the way we hope here, keep in mind there's other people involved too that, you know, it's always somebody on the other side of the computer, I guess. Imprint. All right. That being said, last time there were a lot of people, and last time it was a lot to manage. I kept it down. I put a minimum of like 200 divines to buy into this one. As well, I capped it at 10 people, so you can see there's 10 right now. A few of these guys are in my guild, so I might just amalgamate all the people in my guild into one person, because they can, it's like, it doesn't change the proportionate distribution, but it's just easier to pay them out through like guild stash or whatever. But you can see 200 is the lowest here, and then the highest is myself at 1600, and then you know, usually the lowest, yeah, 200, and the highest being 597. So it's all within the same range. So it's distributed and whatever, and somebody that's willing to throw 200 divines in an active participatory role, that's not going to be like a new, you know what I mean? It's not going to be like some new player who's like, you know, like the PoE equivalent of calling a grandmother and telling her that you you need a fucking Google Play card or you're gonna kill her grandson, right? Oh my god, guys, my first league, I found a Miracle Laundra. Like, is this good? Hello, my name is Janubu. I am from the PoE IRS. I'm calling to let you know that we are holding your guild leader hostage, and if you don't send us your mirror, we will throw them into the depths of the sea. Actually, my first crack at a meme, I'm sorry, this is a little bit of a, where's it here? I thought I was pretty happy about I thought this was pretty funny. I don't know if any of you guys have ever heard of like MLM scale. This might be a North American thing, but if you're from the U.S. or Canada, you've definitely had someone in your life, like probably a divorced single mother from that hasn't spoken to you since high school. uh, Thanks to Janubu and TFT's Mirror Shop, I now know what financial freedom, working from home, and being your own boss feels like. Earn vouchers from downstream contributors and watch your money grow. Thanks, TFT. I could laugh at that. If you guys don't think that's funny, fuck you. Yeah. It doesn't actually matter if we exceed the amount of imprints we use here, but because you know, even if we run out of vultures and we've got like 30 imprints left, we need the imprints are the prerequisite for the next stage of regaling and reforging too. So no worries in that end. A lot of the time, it's worth it. Have you ever crafted anything? Or you're saying this firsthand, or are you saying this theoretically? Because I assure you, well, okay, you know, I'm not going to argue with you. You're allowed. This is not TFT here. You can express your opinion. I'm gonna be honest. What's your name there? Michael Matthews. You sound kind of like a TFT shill, and I'm also pretty sure you probably never crafted a mirror item. I might be wrong, but uh, you're welcome to express your opinion. But until you can support the fact that what you are saying has any like if you can show me mirror items you've crafted that you put into TFT shop, um, I will duly pay your opinion. I don't agree with it, but I will allow that you are entitled to it. If you have not, then you do not have an opinion because an opinion is inherently informed. An opinion sans the requisite information is not an opinion; it's an assumption. So assumptions are dangerous things to hold, especially when it comes to matters of finance, whether that's in this or in real life. Especially in a day and an age where upvote and ubiquity and reputation, clout can be indicators of validity and merit. Anyways, that's as calmly as I'll answer that. Fucking. Oh yeah, I can listen to music. Fuck, I forgot that I set my headphone on. All right, boys. Again, I don't have schizophrenia or anything. If I start mumbling along words to songs or like full out singing "Let It Go," which I did yesterday, and I didn't know my mic was on, and apparently that was quite funny. Fucking "Let It Go" is a banger. If you don't enjoy that song, you have no soul. But yeah, I'm not like fucking yeah. I just I'm listening to music, but I can't play it on your guys' end because of copyright stuff. So yeah. All right, let's go on fucking shuffle here. Actually, I want to see this. You had nightmares? Another hotel room, on the night before. With my blues, I'm heading on the world, I'm on, baby, keep going. Do I have double head group walker? No, sir. Is that a mirror only build? No, I had this build going on the second day of the league. Obviously, I can't really pass shift like that, but I'm gonna make a video soon about it, so tune in for that, alright? Until then, now I gotta focus on this. Fuck! God damn it! Fuck! I need to have a cigarette. I'll explain to you why I'm saying fuck in a second. You know what's funny? My rings were on Sushi's shop. I actually offered them to him. This one, 7-7 onslaught, 7-7-7, 7-7 power charge, and 7-20 crit multi again. A 1 in 5,000 versus a 1 in 75. So, yeah, I think that conversation probably illustrates the point I was saying earlier better than I can. I'm should keep rolling, but as I said, there are always impacts on both ends of the spectrum. So. Gonna tag Sushi real quick. Crypto fucking bot. Okay. He's not giving free copies. I don't think you really understand. If, for example, I'll give you an analogy. If 20 of you in chat wanted to get a mirror copy of something, right? And I said, okay, 20 of you guys can go mirror any item you want, and you went and mirrored it, right? And I paid for it. I paid the mirror fee. To you, to the collective, right? There's more people who are benefiting, but it doesn't mean it was free, right? That's what's happening at Sushi's shop. The people that are giving the money to craft the item are paying the fee for the people who get it later. They're paying it forward. And I'm not saying it's worse for whatever. It has impact. But the reason why mirror fees exist is because, for example, that ring, and what made me smile about that ring, the fee I'm charging for that ring is actually incredibly low. As I said, it took 2,964 divines to craft. It's the second most mirrored ring in the entire league, and it's the only 777 in the history, like the existence of Path of Exile. And I priced it at 100 divines, to the point that, being the second most mirrored ring in the entire league, I still haven't profited on it. And like a situation like that where someone gets that incredulous, um, I mean, it's a little bit telling of somewhat of an entitlement, I think, on that end, but people just misunderstand this. The reason why fees exist, on an individual crafter basis. Now, again, the situation's different when you have a team pooling like that, and when the community comes to fund something, uh, everything has to be paid for, right? The the people that are paying for the mirror fees are the ones that are paying for the supplies, right? And then Sushi is getting to keep the original copy, right? He gets the notoriety, and he gets the good reputation, and he gets all the viewership and the subscribers, and and he also creates more people who are going to come to him to fund the future projects, right? Like I'm telling you, with no doubt, with not a shred of lie, I hope you can tell I'm being sincere right now. Uh, if I had a personality, and I know I'm not like this, and like I know I'm never gonna be this person. I realize I can push people the wrong way. Um, I love crafting though, right? Like if I had the option to have people just hand me money and make them whatever item they want in perpetuity, that's like the ideal way for me to play this game. I would happily do that, but I don't have that opportunity to, and I can't make 3,000 divine items and then just give them away when I have to pay the 3,000 divines. Now, if everyone else is paying the 3,000 divines, that's awesome, because I get to make a really cool item. I feel pride in it. Like people want to come copy it. Everyone's all excited, and rather than being like, "Hey, Belton's a fucking asshole prick," and they send me messages like this about how selfish I am, even though I spent fucking 29 hours crafting this straight, and 3,000 divines of my own money, and I never changed the fee, and having it be the second most mirrored item, I haven't made a profit yet. And to be nice to this guy and say, "Okay, buddy, enjoy," and then to have him, you know what I mean? Like it's I'm kind of glad you guys saw that, because it does. As I said, the people in the middle between, like, again, I think what TFG is doing is very insidious, and I've obviously talked to that in length. And I don't think what Sushi is doing is a bad thing, but again, the guy, uh, the people in between those two camps are the ones that, yeah. Anyway. The funny thing is too, somebody like that will post a photo, and then there'll be 1,500 messages talking about how I'm a scumbag in that situation. And again, if you look at this ring here, 7/7/14 crit multi. I'm going to direct you here again quickly, guys. The community section. Power charge 21 crit multi. Sold that for 420 divines. And I actually I gave my that exact ring. I gave my guildmates that exact version of that ring, the magic one. I told them they could sell it so they could have some extra money, because I wanted them to have some spending money. Find a photo of it. Here it is. There you go. To the point, since I realized there's probably not a major windfall of currency coming to anyone due to the amount of people who are involved in the bow, I thought it would be nice if I just gave you guys the bases that I didn't end up hitting. One of which I spent over 4 mirrors rolling. The other one I primarily bought to flip. They're both 7/7. One has multi. They should be able to net you guys at least 2 mirrors. I'll let you guys decide what to do with them. If you guys want to craft them as a group, that's cool. Hold them as a collective, or whatever, or sell them nice for chunk of change. That's your prerogative. On my end, I hope it symbolically at least reflects my commitment that I have to you guys as the collective and the direction of the guild. I will as well continue to put mirror fees in guild stash for any of the rings that we made. So this is actually the exact same ring that the guy was saying Sushi was giving away for free. And people don't see this stuff because this channel is hidden. I actually had the exact same ring, and I felt bad about the fact that we didn't hit the first bow, even though I put in most of the time, effort, and currency. Um, uh, I not only did I not like, I literally just gave it. I gave it to them. So, um, yeah, I didn't get any viewership or clout or fucking 1,200 fucking upvote posts about how nice I am for that. But um, yeah. All right. Back to it. Oh yeah, another thing too. Sorry, that maybe other people don't realize is that I have a free website that actually shows people how to mirror craft these things too. Which I know some of those guys used to craft them, so I find that funny as well. Not funny, but it's actually really upsetting on my part. You know. Um, yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'll get back to the bow. There's 24 vultures left. As I mentioned, I just had these extras, so we're just seeing if we can get the fizzed upgrade. If not, we're switching over to the prefixes. 51. Fuck off. The way you make me feel, you really turn me on. No, my mood's not ruined, guys. I just look. I'll work hard because that's. Um, I'll work hard for what I want to work hard on because that's who I am. Uh, and that's just kind of like that's a part of um like I'm not particularly more gifted than anyone necessarily with respect to most of the things that I make or the things I do in this game. The one thing that I've always kind of had as a competitive advantage that's allowed me to be mentioned in the same breath as people like TFT when I'm just one person is that I work harder than other people, right? Like I'll spend the time and the currency and I'll give up on things. So I'm still going to pursue this, but at the same time, it's kind of it's hard when like when you mentioned that you looked at my Instagram and you see my real life, outside of this, like I don't say I gave up a lot of things. Like I love PoE; it's a real passion of mine. And when I left for the military, my grandfather was dying, and I was working at like a hedge fund at the time, and uh, he just said he was upset. He said he was upset that nobody in our family had ever served before. So I quit my job and I enlisted, and that was when I was like in the peak of my PoE streaming, right? When I really caught stride there. I was just doing that on weekends and after work and stuff. And I remember coming home and after the military, and I fell through a frozen river, like carrying like a just just in layman's terms a machine gun and like 180 pounds on my back. I had to get spinal surgery. And then I fell through a tank rut, got my knee reconstructed, and then because of at the M203 grenade launcher range, my stomach ruptured, and I had to get my stomach sewn shut. So I was medically released, and I came back. It was COVID, and during COVID, because of my background in finance and stuff, I did pretty well in the stock market, and I made a good amount of money. Plus, like it's hard during COVID with the restrictions to go get jobs. So I was just like, I always loved PoE, and I always kind of wondered what would have happened if I didn't leave for the military. So, I made a conscious decision. I was like, look, I'm gonna put everything I have into this, play the game, see where it goes. And I remember the first Reddit thread about me was about how I was a coward for running away from PoE because people thought I was bullied off of Reddit. For missing a part of. I was on a race team with Havoc, and I went to my cousin's wedding, and I woke up late and I missed the beginning of a race. And somebody told me that I was a coward for running away. And I explained to them that I had left because my dying grandfather was his last dying wish. And the guy doubled down and told me I was a piece of shit and a coward. So I was like, all right, welcome back to PoE. And yeah, it's like if you go look on like my Reddit post history, when I came back, Sentinel League, I don't know if you guys read like the complete guide to recombinators. The guy who published that, his name's Iron versus Wild, Diabetes King, whatever. The data that underlied a lot of that was the first weekend I spent 20,000 recombinators trying to figure out what the proc rates were. So I was working on that, and I published the data on that and how to do crafting guides and these things and the flash crafting guides. And every time I did one of those things, it was, people would be like, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't really understand it. And then somebody else like Iron posted information. They're fantastic. And it's like, you know what? Fine. Like I've got like a persona I got to shake from before. I get that, I guess. And so you just you kind of keep pushing away, and try and provide information that people will find useful, right? You find your niche. On Twitch, for example, I had 400% growth month over month. Over the year I'd been streaming, I was actually the most followed, like in terms of follower gains, proportionate for any Path of Exile streamer in the world. But I had also, if you looked at streamed hours, I had streamed an average, I think it was 16 hours a day over an 8-month period. And tangibly, with the exception of Nine Lives, a guy named Mr. Nine Lives, him and I were like almost 1,000 hours ahead of anyone else. So you could see like there was the tangent, there were whatever. And after Sentinel League, a lot of people wanted to like get involved in crafts. So I actually started the guild because other people asked me if they could get involved in this stuff, and so I did. And then I can't remember what league it was. I crafted a few mirror items, and more people wanted to join in. And then all of a sudden, Reddit posts started popping up on how I didn't know what I was talking about because I was just fed currency constantly and blah blah. But people didn't realize that, it wasn't that I was getting fed currency. People were asking to come so they could, so like I was paying for everything, but they wanted to learn and get involved. So they'd help me. They'd go buy the vultures for me, or not vultures at the time, but whatever it was, and I'd cut them in a piece to help, and they would learn in the way. And then I made my website, and I never put a fucking paywall on it. Never ever have put a paywall on anything. Put step-by-step guides on everything that I know. And was banned or suspended from Reddit for self-promotion when I tried to link it. And then when my guild, when I made a YouTube channel, because I was suspended from YouTube because TFT started spamming porn in my chat when I was having Christmas dinner with my family, who I hadn't seen in 2 years. That's why I made a YouTube, and I went from 800 followers to 9,000 or 8,000 in like 3 weeks. And TFT, who I hadn't seen eye to eye with ever really, because I refused to put my mirror items in their shop. All of a sudden, they just started, as soon as my YouTube channel grew, a lot of people started trying to join my guild just because like they liked, I guess, what videos I was making, and they wanted to like learn or whatever, right? And nothing, like literally there was no catalyst for this, but as soon as that happened and a lot of people started showing up, and I guess people, I guess TFT maybe thought that I was going to fall into obscurity, and maybe they thought that I was taking a foothold, and they didn't want me to like seep into the minds of the people around me or whatever. But they started proactively banning people from my guild, right? Like who did nothing. But the thing is, most of the people that were joining the guild, it went from like 15 people to like 160. If you look in the guild structure, you see how there's this rank here, member, there's 28 people, and then there's 114 initiates. The members are people over the history that we've done this that have been involved in the projects that I do. All of these people are ones that just were fans from YouTube or whatever. And so they started banning all these guys, and a lot of them were new to the game. And I saw that a lot of them, there were people that actually quit the game because they thought they were doing something wrong, right? They'd started and they were excited. They found a YouTube video for somebody that they understood, and they were like, oh, I can have a community to play with. And then they were blacklisted and told that they were scammers by the biggest platform. And so I didn't, this was, I don't know if you guys saw the first video I made where it's called like incentive structures that, TFT, RMT, incentive, whatever. I realized what was going on with them banning people, and if you watch that video, it's actually just from a live stream, and sorry, my wife, a little emotional. I'm talking to my grandfather there, but I was just talking on a live stream. I was like, it's kind of funny that they're doing this, and I was like, look, if they're going to proactively go after new players that are now quitting the game, I was like, well, maybe I should just talk about what they're doing, right? And it was just a casual conversation, right? But TFT has always had people spying in my guild and watching my stream. And so I don't know if you guys are aware of this either, but they actually sent out a news alert that says to 400,000 people, and it said Belton is about to release I hadn't even made a video yet. They said Belton is about to, because they had somebody watching my live stream and they saw that I was talking about this casually or whatever. Now, I had 40 people watching my live stream, largely from my guild. I had no presence, and I was on YouTube because they had just got me kicked off of Twitch. And all of that progress I was talking about earlier, gone. When you get suspended from Twitch, all of your subs are deleted. Your VODs from that, they're all gone. So I had gone from like 2 subs. I actually hit 200. Just cracked 200 when I was in September or December. Finally, making a little bit of like enough not to sustain myself, but it was like, hey, maybe this is something like, the Jordan Peterson quote. Whatever you think about Jordan Peterson, I think the quote is very poignant. And it's, don't compare yourself to who other people are today. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday. And I didn't care that like I wasn't in top five. It was like I could see this measurable whatever. That was taken away from me. And that's disheartening, right? But then the YouTube channel, like I kind of did, and I don't know what video it was, but there was one video, and it just blew up, and all these people joined, and so like I was like optimistic after like a pretty, it was pretty shitty to take that away, right? And then I see TFT, the most powerful organization in the game, who I understand why they target me because I wouldn't give them my mirror items, but I'm not gonna like. I'm a trained soldier. I'm not gonna fucking back down to some ineffectual neckbeard who says you owe me your mirror items. Like, no, man, I'm gonna play my own game. You want to ban me from your server? That's fine. But when the people who the community that I have, the one thing I've got left going, you're gonna start targeting these new people, like whatever, right? And so they sent out a news alert to 400,000 people while I was just talking about this on stream, and at that point, like if 400,000 people are expecting you to make a video, I was like, okay, like I gotta fucking. Everyone thinks I'm making this video now. So if you watch the first video I made, it's not a fucking production. It was literally I clipped the discussion I was having because TFT sent out a news alert, basically forcing my hand, and in a way it was kind of good because it drove a lot of traffic there. But I had 40 viewers at the time. As like if they just didn't say anything and if they hadn't been watching my stream and fucking whatever, like it was tactically very dumb on their part. But at the same time, it kind of pigeonholed me into this position where I had to respond because there's 500,000 people who are looking at me to make this video. Right? And so like if I don't, it looks like I'm some clown who is just fucking speculating, starting drama, and like they were legitimately like they had legitimately done things maliciously to me with getting rid of my fucking Twitch because they didn't. I wouldn't give them mirror items. This is the video I'm talking about: TFT, RMT, incentive structures, and conflict of interest. And so yeah. So this video, I'll show it to you here. Look, if you watch this is just me on stream. Look, you can see chat right there. I'm just talking. 65 people YouTube, 73 people YouTube. It's just me talking with stream, and you can see more and more people are coming in, right? And you see how there's 97 people now. Reddit going. It's because they sent out a fucking news alert being this guy Belton. Now most people when they see a streamer, it went from 40 people to 95 while I'm talking about it, because most people go look at Twitch. They don't know who I am, but they came to YouTube because they fucking sent them there. And then all of a sudden I become I got banned off of Reddit for talking about this. I don't know why. And then I come to find out it's because somebody else posted that video on Reddit, right? And then they banned me for brigading, which is when you get people to fucking rate and upvote it. And but I was like, look, I didn't even post this, and Janubu just told people about this video to 500,000 people. I was like, do you ever think it's getting upvoted because 500,000 people just got sent here by this Discord? I was like, I have fucking 1,200 people in my Discord, and 40 people watching my stream. Do you think I got 3,000 upvotes on this? No. And I was like, not to mention, I didn't even post the fucking thing. But then everyone on the thread, started saying what a bad person I was and how big of a piece of shit I am. I'm gonna show you this. And because I was banned from Reddit for this video existing, I couldn't defend myself. Look at this. There are 1,377 comments in the past 3 months about me on Reddit. Let's see. Belton is sad. Belton uses the N-word, never once. Belton didn't prove anything. Belton's a piece of shit. Who the fuck is Belton? How do I go to the next one? Anyways, using this thing, I can see literally every comment because I couldn't speak on Reddit, so I wanted to see at least what was going on with me. And then I get a phone call from a family member who is sick because I told them I was doing this streaming thing, so they set up a Google alert because they don't really want to use the internet. And And like someone who's not doing so well in life called me and been like, they thought I got arrested because there was a thread about how I deserved to be in prison for being a violent offender. Um, and it was on because my I used to like when I made my Twitch account, it was James Melton, which is my legal name, because I was just fucking whatever. I'm a kid playing video games. I was just watching streams. You just name it after yourself. And then I didn't intend on streaming, and when I did, I didn't change my tag. I didn't even know you could do that. So anything that was ever said about me on Reddit, like that's me as a human, right? And so my name showed up on this thing saying that belong behind bars because I was a psychotic criminal. Blah blah. And to this point, again, the only thing that I had done was post a recording of something I talked about in front of 40 people on my own stream, and then it got upvoted 3,000 times, and there were probably 650 comments that were going after me. And at that point, I was like, I can't respond on Reddit because I'm blocked. So then Quiddy reached out to me, and he's like, "Yo," he's like, "just so you know, everything you said is true. Here, I'll give you proof." And then the next video was like the proof that they're RMTing. And so this only happened as a response to other things outside my control. And now for the past several months, it's been juxtaposed as like these two things that are these combating equal forces of like evil, sinister things. It was like, yo, like the reason I'm streaming on YouTube and the reason I have this position towards these people is because they took away my platform to speak on Twitch, my job, really, I guess, twice they've done that, and aggressively tried to ostracize me from a community that like I love playing with, and at every step of the way, I have there's a reason like um yeah, I don't know, fuck, I don't know why it's really, I guess I'll just crap the fucking boat and shut up. um it's very frustrating though, like you, you can play a role, play a character, right? Like if I'm the PoE bad boy villain, whatever, that's that fine, you know what I mean? But to put hundreds and hundreds of hours into something and to know that you're doing it with good intention and to constantly have that spat back in your face, and then the people you try to help are telling you how awful you are, and then somebody else goes and does something that's basically the same thing you're doing, except you can't do it to that scale because you don't have access to that community anymore. Even though you've been giving them that information on how to make these things and these guides and blah 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 for years, and I'm talking 11 years. If you go on my Reddit things, there are threads where Havoc is thanking me for showing him how things work. Um, and it's like when at what point do you stop being the bad guy? you know? Um, and it's incredibly frustrating caring so much about something and like the actual well-being of a community as a whole. And um, yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. It's not a fucking therapy chair. I'll shut up. Okay. So we only got a few more vultures here. Sorry for the delay. Anyway. Nah, I could go no webcam tonight. if I maybe didn't articulate why the recent developments are particularly frustrating for me, it's uh due to my ostracizing from the community, both through Reddit and Twitch, and the stuff that TFT said, right? That's part of the reason why I have like these equity projects, right? Like why the guild exists, right? Because I can't access TFT to bulk buy beasts and do these things that have that access, right? And people who willingly join and say, hey, I want to get involved, and they do this of their own volition, right? And they get paid back for doing it, right? They get exactly like there is zero value put to my time in every project we've done in the past, and and everyone gets their equal share, whether it goes well or if it goes poorly. And for months and months and months, people have mocked me for that or put me down for that, right? And they've said, Belton's fucking, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. He's getting fed currency by his guild, he's blah blah blah. And people have said that, they've like if you go look up my name on that website I just showed you, some of the shit is truly awful. And what Sushi is doing right now is literally the exact same thing that I was doing, except he doesn't pay people back anything, right? Like they pay for the mirror items and they get to copy it for free. But again, there's no he doesn't have to put the money up. He doesn't have to pay people proportionate. There's no tracking on his end or anything like that. And what's been very frustrating for me is that the thing that I've been doing now for months in response to TFT, that people have been spitting in my face for. That's not now someone is being praised as being a revolutionary and the person who's saving the game. And the thing, like the small mirror fees that I do charge, again the ring that I had there that was the only one in existence that cost me 2,964 divines of my own money to make. That I spent fucking 3 days, 19 hours of crafting to do. And again, that does not exist anywhere else in the game. Um, it is the second most mirrored ring in the entire league, and I still haven't broken even. And like, if you didn't see that conversation, the guy's literally telling me to go fuck myself. I'm a scammer. People like me are leaving. And look, I get it's just like probably some angry nerd in his basement. But these things, like when these kind of interactions, they happen dozens and dozens of times a day, both on here through messages to me and through streams. And I go and I see Reddit. I can't reply on any of these, but I see Reddit threads praising the Sushi for being the guy that's changing the way the thing is. And I can then go back and look at my post history where I openly say, hey, this is how I generated the currency for this. I paid 1,400 divines, and then there were guys who paid 800, and so they own a third of it, right? And there's 700 like downvotes saying, like, Ponzi scheme, fucking taking advantage of your people so you can get fucking. And it's anyone, by the way, anyone who's ever been in one of my projects has been able to mirror it for free because they own the item, right? Like that's it. Like if you own something, you can do what you want with it. Or for example, the ring. Like he obfuscated a 777 ring with a 7714 ring, right? And throwing it in my face that Sushi's letting them mirror it for free. And I literally right here, I don't know how long ago this was, 2 weeks ago. I felt bad that my guildmates weren't able to get a reward on the bow, so I literally gave them the original copy of that exact same ring for free and just said, you guys do what you want with this. And it's one thing when people criticize you constantly, and because you have like this internal compass that tells you you're doing the right thing and you're doing it well intentioned. But then when you see someone else do pretty much the same thing, in a way that actually it requires a lot less input, like I realize for the people as a whole that there might be 100 people that benefit from the actions of 5 people that pay for something like that. But Sushi has no like and again, it's not a criticism of him at all, but more the communal reaction to it. He doesn't have to put in the 50 or 100 hours before that to learn how to make the currency to get that all together. He's not held to a standard where he had. If I ever made a mirror ring with T4 crit multi, people would like literally sit there and laugh. They would mock me. They would mock like I kid you not when I say mock. They would literally mock me, and I would also have to pay for it, right? And so it's frustrating when on both ends. Yeah. So, anyways, that's really kind of what's getting me right now, I guess. Anyway, so I'll throw the music back on. Oh, also, this is more of a joking comment, but can anyone else not appreciate the irony of the fact that this guy compared me to TFT? Haha, people like you are getting burnt down. Sushi's changing the game. Wait, so I'm TFT now? Funny. Could have sworn history happened differently. Uh, I'm pretty sure he called me TFT. What was the exact words? Hey, I want to buy blah, blah. Hey man, 100 divine feet. You want to copy? Haha, caps lock. Dude, I'll copy sushis for free. Lol. Alright, buddy. Sounds good. Enjoy it. 100 div feet. Ha 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 ha. Funny bam. Welcome to the real world. Have fun RMTing. Also ironic. Next league, you will all be brokey as everything. Will be crown funded by streamers. Also funny. He started the big D shit. Also funny. The RMTing part ironic. The crowdfunding thing by streamers ironic because this is again uh, the thing that I've been criticized for probably thousands of times on Reddit. Um, yeah, the RMTing thing. Again, sort of the person who probably exposed that. Your ring is the same as sushi's again because sushi has a large audience that don't understand crafting. The fact that somebody would the different does not recognize the difference between that and my ring. Also somewhat of an issue. And also, by the way, my rings were on Sushi's shop. The two of them. I told him that I wanted to maintain. Like I was like, look, you can send if you want. Like you can put them on there, but I'm like, for example, this one. I was like, I'm wearing it, right? Like I'm not. You can't like have my ring, but if you want to like post it there and people can come ahead. And I was like, because there's a couple of the rings, not loath now because it cost me 3,000 divines, but these two I'm gonna just end up sending the selling the base for on standard. So I was like, I'm not going to make much on them anyway. So I was like, if people want copies, they can. So I actually physically, this is on VOD. You can go and look at this. I physically gave Sushi this ring, and this ring. And I actually gave my discharge claw too. And I said, if you want, you can put these on the shop. I was like, I need them. Like, it's physically my weapon, but I'm happy to like support the fucking whatever. So, yeah, something that I started and was criticized for, something that I brought to the light and was criticized for. And yeah, so fun. It's fun. Okay. Also, like, just if you think these are isolated incidents, they're not. When I say, like, I get annoyed with chat and stuff, like, I get probably 200 to 300 messages a day about stuff like that, or DMs, or I'd say probably 25 times a day people yell at me for telling them that there's a mirror fee on something. Um, yeah, I mean, like the Reddit thing there, there's, what was it, 1,700 comments about me in the past 3 months. So that's 10 comments a day on something I haven't been able to access, and every single one of them is negative. And the negative ones, again, I kid you not, the negative ones almost always center around the things that, again, and again, this is just reflective of a macro change. The things that I am over hundreds and hundreds of times being criticized for um, are no longer virtuous things, right? Like they're not like, oh, Belton, you fucking help, push the direction for crowdfunding with streamers to get items to people for cheaper. Uh, it was Sushi has done this, and he's the hero, and you're TFT now. Spent a year and a half of my life, fucking 6 or 7 thousand hours in that time streaming, doing this stuff. Being completely transparent about what I'm doing, trying to help people all the time. And it's not. I don't need the fucking whatever. Like I don't need to be top streamer. I don't need fucking. I don't need a gold medal for it, but to not only not be accredited for that, but to be uh, as a matter of convenience lumped into the side of the enemy on both. Like you know what I mean? Like when TFT is the great guy and I'm exposing their RMTing, like I'm the enemy of TFT. And when I'm crowdfunding, I'm the enemy of the free market because people can't compete with me because I'm a streamer getting handouts. And then when someone else does it, I'm the enemy of everyone because I'm charging cheap fees. And I'm on the TFT side now. It's like TFT's never gonna accept me. The fucking free people all think I'm scamming them. Hey, where do you fall into place? Fucking 10 years in this game, taught half the people in this game how to play it, and they're on the bigger level, and still have to fucking fight to not be called a fucking piece of shit. It's pretty shitty. It's shitty having to fight for scraps of food that you provide. Let's put it that way. Um, and again, it's just not. It's not. I'm not getting upset over that one guy. It's like um, not an isolated incident. I'm gonna have a smoke. We're done with vultures now, by the way, so we're on to prefixes, guys. Oh, hybrid first roll. Okay. I'm just gonna do this once so you guys can see what the process looks like before I smoke. That is. You don't actually have to use the. Oh, you don't have to annul and exalt. Like you could make a decision to. You could just imprint it back and just stick to the reforges and regals. It really depends on like the cost wise. It's probably cheaper in totality to do the to just go like this each time, especially when you factor in time. Um, or sorry, it's cost wise. It's probably cheaper to do the the oh my god, I hit flaring already. Holy shit, that's 3T1. What the fuck? Okay, sorry, I need a second to digest this. I'm going for a cigarette. Don't leave now. No, I need to have a smoke, guys. Like we just finished the vultures. I need like a. I'm sorry. Like I know it might seem like I'm like being like a little emo or whatever about this, but I know it's just a game to you guys and stuff, but like I've given up like a year and a half of my life to like focus on this kind of like full time sort of thing. With almost no finance. Like I'm not gonna talk about my finances, but I have other things in play, but they're not. I stepped away from things where you can like build on it. And whether or not you think it matters what some people say to me directly in the game, it's like you're never gonna I can't like it doesn't matter how fast progress is as long as you're progressing, right? And the zeitgeist and the way that people think about those sorts of things and the messaging that they tell themselves very directly impacts my potential to move in a forward direction. And when you stagnate constantly and then see other people using the same recipe, and it fucking propels them into like the stratosphere, that's pretty frustrating. So um, I'm sorry if it's boring to you or whatever, but I appreciate if you don't downplay the importance of you know my life really. So anyways, I'm gonna have a smoke real quick. We'll come back and we'll get to this. Okay, I just need a little reset. Oldest civilization in the universe is not correct. Oldest civilization in the world, yes. One cannot possibly surmise the depth of civilization in the universe, especially if you believe that it's ever expansive. Okay. That's crazy that we hit that like that quickly. I do want to look into this quickly though. Snoopy is playing some. Look. Give us an alien, right? Well, fuck. If we're talking Iraq, we can go down to the Anunnaki. Yeah. All right. With the Phoenicians and Sumerians, little Rosetta Stone. Ugh. Okay, Snoopy. I just want to see what the bows want for this. Yo, your boy got multitudes. Don't test me, son. Why can't I hear this guy? Hey, speak. What the fuck? Talk, motherfucker. Why isn't he talking? Can't hear him. Yes, it only has one tier. I'm just curious about what the um. Again, it's not like I'm saying like if I thought the bow was done, I wouldn't walk outside, have a cigarette, and be like, "All right, guys, we're getting started." I'd be a little bit more excited, I think. I'm just legitimately curious to see what the desired outcome is there. Um, but there's also there's tiers to it, I imagine too. Why can't like what the fuck? Sound settings. I don't know which one is it. Volume, sir. Oh, there. Oh, essences. I don't speak poor. Oh, okay, wait. Let's see here. He's gonna Snoobay, who is about to drop knowledge. Ooh, wait. He just said, oh, what? Yo, how jokes is that? I just fucking moused up the second he just said this. Yeah, Snoobbay's a cool guy. Like I got nothing bad to say about anybody. Community wise, everyone can do their own thing, and coexist peacefully. Oh, you can't hear him. Yeah. Oh, because of Okay. Can you guys please remind me to change the I'm gonna put on the speakers, so that means you can hear what's in my headphones. Can you please remind me to change that back? Otherwise, I'm gonna get copyright straight because of the music I listen to while I craft.
Prefixes, it comes out to about the same DPS as, well, you can see I am fire that gives you even more chance of doing, regardless of how much impact it did because of the degree of. So, first thing I gotta do is make it rare. Alright, it's rare. Now, you can see I am ready to go. What we're going to be doing here is deafening essences of contempt until I hit either tier 1 or tier 2%. I'm going to settle for tier 2 because I went on Craft of Exile and saw that the weighting was essentially 1 in 1500 to hit tier 1% fizz, or about 1 in 500 to hit tier 1 or tier 2.
Do you guys like that? Using an essence, so guaranteeing the flat roll is 1 in 500 to hit tier 1, which means it's 1 in what is that, 25,000? 1 in 500, 1 in 2,500. 250,000. 250,000 essences to hit tier 1 while using an essence. 250,000. Give you some perspective of what hill we're climbing here.
And 1 in 1,500 is about 45 divines, 1 in 500 is about 15 divines, and I'm not really willing to spend another 45 divines just to hit this. Plus, it's going to come out dirty, and I have to annul the likely to exist third prefix that will be there. But it's going to be pretty easy to craft this. I just have to hit the percent fizz with an open prefix and one open suffix. And then I'm going to be able to augment chaos. Very, very interesting, very fortunate process in the craft.
All right.
Deterministically.
I'm setting a timer. In 15 seconds, if he doesn't get to the point, we're annulling.
Flat chaos on this bow. So I do not have to hit triple tier 1 physical prefixes. Incidentally, if I plug in triple T1 prefixes, it comes out to about the same DPS as the flat chaos roll, interestingly enough. And fortunately, we have increased explicit physical and chaos damage modifiers, magnitudes. The suffixes we'll get to later on. They will feature likely a attack speed roll and a chaos dot multi roll that will also be driven up by this here. And I think it's going to make for a really nice poison tornado shot bow. Percent fizz as a regular one, you know, the big roll. All right, so let's get to it. Here we go. It begins.
No, I'm not learning crafting from him. I was just because I've never played. I was curious to what value. You see that, guys? Because I hit the tier 1 like on our 4-3 forge. I hit the tier 1 chaos, tier 1 whatever. I was just curious about the. Oh, fucking suck my dick, daddy. All right, gone. I was just curious if that was best in slot possible option there. Wait, minute's over. Minute's over. Fuck. I had sex twice. All right. So, the one thing that you bottleneck with here when you're crafting. Oh shit! Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Fucking chat. VIPs tonight, guys. VIPs. VIP standing for very into poverty. Fuck you, chat, peasants. Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. Yeah, so you can see here the big bottleneck you have with this. Again, I'll do it a couple more times here just so you can see. Basically, I mean, there's a couple of variants to how you can do this real quick, but basically, right here we get that merciless. Go ahead and regal, hit that fire, reforge, shitty fizz roll. Go ahead and do it back. Blah blah blah. So. Obviously, if you're just doing that method over and over, you have the option to annul and exalt and annul and exalt and that kind of crap. You doing that, you can save some money. It's obviously incredibly RNG oriented because when you just throw an exalt at a prefix, you got a lot of options there and a lot of tiers, as well as annuls can remove the suffixes, and you sometimes have to exalt 4 times to get a prefix. The amount of time it takes can be really quite extreme. So in any case, though, the one thing that you always need is an imprint, right? So you have to revert it unless you hit it, of course. And once you hit it, then you're not really worried about your imprints anymore because you're probably, I mean, you know, for most people, you'd be screaming in excitement, and for certain people who will not be named, you'll be pulling out your credit card. So Creature Chimerals again are the bottleneck here. And difficult to get, and you know, vultures tend to be pretty easy to find in bulk because vultures are target farmed by memories, right? So people will just run memories all day, and or they'll have a group of people running memories, and then they sell them in bulk, right? And because you can specifically target farm them, often you'll find many people that are selling vultures will be selling like big batches of them. Whereas with crate chicks, because you can't specifically, there's things you can do to improve the odds, obviously. Lower tier maps and forcing yourself or speccing into sorry, just blanking on the name of the beast type again. Krachens. You know, things like that can help, but at the same time, you can't. It's not like every map you enter you can force that. So to get large amounts of Creature Chimerals is always rather difficult. So one of the things I did as soon as I announced the project was I started getting Krachicks in large quantities because, as I just showed you there and explained why, these are the big bottlenecks. So if we're going to take a look here, Creature Chimeral, 529 Creature Chimerals. Then we've got an entire tab of Creature Chimerals. And when I say an entire tab, I mean a quad tab, which is 144 times 4. So 576 Krachicks. Actually, let's do a little fucking tally here. Shit. Not since I was 21 have I been so excited to see 2 C's. Yeah, that was a titty joke. All right. Ooh. So we had, what was it? 592. 592 plus 576 plus 200. If Krachicks are 250 divines for 100. And we got another 144 there. 13, 12, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 96, 100, 104. We have 1,114 crate chicks, which, if you like, not even counting bulk price, right? Bulk price, you're paying about 175 crate chicks per mirror. You then divide that by about 8 mirrors roughly. So we got 8 mirrors of crate chick chimeras. Now the fact that I have all of these is such a stretch. Like again, so the last, sorry, just to sort of circle around here. For those of you who are watching the Bowcraft earlier in the league, you'll know that I spent 2 weeks, 200 hours, 21 mirrors to do it, right? As an FYI, in that entire time, used 1,500 crate chick chimeras. Now, yesterday, this bow was a one-socketed. The only implicit on it was the T1. It had no tree with crucible. It had the T1 fizz flat. And in the one single sitting, we put on a perfect tree, and we also got the fizz, and attack speed. Today, in 11 alterations, I put that the merciless roll in there. I actually divined the merciless roll. I explained why earlier, and put the prefixes can't be changed. And again, you know, we're going to need regals and exalts, and we're going to need some life force and stuff. But the big bottleneck is always going to be crate chicks. And for the reason I just mentioned, it is exceedingly difficult. If I were to, right now, if I had 10 mirrors on me and I try to buy 10 mirrors of crate chicks, the likelihood of that being able to, the market to fulfill that need would be almost zero. And if it was to, it would be at probably a 40 to 50% markup. So, the fact that I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back here, but just trying to relay, if you're ever to do this yourself. One of the first things I wanted to do going to the project, because, you know, looking at the faults of what happened last time, was that we were very reactive, right? So I would buy 100 crate chicks, and then as soon as I ran out, I'd be like, okay, we need 100 more. You know, then you spend 45 minutes or an hour trying to get those, buying 2 at a time. So the second I bought that bow, every fucking penny that came in, I was like, let's go buy crate chicks, right? And now I have a stockpile that exceeds the amount that I had for this bow, right? As I showed you, we have 1,416 crate chicks available to me right now. That includes all the crate chicks I used to get the perfect tree and all the crate chicks I used to get the implicit. So you can imagine I probably bought somewhere around 2,000 of them, right? And you can see here I've also got perfect rampage tree. I've got a backup T1 phase bow, perfect rampage tree with strength stacker, and then I've also got a backup bow right here. Just, you know, in case we hit those tier 2s, it's like, fuck it, we got 2 of them. Shit, twin cannons, baby. But this one here is we have, again, we got tier 1, tier 3. This one has tier 1, tier 2, tier 2. And also this one here has double damage, whereas this one here is rampage. So we do have some options. This is the bow that we worked on earlier in the league. I actually also, in case we finish the bow and we get it ready for mirror service, I also purchased 20% of all of the... I mentioned to you guys how rare T1 crit multi is, right? And you can see here, I've got T1 crit multi on 2 quivers. Mirror crafting a quiver is incredibly easy. I get to that when it's relevant, but in any case, if we do end up getting something done, yeah, so we'll focus on when we get there. But either way, we put in a lot of preparation work here, and we've got some options in the back. And for those of you who are interested in watching, a rampage in a tree is a scan by itself. I agree with you. As you can see, I have the Sandvictus in my weapon swap, and I'm a firm believer in that as well. However, obviously, when you're mirror crafting, especially as you can see, and you probably know if you've been here for a while, I love discharge to the point that I spend 11 mirrors on a claw that I know no one will ever mirror. I spend, 20 mirrors on a fucking ring I know no one else is probably ever going to use. And I've got a full set of foils for it just because I love the fucking skill. So when I'm crafting a fucking mirror bow like this, it's not because I have a vested interest in it. It's because I want to create value for my shareholders because I'm a corporate douchebag like everyone else. So with that in mind, and knowing that like the, collective, the community's perception of strength, again, I think it's sort of absurd, but nonetheless, people want Rampage. As well, one of the reasons to do it is I was the first person this league to get a perfect Crucible tree, me and Quiddy. And I was the first person to go public with the Bowcraft, right? If you guys recall, I was streaming it the whole early part of the league. And so because I was the first one to show like what I had, right? Everyone who was crafting a competitive bow, they wanted to outpace the other one, right? So the fact that I had tier 1, tier 2, tier 2, the next person that actually moved on to their explicits made sure they had a better implicit tree. But at the same time, everyone put the double damage, right? And it's funny to see that, just to give you some idea of how susceptible people are to following trends. If you go look, like the guy who made the tier 1, tier 1, tier 3 bow, as well as the first iteration of TFT's T1, T1, T1 bow, and they all had double damage. And it wasn't until people were like, we want Rampage, because they thought it was rare and cool, even though you can just fucking weapon swap and get to the beginning of a map for 0 opportunity cost and then get yourself 20 or 60% double damage. The only functional reason why you wouldn't want that, perhaps, is because it forces you to be using Omni, essentially, right? If you're not using Omni, that's a dead stat. Rampage is cool. I realize kind of flavor of the month, whatever. However, changing a tree, even if we wanted to at the end, even if it was fully rare, it's still possible to change the Rampage to double damage. It's not exactly easy, and it wouldn't be cheap, but you could do it. So that's the reason we have the different ones there. But specifically because we led the market with this one in terms of at least public presence, knowing that so Sushi's got a T1, T1, T4, right? And sorry, I'll roll these beasts while I'm explaining this. Because we have the T1, T1, T4, or sorry, Sushi has the T1, T1, T4. It's actually, as I mentioned earlier, rolled that exact same bow earlier in the league, and I scoured it. I didn't think it was good enough. But naturally, his being a free version at that rate means that's the absolute floor, right? You can't make anything worse than that and expect to make any money, because obviously, why would anyone pay anything when there's an equal or superior product for free? So that means that your absolute minimum, you're going to have to get tier 3. Now, in order to get the tier 3 separated somewhat, there already exists a tier 1, tier 1, tier 3 bow. So the tier 1, tier 1, tier 1, tier 3 bow, as I just mentioned, because they were following the lead that we set off early on, myself and Quiddy, it has double damage. So the reason, again, one of the reasons why tactically I put Rampage on there, even though I agree with you that I think it's a bit of a sham, is because if for some reason we do hit the tier 1, tier 1, tier 3, and maybe I'm low on currency and I don't think that there's a realistic prospect of moving on past that financially, I don't want to have the exact same bow that the other guy does, right? Like, why? Especially because TFT has ownership of that bow, and TFT obviously has a much more deep grasp on like they actually this is sort of funny too, but they actually advertise their mirror items on certain gaming sites, like not to like buy them for currency, like they like come visit TFT's mirror shop, like they literally pay for advertisements for it. I wonder why they do that, but anyways, naturally they have someone online all of the time, complete ubiquity within the game, and so you can't have the exact same rolls on it, right? And the Rampage at least makes it so that if somebody wanted to have a bit of a better version than the free bow, right? People like exclusivity, and that's something you should think of too, right? If all of your buddies have the same bow because Sushi did it for free, there's definitely a contingency of players that would want to be like, mine's a little bit better. And I would myself, I know, despite what some people think are idiots who message me about a one-of-a-kind ring say, I'm incredibly fair with mirror fees that I have, and I always have been. And so, if I did have a tier 1, tier 3, if that's where we ended up, I know that it would be more than fair pricing. And so somebody might say, I want to have a bit of a better bow than everybody else and put it there. But again, you don't want it to be the exact same as TFT's, because it's very hard to match the, marketing and the network they have, and the, the grip they have on the game. So that's the Rampage there. Now, if you guys weren't here at the beginning, I did actually go over specifically, first of all, the math required, so how much it costs on average to hit different rules, but as well why it's not a big deal that we have the tier 2 fizz percent. And I can go over that once if you'd like, or I can just start crafting. But it is actually possible to beat TFT's bow in two separate ways. Like if we were to get, it's actually, I think I'd have to do the math quickly, but I think it actually might be possible to beat TFT's bow even with tier 2 fizz hybrid. Now that doesn't mean that they couldn't change theirs to beat it. In those cases, but you know, they're greedy and they're pretty lazy because, you know, they're not crafters, they're market guys, right? They're like a product wholesaler, you know what I mean? Like how a convenience store doesn't make the products that are in there, they just sell them. Give me the divs. You know what? I'm never at like. Oh, sorry, I had my whispers off. But oh no, fuck! I missed a 50 div sale. DM me. Oh, there was some guy who wanted to. Yeah, I forgot to follow up with Buddy. There's a guy who potentially wanted to throw 300 divs into this. Oh fuck! Oh, I'm not in Discord. Man, I'm sorry, I'm falling behind here. Microphone test. Okay. Well, oopsies. Okay, jumpers. Are you there still, bud? Or did I lose you there? Yeah. DM. Shit. You just call me M, baby. The D come later. Oh, you're here. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, what was it you wanted? Did you have any like? I'll try and multitask here, so we can respect everyone's time and keep it interesting. What were were you able to read the thing and whatever? It's okay, whatever outcome you came to, whether or not you do. It's frankly not a game-changing amount, so don't ever feel pressured one way or the other. But you said you had some questions, and I was curious if that is still the case, or if you were able to answer what you were wondering by reading the. Yeah. Anyway, the floor is yours, my man. Oh, yeah, here you are. Yeah. Ew. Wait. Dance for your dollars, monkey. Baruch! I know it's busting your mouth. No, you can take some money for that, but if you don't mind buying the stuff that I need, that'd be great. For now, currency wise, you can take whatever you like later. But for crafting now, we're gonna need okay, like regals we'll need eventually. But that's not a priority right now. Priority right now would be exalts because we have 0 and annulments. So why don't we go exalts being about 15 to 1? What are these? Ooh, 40 to 1. So at a ratio of 3 to 1. So get 8 exalts or 8 divines worth. Here, actually, I'll give you another 10 divs. Where you at? Wait, don't pick that up yet. Wait, don't pick it up yet. Don't pick it up. Put it back down. Put it back down. Put exactly 6 down. There we go. Just 2 boys, 69. Okay, now you can take them. So that's what, 15, 25 divs. So let's go 16 divs of exalts, and actually I don't even need to give you that much. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get 5 divs and nulls. 5 divs and nulls, 15 divs of exalts. That'll be easy to grab too. Oh shit! No, I need light force. Fuck. Cut that in half. Let's go. Grab. Sorry, man. Fuck, what was I just saying? How much should I give you? 20 divs? Okay, yeah, get 10 divs of Vivid Life Force. And let's go 7 divs of Exalts, 3 divs of Annuls. I'll type this too. 10 div Vivid LF, 7 div Eggs, 3 div Annual. 3 div Anal. No, I have 400 Regals. Are there any questions? Sorry, guys. I've already explained to you where my chat is. Does anyone have any questions pertinent to what I'm doing? I'm not answering anything outside of that right now. Hopefully for obvious reasons. I also don't want to get like too sidetracked, as I tend to at times. But yeah, does anyone have any questions that I haven't covered about the bowcraft or you know what's going on or anything like that? Well, DPS aim is a meaningless question to a crafter. Absolutely meaningless question. Tiers are all that matters. Once you get a tier, like you could roll something that, yeah, no, I'm going for the bare minimum. Bare minimum, will have to get will be tier 1, tier 1, tier 3. But realistically, I ideally will not be content without tier 2 or tier 1. But I would, given the fact that I have other people that are in on this project with myself, I will run a vote, right? Like if we hit tier 3, tier 1, I would ask the group and I would say I'll defer to your guys' thing here because it's not fair for me to roll over something that is rather like that to roll tier 3, tier 1 would take you know, more like double digit mirrors to do, right? And so for me, out of like spite towards TFT and wanting to like separate myself from Sushi, being like, hey, I'm gonna scour this just so I can be better than the guy. You know what I mean? Like that's not fair when other people have skin in the game. So at that point, I'll defer to them. But anything like if it was T1, T1, T4, instant to null, instant scour. I actually already scoured a T1, T1, T4 at the beginning of the league, so it'd be pretty funny if I didn't do it halfway through. Are the prefixes the hardest part of the craft? Here. We'll have some fun here quickly, guys. And I can maybe I'll pin this, so I'm sure lots of people are gonna ask this. Alt Control C. Love that, dude. Thank you. Calculator, simulator. All right. So let's say we're using essences, right? I don't know. Here, let's do it properly. Alt Control C. Import item. Does this show that? Yep. Okay. So we want to regal into fizz. So you can see it takes 649 on average to regal there into there. And then we can also have a situation where we regal into this. So to regal into either of them, 577. And we also said we'd be considering tier 2, so 472. So that's 472 imprints, right? And its imprints are 2.5 divine, so that's 1,000. That's 2 mirrors on average, right? Now you also have the reforge in there, so that takes it down. Oh, sorry. Let me trade with this guy so he's not waiting here. My bad, buddy. Dude. I just need to know how much stash space I need because I got the full inventory. Okay. One sec. Okay, sorry, can you move over? Oh, there we go. I really hate when fucking stash tabs, like when there's somebody standing in a stash and you can't access it. That drives me fucking bonkers. Anyways, yeah, sorry, man. To get perfect prefixes costs like 200 mirrors on a like it's absurd. I'll just show you what essence is because that's a pretty palpable way for people to understand. Okay, using an essence of contempt, and we want to hit fizz accuracy, and we want to hit fizz damage. It takes 4.6 million essences. Ooh, nice regals and annuls. Thank you, sir. Ooh, and divines. Perfect. Thanks, buddy. Total. Okay, 4, that's 80, 100, perfect. 140, 180, 220, 260, 280. Let's just see these work down to. There's another 7 divs there, another 8 divs. Again, the amount of money I enter for myself here, just in case anyone's curious, it doesn't. I have a fixed value, so this is just to keep track of how much is spent in total. So every one of the equity members, when they put money in, it goes individually on them, and then for myself, it's all the money that I put in from sales, and then when people are generous and kind enough to throw in a little bit because they're done with league or they just want to help out, which is great and I appreciate it. I add that to mine as well, simply because it's it's the only one where it doesn't dilute the other people's share. Holy fuck, my man! Thank you very much. Appreciate you, buddy. I don't want to like sit here and fucking oh, you're the great. Like I really do appreciate that. Thank you. I know I'm not a man of few words and I rant all the time, but when I'm being sincere, I'm that's all I could say. Not often in my history of this game have people been on the side that wants to see me do well. So, or at least that they didn't get on that side until things ended. It's usually like yeah, fuck that guy. Then as soon as I have something they want, then it's yeah, what's up, man? So, I really actually it's meaningful to me that you guys are helping me out. Thank you. 100, 300, 310. Fucking get my ass all emotional and shit over a goddamn video game. Is this stuff of use? Oh yeah, that'd be great, dude. Thank you. Okay, there's one more there, and then vultures are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. How much are these right now? 8, 11 is 44. Yeah, no, hitting 3 T1 prefixes is fucking insane, man. Thank you very much, jumpers. It's what was that, 23? So that's 1 div, 2, 2. Yeah, now, and this is actually awesome, guys. I'm really happy we had the foresight to grab the crate checks because like getting this kind of currency, like the bubblegum. I don't want to say bubblegum because some of the stuff expensive, obviously, but what we need here primarily are the crate checks, a couple regals, some annulls, exalts, and then for augments, it's actually quite expensive because you need 17,500 life force per augment plus a sacred. But the reforges are only 100, right? And so even with 35,000 like this, like we can do 350 reforges. but we'll have to obviously get some augments and stuff like that too. But we're super well stocked here. And then we've got not quite bubblegum currency, but I mean divines. Sorry, I should mention this too. This is gonna make me sound like a dick when I say bubblegum currency for divines, but in this grand scheme of the craft that we're doing, divines are bubblegum currency. Every time we click a crate chick, it's 2.5 divines. Every time we click a vulture, it's 4 divines. We're spending again today 5,500 divines. So to use a divine orb or a meta mod, it is literally it's a blink, right? It's important to be honest about how expensive this really is and how hard this really is, because it's fine. It's cool that like stuff like sushis is going on. I think it's great that lots of people in the community are happy and engaged about it. But like that situation that happened earlier where somebody like raising the collective understanding of these things to a point that somebody wouldn't sit there and be like, oh, you hit the one of a kind. Right? Like nobody would, if that guy knew what he was talking about, nobody would ever say that, right? And so it's I think it's good that you guys can see how much and how much time, how much currency, and how much effort and fucking RNG and all those other things go into doing something like this, because it's easy. Like TFT takes it to an extreme, right? Like for example, they got incredibly lucky. And they finished their entire bow in 7 mirrors. And for some context, again, here we've got 12 mirrors spent today. 12 mirrors of stuff today. So TFT spent less than we did here. And they had 3 2-point, right? So like power to them. That's an incredible craft, and I think it's a very spiteful man who can't separate like the art from the artist. Like wicked job, and I'd be really thrilled if I were them too. But people see a 2 mirror fee and they think it's extortionate. And now the only reason I say it's extortionate really is because TFT spent 7 mirrors making it. But if you spent 200 mirrors making something and you charge a 2 mirror fee, that really isn't that unreasonable. That means 100 copies have to be made before you're even close to breaking even, right? But an average person's not going to realize that. And like somebody who's watching, like the fact, and again, this is not to oh no, he doesn't have it on there anymore. Not to shit on the guy, but fucking what's it called? Sushi. When the first bow that he had mirrored 225 times, it had tier 4 implicit, then it had tier 2 implicit, a tier 1 implicit. So it was 8% attack speed, 16 fizz percent, and it was tier 3 actually fizz flat. On his prefixes, he had tier 1 merciless, and he had tier 4 hybrid, whatever. But he had tier 2 tempered. And tempered is actually completely unacceptable because tempered is lower than an essence, right? As like anyone that had any idea how crafting works would never ever in a million billion years think it's acceptable to waste a mirror on something that is below essence tier. And this is nothing to do with him, but I'm saying that people don't understand how much tier 1, tier 2, 3D. Oh, the implicits were? Because I know it had tier 2 it had whatever, and it had a hybrid of tier 4. And it was 16 fizz, which is not tier. Oh wait, it's 23 to 25, 20 to 22, 17 to 19. Yeah. Okay. So it was tier 3 hybrid and not tier 4 hybrid, but it was tier 2. Yeah. So that's like and again, not a criticism of him, but I'm saying it's a testament to the lack of understanding. Like it's abhorrent, and I know that's a strong word to use. Like mirror crafters I know would look at something like that and they would send it to each other and like laugh that someone would be that brazen and audacious to put something up for mirror service that had below essence tier fizz flat. Yeah, so 16. So that's tier 4. What I said. Um And the reason for that being because the flat fizz is the most impactful one. It's also the easiest to roll. Sorry, I didn't finish on the thought there. Flaring, here, I'll show you guys on TF. It's probably easier to perceive here, okay? So you see this is Merciless, right? So Merciless has a weighting of 25, which is why Merciless, obviously the percentage fizz with that low of a weighting, that's why you naturally, that's why you are going to imprint from there. Now, if we look at Dictators, which is T1 Hybrid, Dictators also has a 25 weighting, okay? And for some perspective, the overall weighting is almost 50,000. So that means it is the two of them combined are a 1 in 1,000, right? Like they represent as a collective. Two mods are a 1 in 1,000. Now, the reason why flaring is absolutely mandatory, aside from the performance benefit, is because if we take a look here, flaring has a 200 weighting. So flaring is 8 times more common than either Merciless or Dictators, right? It is by far, and this is why you always will, when you're, when you are regaling or reforging, this is typically why you want to have flaring there, because if you get a bow, if you have a bow that has, so say you regal into Dictators, right? So you have Emperor or Merciless and Dictators, right? So you've got the hybrid and the percent fizz. If you augment that, right, and you hit anything but flaring, that bow is dead. Because again, this is the conventional wisdom around that. I'm not saying conventional wisdom around this isn't like the game as a whole. I'm saying like anyone that's a mirror crafter, this would be a universal truth. If you do not have flaring, like if you had tier one and you hit tempered, you would annul that or you would scour it. And the reason for that is because, first of all, again, it's the most common, and secondly, because of where the fuck are essences? Zoom out. Jesus Christ. Okay, essence. There. So you see here, tier 1 fizz, 42 to 75. Okay, and then you see here it's 40 to 73. Okay, so if you're ever like now, if you're going to be spamming essences, right, that's a much easier process than it is to a much easier and a much cheaper process than it is to take a magic item, right, and to pay 2.5 divines every single time to imprint it, and then to regal it, and then to reforge it, and to augment it. Why would you go through those steps, right? Of paying multiple divines every time just to get a shot at looking at the mod, when you can spend an essence that has cost like 25 to a divine, right? And you have a better, it's actually better, right? So the first of all, in terms of the cost basis, there's no reason to, but also the fact that it's actually objectively it's a lower value makes it so that the one mod that is always universally considered mandatory is to have flaring. And it, again, please don't take this as me criticizing Sushi as a crafter, because that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is good about streams like this and discussing the actual weights and odds, and what the reason I'm trying to sort of enforce this is because the fact that something that did not have flaring was mirrored 250 times is like a brutal condemnation of the overall understanding of crafting. It's insane. Because people could literally grab an essence and make that bow for cheaper, assuming they could have the tree and the the implicits. For some perspective here, I showed you this earlier. On day 6 of the league, I made a bow that was tier 4, tier 1, tier 4, and I was told that it wasn't good enough. I had to scour it, was too low, right? And that was on day 6 of the league. And that's because obviously people like to troll me. They're not as supportive in general, but the people that come to watch mirror crafting, right? And the people that are saying that, even though it might sound like they're trolling, they're being sincere. They're like, look, if you want to make a mirror worthy bow, tier 4 is not acceptable, even with the tier 1. And so I was actually kind of shocked, like the fact that 0 fee is 0 fee, but you're still paying for the price of a mirror, right? Like it's a 500, what mirrors are 500, 450 divines. Like that's not a 450 divine. If I had the implicits are big, yeah, no, you can do it. I'm not going to tell you how to because it's kind of low. I'll tell you when I'm done my bow how it works. But yes, you can do it better. No, I mean it's very much about the money. Like, look, you can argue with me. Look, I'm trying to be non-confrontational about this. I'm explaining how the market works. Respectfully, I've spent 22,000 hours in 10 years, and I'm quite literally the most prolific mirror crafter in the history of this game in temporary leagues. I've made 84 mirror items. I do know what I'm talking about, and I'm not saying this to condemn anyone, but I very, very much, yeah, what you were saying, your opinion relative to mine on this specific topic. I'm sure you have your focuses and energies in life. If you're a doctor, or if you're whatever, I'm not going to come and tell you how to do that. This is what I do. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm not arguing about it. I'm explaining how it works. You're welcome to think what you want, but I know this. Okay, I know this for a fact. Nice ashes. Yes. So mirroring that is it would be out of the question normally. And it's funny, the tag of something being free is a bit of a misnomer. First of all, as I mentioned, the people that are given the money are the ones that are basically footing the thing on it. But please consider for a moment here. At the beginning of the league, mirrors were 120 divines. I bought 3 of them. I actually traded a headhunter for a mirror. I bought fucking the headhunter cards. I ended up paying 60 divines for the cards in total. Oh, sick! Look at this. And I then traded that headhunter for a mirror, which I think there were 105 divines at the time. That's how I was able to get 3 mirrors by the 3rd day, because there were only 105 divines. Right? So there's no way that I could have charged more than a mirror for a copy. So again, on day 6 of the league, I had a T1, T1, T4 bow. The exact same bow that Sushi just made, which is objectively better than the previous one. If I had charged a mirror fee plus the price of a mirror, you would have paid half the price as buying a mirror right now to mirror the Sushi bow. So again, it's very important to take into context the change in the passage of economy, as well as overall cost required and blah blah blah. Like to get a tier 1 bow at that stage of the league, it wouldn't be quite as high as it is now, but you're still paying, a divine and a half for crate chicks or something like that. Actually, let's start. Sorry, I can't multitask. Let me make these trades real quick. Demon Impaler is in Herald demo. Oh, this is actually really funny. This is on VOD. Somebody was asking me how hard quivers are to craft. So I was like, go buy me a +1 arrow. I'll pay you for the base. I made this in 62 seconds. Oh, no, sorry. It was 80 seconds. In 80 seconds from scratch. I was like, the explicits on bows or quivers are a fucking joke. So that took a while to sell, but I think we spent 4 divines on that. So that's good. That's gone. All right. 30. No, that's nice and easy. 33 plus 17. We'll even 50. The fee for the bow is going to be exactly 50% of whatever TFT's fee is in the closest one. So if it ends up being tier 3, tier 1, it'll be 50% of their tier 3, tier 1, tier 1. If it's like tier 1 to 1, it'll be 50% of their tier 1 to 1. Ooh, look at that, guys! We just made fucking. Oh shit! Look at that. That was quick. What if they ramp down the price? Then I'll ramp down the price. I don't care. I'll pay. I'll pay. Like, look, I already said I'll do something. So that's what I'll do. Do you think that I like the fact that mirrors are 500 divines? And because I said I wouldn't raise the fee on my one-of-a-kind ring that I spent 14 mirrors at the time making, that has been mirrored now almost 30 times, and I still haven't broke a profit. But I said I'm not going to change the fee from what I started at, which was 100 divines, because mirrors were 220 at the time. They've now gone up to 500. My relative, like, for me now to make 1 mirror off that requires 5 copies as opposed to 2 when I first started it, right? And for me to make the 14 mirrors I made back, I would need it to be copied, like, based on the prices of mirrors right now, because I actually sold, like, raw 14 mirrors, right? I could have bought 14 mirrors, had 14 mirrors on me. And if I had those right now, those would be 7,000 divines. So that would mean I would have to make 70 copies to break even. But that's not the case, right? So I said I would do it, and I did that. That's obviously against my self-interest. There's no alternative to that. It's literally the only one in the game. But that's important, though. I think that if you say you're going to do something, you should do it to the best of your ability. Like the bow craft at the beginning of the league, I said I was going to do my best, and we ended up losing a race, right? We got beat to it. And once you're beat to it, there's no, like, fucking GG. I did my best. Sorry, guys. But whatever. But now at this point, right, there's no race element, right? We know what's out there. We know what people have. We can take our time. We make a game plan, make concerted effort, work towards that goal. And if you're curious as to what I what I can promise of myself, I made an announcement the other night, and you'll notice here. Hey guys, Bo is back. Here's an analysis of the market, what other people have. Here are their associated costs. Here are the other bows in the market. Here are the mistakes I made the first time and what I'm going to do to rectify them. Here's what I'm doing to thinking about funding this project. Here are the alternatives to the above if you want to get involved, and what you can expect of me. And so here's a list of things I promise of myself. Like, I will not quit this craft due to frustration. If it takes too long, or if I'm getting beaten, or general discouragement, which is like what happened tonight. Since we're no longer on the clock, this is more relaxed, and whereby we know exactly what's needed. I'll be tracking all spending outside of contribution as well as my own. I will put all of my money into this personally as well until it is finished. As you can see, I've followed through with that right here. What's the next part? Sorry. What did I also say? I will commit no less than 12 hours a day to craft the bow. Hopefully this is not needed, but I'll attempt and pursue this in a timely manner. Since I started this, I have played 36 out of 44 hours. So I have committed... well, yesterday I played 23 hours straight because I said I would finish the tree. So 23 out of 24 hours. If there are times when myself or the collective run out of currency, short-term loans might be taken, or if unable to source, there will be periods where I branch off to the craft. And then here's just saying, if you want to help but you can't afford or you don't care about equity, anyone that's willing to help, I'm happy to pay that forward, and you're welcome to mirror it for free, basically. Hit me up, blah, blah, blah. And there. So now there's a record of it, and, you can only lose your integrity once. So, like, I'm gonna do everything that I can to follow through with that, and hopefully you guys can have a little bit of fun or maybe learn something on the way, and hopefully I don't get trolled too much. Oh, so I don't know. I've never played Standard either. Standard to me is like the WNBA, right? It's like, it's a league, right? People playing it. It's competitive amongst themselves. Mostly it's kind of insular. Their community largely cares about it. If you were to put Standard people versus the WNBA versus the NBA, NBA players would absolutely destroy them. But that doesn't mean it's not important to them and they have fun there and whatever. They're in a similar vein because, one is they're both technically the same sport. There's just generally a lot less interest in the other, but it is what it is.
I agree with that. That's a good discussion.
Yeah. And plus, I mean, telling somebody that you don't watch WNBA is a fun chirp every time. Yeah, like please, I'm not trying to flex here to say this, and I'm being completely serious. I have four digit amount of mirrors in Standard, and I don't even bother taking my stuff out of remove only tabs. Like I probably have 45 mirror items that are in remove only tabs that have never been listed on the trade site.
You need to buy stuff, or
yeah, sorry, 1 sec, buddy. Yeah, no fee again. The no fee thing is a bit of a misnomer. The fee is being paid by the people ahead of time, right? Something being like the reason, again, fees exist to compensate for the extreme cost associated with a craft. If that cost is footed up front, then the fee doesn't need to be there because the fee is being paid ahead of time. That's as simple as to put it. And that model is better. It's like think about it like that. Okay, socialized healthcare. Socialized healthcare is a good example, right? A lot of people condemn the way the U.S. system does it, right? Where you go in there and you have to pay for your fucking, unless you have insurance, right? But you could kind of think of us like insurance, right? We're like in between, where you kind of feed into a system, blah, blah, blah. You get it back, right? And then you have TFT, which is like, the U.S., where if you're uninsured, you go in there, you might have to pay an arm and a leg, but you don't really need to have that service. Right, you don't need a fucking mirror item to survive. If you're healthy, you're not probably gonna have heart disease, whatever. Right, you're paying for exactly what you take. And then what Sushi's doing is kind of like socialized healthcare, where the cost is being footed up front by the collective. A lot of times, the higher income individuals, if it's a progressive tax model, in Canada where I live, the upper tax bracket's 54%. right? At bottom end, you're maybe 15 plus you get government assistance and blah blah blah. You know, and then you pay tax on what you purchase and capital gains tax, estate taxes, blah blah, property tax, all that stuff, right? And so it's not like these things are free, right? You're gonna have a lot more people that are in that middle tier range that are going to benefit from these things than the people who are in that upper tier range, but it doesn't mean that it's free, right? And it really it harms the narrative, and it really, people, like, when you look at something as being free, there's a difference between something being free and something being worthless, and knowing exactly what mirror crafting actually takes. And maybe somewhat in a personal level, I take this, but more so for the benefit of like the game as a whole. It is very dark. It's a very bad thing for people to think that a mirror item and what a mirror item takes when it's not being paid for by a bunch of other people is something that does not deserve, is worthless, right? Like the way that if you guys saw how that guy reacted when I told him that the ring I spent 14 mirrors, that is a one-of-a-kind ring, has a, like, literally 100 divines, as I mentioned, is absurdly low for that ring. Like, it is absurd. It's absurdly low. And the person reacted by I'm not even gonna repeat it, but it was brutal. And I didn't egg him on at all. I was like, all right, man, that's all right, dude. If you don't want to mirror it, like, enjoy, good luck. And he responded by going on a rant for fucking about how I'm going to be a brokey and streamers are fucking, and crowdfunding is going to you know what I mean? And it's like, that is a very bad thing, because first of all, people don't understand the difference between a bow like the one that's Sushi, the one that Sushi put out, right? Very different than the one TFT put out. And if you confuse those two things and you think that one being free and one being, like, that they should both be free because they're both good, okay, all right, that's an interesting thing. It's like saying a private school, like going to Harvard, is the same as a fucking city funded community college, right? I actually, I don't think fucking university should have the exorbitant cost of student debt should be the way it is, but it's a different political argument. My point being that there's, both of those are post-secondary institutions. There's a vast difference in the offering. Okay, again, I'm being as patient as I can. I will. You can watch as you want, but if you actively disregard what I'm saying and in a way that it's contentious and taking away my attention, I'm just going to ignore you off the channel. Okay. As I said, this has nothing to do with Sushi. I've mentioned this probably 15 times. I'm talking about the way that the community reacts to high-end crafting, and the fact that people not being able to distinguish in the cost-associated difference between the two things is where there's an issue, as well as when people think, again, like Sushi spent less, half a day crafting on the bow. He's got to create the content. He has alternative things that are priorities, and he wants to make a bunch of different items. That's great. But people not understanding that, again, the cost is being footed up front rather than on the back end, as well as the fact that there is a exponential increase in difficulty. Right? There's an exponential, like, the amount of time and currency it takes to get something from tier 2 to tier, like something that is tier 2, tier 2 to tier. Here, I'll show you, like, for example, here. Let's look at essences. I'm just drawing this arbitrarily, all right? So if you want to get tier 2, we're using essence, yeah. So you want to get tier 2 and tier 2, 520,000, right? Now if you want to get tier 3 and tier 3, 95,000. Okay, so it goes from 95,000 to 500,000. Now what does it go to at tier 1? 5 million. So 95,000 to 500,000 to 5 million. Now, do you think that many people are going to recognize that it is 500 times harder to get tier 1 than it is tier 3? No. And that's the problem when you have you don't have the fundamental understanding of that. Like, so when you have somebody who comes to message, and again, like the ring that Sushi had is actually, again, this is not an attack on Sushi. I quite literally gave that exact ring away for free. And I don't mean free as in like you can mirror it for free. I mean like the base. I was like, hey, guildmates, take this and you guys can sell it. And I actually like this is from 2 weeks ago, so I'm not doing this as like a reactionary thing. Here you guys go. I know you don't have a major windfall of currency. Feel free to sell it, chunk on your change, whatever your prerogative is. Hope this shows my dedication to you guys. Here's the multi, blah blah blah. This is the exact same ring that Sushi has that the guy tried to equivocate to the 777 ring I have, right? That's where there's a bit of a problem because if en masse people don't understand, if they cannot distinguish between the difficulty and cost associated with a premium product and a good product, then the people who are willing to make them is going to disappear. And it's great that Sushi's got all this attention right now and that people are focusing on crafting. But I can guarantee you that he's going to burn out at some point. And, there needs to be an incentive, right? Humans are incentive-driven creatures. But I can tell you that I might do it because I love crafting and, I actually just like discussing how this stuff works. But 99% of people are going to bother going to spend 55 mirrors and 200 hours and take a lot of risk and in a competitive market. Like when I went to make the bow at the beginning of the league, there were 5 teams of people racing to make this one item, right? I spent 200 hours, sleepless nights, all of the currency I had for 2 weeks in a league, doing nothing but rolling beasts and rolling a bow. And guess what? It got beat and I get 0. Right? Like that's a lot for someone to take on. And if there's not a reward commensurate with that, there aren't going to be 5 people competing in that market. And guess what? If there's no competition, things like TFT arise where you have a monopoly, right? There has to be a middle ground. Is more my point. I think that both of those things are bad. And Sushi's is less. I think Sushi's is less insidious and it's not malicious, but the impact is still bad. In the long run, I think that there needs to be the middle ground is where things are best served. Yeah. And so I'm going to switch back to what I'm doing now. And hopefully hopefully me communicating that I was trying to be like as mature and calm as I could explaining this. Obviously it's something I'm very passionate about, and being told that, the things that I've worked hundreds of hours on, are worthless now because somebody's making something, again, when somebody has one tier 3, it's 1/500th the cost in that example I just gave you, right? Where that person thinks mine is worthless, not knowing that it's 500 times harder to get. That obviously when you put a lot of effort and passion to something, it's going to hurt your feelings a bit, right? And so I don't want to like this to seem like I'm acting out in like a fucking, emotion, like, when fucking Janubu started banning. That's not what I want. I want to communicate to you guys that if people like myself, who are the ones that generally, the mirror crafting market is not really something that is democratized. It tends to be like 5 or 10 people that make almost everything. And if you take away the incentive structures from people like that, and not only that, but you have them openly vilified. I'm talking about the people, because TFT, guys, you gotta keep in mind, TFT does not craft stuff, right? TFT takes other people's items and they merge them. And so when you it's like hating the government, right? Hating the government and going to shoot up, and you go and shoot your post office worker. I mean, that's kind of ironic because I know about the term going postal, but what's a government job that's pretty innocuous and pretty like friendly, right? You might hate your fucking president or prime minister or wherever you're from, but it's like, does that mean that you hate the soldier who just got his leg blown off, who also works for the government because he's trying to, you know what I mean? And that's what the crafters are. There's collateral damage in a lot of these cases because they're the people that put in the time. They're the people that take the risk. They're the people who put in their currency and their knowledge. And when you have people that dismiss those efforts, take away the incentive structures, and then not only that, they vilify them, that's bad for the game. Bad for the game. And that's the last. I'm going to switch back to crafting now, and hopefully.
Switch. You need me to buy anything.
No, I'll ask you. Thanks, man. Yeah, you don't have. Yeah. I need something else. Thank you. Fuck, what was I saying? Yeah, it's hard again. It's hard for me to not get like you know, whatever about it, because it's something I've done so well, spent so much time learning and kind of not mastering. Nobody's a master at this, but I've literally spent thousands of my hours of my life, you know, honing this skill and trying to teach people this skill. And in like a 3-day period, I can see people starting to, you know, dismiss that as trivial, and then, you know, vilify the fact that it exists. And that's, you know, it's hard not to get personally wrapped up in that. But, you know, the fact is I have a network and a guild, and I have, you know, not a very popular stream. And I know the community as a whole doesn't maybe have the highest opinion of me, but the fact is people still have the name recognition, right? So there are always going to be avenues in which I can interact with this game in a way that will be more like higher than the average person. But there are a lot of people that craft items that don't have that platform. I could tell you that the overall diversity, strength of items, and the overall gap in that production would be severely hampered by unless Sushi's willing to sit there and do, rather than in this example here, right? Unless you have one person who's willing to sit there and make every mirror craft necessary, and rather than, so again, when you settle for the, so here the tier 3, right? Tier 3, 95,000, right? Unless you have one person who's willing to do that extra 500 times the amount of effort, again, you can't. And then also tell that person that they have no incentive to spend 500 times more time, 500 times more currency, because it's not going to get whatever. Not only is one person unable to do that, so the overall quality of the items will go down, the diversity of the items will go down. You'll have a much bigger separation of gap wealth. It's really, I don't think people understand the potential long-term consequences of the ideas that they're espousing. All right. Woo! I actually, I'm not joking. When I heard about his shop, you could go check his stream. It's on his VOD. I went to his hideout and I gave him my rings and I gave him my discharge claw. I was like, hey man, like I need to keep these because I'm actually wearing them. But I was like, you're welcome to list them on your shop, and you could just say, hey, message at Belton from Settler Shop, and I'd be happy to let people make these for free. I literally traded him 30-40 mirrors worth of, like, I gave them to him, no questions asked. 40 or 50 mirrors of items I spent crafting. He had them up in his shop for a day, and then I guess he decided he wanted to have completely centralized. He never messaged me about it, never said thank you or told me why he removed them, but he just did. And objectively, and I'm not being critical of him, every single item I gave him is better than everyone he has on there. Like, again, because mine are the 5 million ones, right? The items I gave him were the 5 million, not the 90,000. I don't know why he did it. It might have just been because they wanted to have access. You know, maybe they were getting a bunch of DMs from people asking their mirror shop servicers for my items, and they didn't read the part saying message at Belton. I don't know. I'm not trying to imply intention there. I'm telling you for a fact, and you can go watch the VOD. I gave him 4 of my items, which were perfect. And when I say perfect, I mean like they're perfect for what they are. This was one of them, which is one of the rarest possible items you could make on a ring. The odds of getting this are somewhere around 1 in 270,000 vultures. So, oh, okay, is that why he did it? All right, yeah, no, I didn't know. I'm not trying to imply his motives are what they are. I'm just telling you on my end, I did try to get involved. I didn't ask for anything in return. I've not said one bad word about Sushi, nor will I. I don't have a personal relationship with him. What I'm commenting on is a deep understanding of both the mirror market and the economy of this game, as they're things I've literally written and made videos about. Like, there's a manifesto. Look at this. Belton's PO Economics, a manifesto on trading and wealth acquisition in Path of Exile from 7 years ago. Belton's PO Economics, market manifestos and analysis of PoE's economy, price point equilibriums, predictable patterns in consumer behavior, calculable risks in the law of averages. 7 years, right? Like this is something I'm very, very deeply, like, obviously I have a passion for it, but like I do know what I'm talking about. That's all. He's doing it for this content. Well, no, I thought he was doing it for his community, right? That's what I was told. Like, I'm sure, obviously, like, look, no one, again, people act in self-interest. Like, people need to be incentivized, right? And that's actually a very good point, right? Sushi, and again, this is just a hypothetical, but if Sushi didn't want to have items like that in there because it disincentivizes him from crafting any items like that, because in comparison, they're not going to be as good, right? That's not him. That's not the benefit of the community. That's a personal incentive basis. And what I'm saying is that, you know, that's perfectly fine for him to have the incentive basis for himself. But you know, the people who are actually crafting those items also have to have that. And I don't think it's fair for the community in large to not recognize that those two are the exact same thing. They're just from different sides of the coin. Okay. I'm sorry if people were here to just watch crafting. I do think that's really important, though, to understand. Again, I'm about to spend just again for some perspective. Oh, I'm about to outhaul here, guys. What did we say? It was close to 9 mirrors worth of crate chimerals. Okay, 488 chimerals there, 576 there, 144 there, 104 there. We got 600 and some odd divines on us. Mirror shards, tempering orbs, whatever. Funnily enough, guys, actually, to get the tempering orb on here, it cost us, what was it, 42? So it was 212. It was 212 divines to get a tempering orb. It was a mage blood, actually. I sold a mage blood for 209 divines, so it was a little bit more than a mage blood to get 8%. So, you know, for example, the guy who complained to me about having to pay 100 divine fee, if that were a bow like this, I could be like, you know, I paid twice that much just to get the enchant on it. Things like that people don't really maybe necessarily recognize. That was unlucky, though, to be fair. Okay, imprint. Let's get down to business. Belton has a verbally negative view of TFT. Okay, yeah, again, that also proves the point, right? If the only motivation were the community's benefit as a whole, Sushi not wanting to get involved in Janubu's drama would have nothing to do with it. Having my mirror items for access for free for the community is far better for the community than for Sushi to have a perfect relationship with Janubu. Like, I mean, that's probably the most blatant example of it I think you could bring up. Like, what, Janubu's gonna sit there and fucking ban every single person from TFT that gets a copy of my ring for free? The person should miss out on something that only there's, you know, one of a kind of in the game. That's the best possible. How is that to the community's benefit? And anyways, like, what I'm saying again, it's not meant to critique any individual party. It's just that to see there's no altruism is what I'm saying. Every one of these parties is incentivized in some way, and I think that people need to be more to critically think about where those might exist. Before, you know, you either idolize or villainize anyone. Tends to be a bit more of a gray area than most people realize. And also too, and this is just to speak on the way that streaming works. I don't know about the specifics, but I know that other streamers, like what's his name, Captain Lance is now one of them too, right? When you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people who are watching you because they think they're getting mirror items for free, right? And I've already explained why they're not technically free. Why do you think other streamers are going on and wanting to do this? Because there's still a financial incentive, right? If you can get hundreds of people who think that they're personally vested in your craft, right? If I can have 1,000 people sit there and watch because they think they're about to get something for free from me, and especially in Twitch, which the ad revenue model there is pretty nuts, money's still moving around, guys. There's a big financial incentive. Big financial incentive. I'm not saying I can't speak to other people's motives, but if you're just be given mirror items, right? If you have a bunch of people, give them free mirror items. You can't really draw that into 10 hours of viewership, right? And again, not speaking to any one of their motives or any situation in particular, but again, when you talk incentive structures here. Oh yeah, yeah, I could roll it. Oh, also, this is a funny thing too, because Reddit mods used to fucking, yeah, Belton's just a fuck. Every post he puts is just an advertisement for his mirror services. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Free fucking mirror service. Check out the stream of the greatest person ever. Yeah, man, you're a hero. Mods approved. Hey guys, here's how you craft a mirror item, the costs associated, and a step-by-step guide on how to do it on a website that I pay for out of pocket, that I listed there, so you know, people can access it without being moderated or whatever. Nope, fucking self-serving. Your YouTube's not monetized. You don't have a Twitch account. You don't have any ads on your website. But you're benefiting from this one, bucko. Guys, check out this fucking stream. We pay for everything. He gets real money. We get our money back. Again, it's the folly of the masses. I find humorous about it. Seems like they don't want to take a share of pot. No, I can't. Look, don't take this as me. I don't know factually, and I will not speak to the motivations of them. It could also very well be that they don't like me as a person. A lot of people don't, and that would be completely fair. You know what? Like, if somebody who I didn't really know that well came and brought me something and was like, hey, throw this in my shop, you can service it, blah, blah, blah. You can use your audience to you know, to whatever. You know, I'd probably think in my mind, like, what's this guy's, you know what I mean? Like, it would be a perfectly acceptable thing for them to say, no, we just don't want to do that with Belton. But again, you'd have to say, you know, we have a set of guidelines, and we're working on this insularly. If that's the case, I think people can do whatever they want, but as long as they're on it, like, not to say we're doing this entirely for the community benefit, but then turning away things that directly benefit the community because of personal motives. If that were the case, I'm not, and again, I can't speak to people's motives. I just think that should be clearly communicated, because I think, for example, the guy who came and told me sushi was going to put me out of business, I was going to be broke next league, and that they were changing the game. You know, the item that he got mad at me for not having up for free, guess what? It was. I didn't take it away. So, like, I have a platform to express that frustration to you guys, right? So maybe if you ever see somebody saying, oh, Belton's team TFT, which I find to be a funny flip of tails, you'd be like, no, actually he did fucking whatever, right? But like 99% of people that craft in this game, they don't, you know, nobody sees that side of it, right? And do you think if that interaction happened with somebody who just plays by themselves and crafts because they have fun and enjoy doing it, do you think that they're gonna, like, want to do that again, right? And I think it's really, on a personal level, I think it's really unfair. You can speak to my flaws as a person all you want, but the track record I have and the habitual success I have in this game, the transparency I have in this game, the record I have of, you know, mirror fees, and also, yeah, have you guys noticed, I'm sure some of you have, when people would message me, they're like, how much is your fee? And I'm like, oh, it's 100 diamonds. They're like, damn, I only have 60. But it's a really sick ring. Probably 25 times I've been like, it's cool, man, that's enough. Like, I'd rather, I know the feeling of like wanting to have something really badly. It's like, if you can in the future, you know, you can hit me the other 40, but don't worry about it, I'll be fine. At least 20 times I've done that this league. And again, the recouping the cost thing is it's the same thing as just having the money given to you. It's just the inverse. I still haven't done that yet. So, I think that observably by anyone that were to actually sincerely look at a lot of the accusations levied would come to a different conclusion. It's a community. Yes, Mackie, I'm not. I have said this at several points. Maybe just joined. I'm not talking, and in no way have I criticized at any point the people who are responsible for it. I'm saying that the way the community, like the PoE community at large, is reacting to that. And I feel like I'm being pretty rational and calm in saying this. So, I'm not trying to pick a fight with anyone. I'm not trying to fucking throw shade. I'm just trying to express an opinion of someone who has spent a lot of time doing this that maybe you guys haven't considered. So, you know, because I can't count the amount of times I've been told I'm an unhinged asshole. So, doing my best to be as articulate and unbiased as I can. Here's a situation where we only, let's see, bleeding and that. I should block the suffix here, but I'm being a little bit lazy because the reality is it's very unlikely I'm going to hit the. In a situation like that, what I should do. This is an important thing to know as well if you don't know this. So if you take a look at Craft of Exile, which is by the way, Craft of Exile does have flaws in it. The guy who I've actually fixed a few of them. The guy that makes Craft of Exile. So you can see here, yo brother, I found another mistake with Craft of Exile, blah blah blah. I'm gonna have to go into detail on it, but I've actually played and crafted for quite a bit of a time to the point that I've I think 3 or 4 times in the past few months I've fixed things that are coded wrong or that the information's just incorrect. So use it to inform you stuff, but make sure you have don't just test the calculator, simulator, emulator. Don't just look at Ninja. The automation stuff is good for PoE, but like weightings, if something maybe seems outdated or a tag seems missing, like first time when I was crafting a mirror bow last league, crit chance did not have an attack tag on it, right? And that's actually a really, really big deal because crit chance is a staple on pretty much every crit based weapon, and not having an attack tag when you're augmenting attack to try and get +2 arrow is an incredibly big deal. And so I got them to fix it, but things like that slip through the cracks all the time. They're changing things differently too. So there's really obviously, like when you look at something like a weighting, it's not like you can you're like, okay, the weighting says 1,000, but I'm going to test this 1,000,000 times with my alterations to confirm. I'm not saying to do that, but if you ever have suspicions, check different websites. Some of them are antiquated, and sometimes recent updates like this patch when they did the jewel change, right, where they made it so jewels can get like reservation and all that stuff. They changed the implicits on jewels, and the corrupted implicits were wrong. So that was the one I most recently messaged them about and told them to fix, because even though that might seem like a very small thing, right? Like who gives a shit about the corruptions on jewels? And the reason was because Storm Shroud, Storm Shroud is chance to avoid shock, translates to elemental avoidance, right? And previously that was a mod that was on Jewels. And Storm Shrouds are like 4 divines. So if someone who doesn't know this sees that you can get chance to avoid shock, and they start double corrupting these, and then come to find out, oh shit, that's not actually possible anymore. It's like that can have like a league quitting impact on some people. So if you ever have suspicions about things, what you should check first is to see if there's a recent update. Check between PoEDB and the Craft of Exile. If you're looking on one of the wikis, make sure it's an up-to-date one. Things like that. If all else fails, you can ask me. But I prefer if it's people don't do that unless it's like a very dire situation, because sometimes people will be like, Belton, how much does this cost? And I'll be like, dude, it's a fucking like, it's a mirror. Like fucking press Control D. I'll be like, come on, man. Like, but you get what I'm saying. I think by and large. All right. Oh, did I add that 250 at the end for the Mage Blood? Nope, I didn't. Plus 250. If I make a sale and I forget to update the thing, can someone? Oh yeah, 500 chaos. That's 2 more divines. Can someone remind me to if you see that like I just made a sale and I didn't go right away to here, that's not your guys' responsibility. Oh no, I did that. I did cut that one. That's not your guys' responsibility, but just important to try to keep accurate records. All right. Oh, my mouth parched. Yeah. Fucking trash. We should do a fucking. This is dumb. Okay, Fizz, Leech. Oh yeah, I forgot to explain how Leech can be. Basically, with okay, sorry, I should say this still because it's important. That makes a substantial difference if you're ever going to be crafting these yourself. So if you're crafting a bow, physical leeches mana. Actually, I think it's probably the same on all weapons. Fizz leeches mana and Fizz leech as life are prefixes. However, on the crafting bench, they're suffixes, and they are mutually exclusive. So you can block one of the prefixes by using the suffix craft, which is one of the only ways in the game that you can ever do that. And it's fucking fantastic because if you're augmenting Fizz, for example, and you're trying to go for like T1 hybrid dictators, and the net weighting is 7,000, and 5,000 of that is for 5,000 of that weighting is for hybrids, and 2,000 is for those 2 mods, 1,000 each. And you can block one of those mods. It's like all of a sudden you just went from a 5 out of 7 to a 6 out of 7, or sorry, a 5 out of 6. So that's what, like 81, 82%, 81% roughly, versus 5 out of 7, which is about times 14, 70%. So you get 11% of the. You're getting then like 16, 17% more chance to hit that. All right. So, what's up, Joey? Let's see. Oh yeah, shit. What's that? Oh yeah, thanks for the subs, guys. I don't really like the concept of like asking people to, you know what I mean? Like I feel like whatever, but I recently found out how it impacts the like I didn't know any of this about somebody sent me a message telling me, so because I was asking why people were doing that on stream, and I guess they just didn't want to whatever. So I'm still not gonna beg for it, but if you do want to learn this kind of stuff, or you know, you like crafting or whatever, appreciate the subs and everything. Unless they're U-boats. USA. What tier are we settling for? Look, as a Quebecer, I know you're used to settling, but over here in Ontario, all right, we don't have license plates that say Je me souviens, because we won that shit, baby. Upper Canada. It's not the working. I don't think that it's. I don't know if it works. I was just trying to thank someone for it, but apparently it impacts the algorithm quite a bit on whether or not to promote it based on the amount of like new people that view that. That is what the person was saying. I'm not obviously I'm not fully like a Luddite, but my forte definitely doesn't lie within that space. So I make unedited 95-minute videos talking about like fucking flasks, looking at charts, explaining why people are fucking peasants in a video game. You know what I mean? Like it's not like, you know, when a new player, which is like obviously the largest part of the audience, comes and asks me a question, I'm like, honestly, man, like I'm saying this to be polite. Like, I'm allergic to noobs. Go watch Ziggy D. Don't waste your time watching me. It's not something I'm going to cover. Like, I kind of make a joke of it a little bit sometimes, but the reality is, I'm never going to be someone that's going to cater to a large audience because, first of all, my passion would become very, very quickly apparent that I was doing it. You know, I didn't have that same vigor and enjoyment, and I think it would become very clear, very, very quick that I was not sincere in my interests, and I feel like sincerity is an undervalued one of those things that a algorithm can't necessarily catch, but people can, or authenticity maybe. I don't know. I honestly I'm kind of espousing nonsense here a little bit. Oh, +2 arrow. Fuck you, you son of a fucking bitch. Donate 2 meters of sushi? Yeah. No, I'm like I'm gonna say what I'm about to say without comparing myself to sushi. Because I don't want to like put it as that in that way. I will pursue the things I say I will pursue vigorously, and I care a lot about people knowing that I yeah, like, yeah. I'm gonna work hard on this. I'll put it that way. I won't be quitting after one day. The last time I worked on a Fizbo, I spent 200 hours. I slept 2 hours a night, and I put 21 mirrors, crafting 20 hours a day in the menagerie on it. Yesterday when I was making the fucking prefixes and the implicits, or sorry, the tree and the implicits, after 4 hours or 5 hours of streaming, I was like, I hit the implicits really early, and I was like, boys, I'm not ending this stream until we get the tree done too. And I got really bad RNG on the tree. It took 23 hours. I had been awake for 23 hours, but because I said I wouldn't go to bed until I did, I streamed without standing up for 23 hours until 2 p.m. the next day. So that's the commitment I have to the things I pursue. But that's not. I'm not saying that to belittle people who don't. It's the way the things I go after and the vigor in which I go after them is definitely not healthy a lot of the time. So I'm not suggesting that that's what you should do or need to do to be happy or successful in this game. But I think of all my flaws, being someone that gives up or whatever is not one of them. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Say that as if you, I guess, settle. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess the store's called The Settlers, right? So settling is kind of in the name. Can't really fault them on branding. I think I'm gonna forego the nulls and exalts. It takes too long, and it doesn't really seem to be saving me much money either. And I have a great deal of resources outside of that. With respect to the crate chicks, of which I have 9 mirrors worth of crate chicks. In fact, sorry, who's able to buy? Who's that saying they could buy stuff for me?
That's me.
Me means nothing.
Small body, big lad.
Got it. Oh, no, tier 3. Do you have a resource for purchasing? How much currency? So this is gonna make me sound like a dick, like I'm trying to flex on you, and I'm not. I believe that I have more currency than you can spend at an appropriate amount of time. Like I think I will make money faster than you can spend it. How much? What is a realistic amount of crate chicks you think you can get in say 30 minutes?
Can I just go down the list by all of them at any price? Is that...
No, I would prefer if you do you know how to bulk sell or to look for things in, like I'm not saying this to like belittle you because I will show you if you don't the good way to see how I'm able to get things like. Do you want me to show you how to do that, or what is your method when you go to buy crate chicks? What do you search?
My method, if you want me to put it on a certain price limit, I'll say, I want to see 2.5 and under.
Okay.
That's my method.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna show you a better way of doing it. Okay. So you get my stream up.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we're gonna do, first of all, the underlying thought here is understanding how beasts are put onto the market, right? What's the one thing you have to do before you list a beast? You got to bottle it, right? A beast you can't just drag out of there and throw it. You got to make a conscious effort to go to your bestiary and do that. Now, obviously, when you're doing something like memories, you're target farming specific beasts. That makes sense as to why they're typically put in bulk. But when you think about the causality and the action that underlies why people would tend to post things in a similar fashion, it's because of they don't want to waste the time going there and bottling things. So most people, when they list their beasts, they're going to list them at the same time, right? Like if I have Kracha Chimeras, and say I had 10 Kracha Chimeras, I'm not going to post like if I'm farming, let's say strands, and I get 10 of them over the course of 2 hours. I'm not going to post one each every 12 minutes, right? I'm going to wait till the end. I'm going to bottle them all at once and then post them. So that's what we're going to be targeting when we try to get the sales here. Now, when you're looking up, like, so we're crate chicks, right? We got to be realistic here. Do we care to see the currency? Like, people are trying to fuck with the currency values by putting awakened sextants. We don't want to see that garbage. But we also are realistic to understand that something that's priced for 2.5 divines is not, it's not going to be priced in chaos. So we're going to change the buyout price to divine orbs. That's going to get rid of all the superfluous currency. Now we're going to have a shifting metric. If we know that we can bulk buy them at 2.5, which is what I paid over 1,000 for today. All right, we're going to do that. Then we're going to make sure our collapse listing by account is off. Okay. Then we're going to search. And then what we're going to do after, and this is the key point. Sorry, make sure it's online only. Then the key point here is we're going to click under where it has the price. It's going to have a timeline in their name. Click the time, and it'll sort it by the time. Now look here. Look at this. See? Aseong, 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 Aseong. I can see because, as I mentioned, people always post them at the same time. Boom. Look at that. I don't have to ask this guy how many he has. And I don't have to compete against the market because I set a limit for myself on how much I'm willing to pay already. I can see his account name because I didn't collapse the vendors, and I'm sorting it by time listed. So now I can see if that person's price fixing or if it's a legitimate price. Plus, you know, if you have it that way, you can tell whether or not it's going to be competitive. Plus, you can see again, if it's a really long list, you do a Control F search, right? And then you type the name in, and it'll tell you how many are on that page. How many did I buy? 2.3. Oh. And I get all 4, please.
What was the thing that doesn't collapse the vendors? Where was it? Oh, yeah, collapse listings.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it's 9.2. Yeah. Yeah, bulk buying that'd be really helpful, guys. But so you see here now, look at this. I slide down the list, boom, typer. So you guys got a ton. Wow. Right? So maybe this is a guy that I want to do a Control F search for. Control F, T, Y, P, 3, R. His name shows up 12. It's got 12 of them on the page. Why does this guy tell me to fuck off? Okay.
Clearly not one bad point.
Alright. Evil villain belted. Yeah, maybe you guys should do this. I don't know. Yeah, sorry. I guess I've done the egregious crime of whatever it is today I've done, so it might be easier if some other people try and buy them so their name doesn't say my name. So yeah, as I said, guys, the impacts of this mentality when especially if you have some name recognition as someone who mirror crafts, I'm telling you, it's not uncommon in the past couple days for people to react like that when I do something as simple as trying to fucking buy something off him.
So yeah, I actually had stuff that came up. I'm gonna have to go, but tomorrow I'll be on for like several hours. I'll be on for a long time, and I'll be able to do all bulk selling, buying.
Yeah, no, it's okay, dude. You're yelling in my headphones. You're good. Just keep it short. It's really hard to, to process what I'm saying when you're. Yeah. That's cool, dude. Don't ever sacrifice your real life to appease being a video game. Take care of yourself, okay?
Yeah. I see you later.
Thanks, man. Okay. It looks like they're being bulked at 2.5, so I'll give you 250 at once, and then when you come back with 100, whenever I can gauge the timeline on that. I'll actually set a timer to see how long it takes. This is not like a timer in the sense of I'm timing you to see how efficient you are. I'm just curious to see what the market's like in terms of availability, because if it's like, just say you're able to get 100 from those in like 10 minutes, I won't have to like get people on the team to fucking if it takes you an hour and a half to get 100, it's like I'll get 5 people on the team to buy off the trade site 5 at a time, rather than give 250 to one person and tell them to go get 100, because it's not fair to ask one person to spend an hour when we can do the same thing. Oh, you're from the Chinese community? Okay, cool, man. Creature Camaros, yeah. Yeah, that'd be great, dude. If you've got a hookup, that would be great. Sorry, as a heads up, I don't have a capacity to type your guys' names out, so if you can type Belton POE, I can't type. I don't. Yeah, so I can't reach out to anyone. But if you can have them message me, I can. Is the next step suffixes? No, the next step is to hit the prefixes that cost 200 mirrors on average. Like this is not your fault for asking that question, but the human development version of the question you just asked would be like about to emerge from the womb, like be pulled out of there for the first time and been like, all right, so what's next, anal girl? Actual shit. Actually, that joke didn't land so much because your mother's. Yeah, I meant like, fucking. Yeah, sorry. Disregard. But no, we're getting ahead of ourselves there. This is one of the hardest crafts. Yeah, actually, probably the hardest and most expensive craft in the game. I've never actually personally hit it without recombinators. And I've crafted a lot of stuff. So regardless of the people that I do not agree with on pretty much every level, it is always impressive to me when people get it done. Yeah. So credit like. TFT, please understand the weight of me saying this, because I fundamentally disagree with pretty much everything they do. If there's any case that they have for what they're saying, it's the 3T1 Fizbo. I don't think it's fair, even from my perspective, that people are putting down, like they're trying to equivocate the bow that Sushi made versus that one. It makes sense for the one that's like 3 divines. Or sorry, the one that's tier 3, tier 1, tier 1. But as I showed you guys, like just using the essences as example, to hit the tier 3s, was it 98,000? To hit the tier 2s, 500,000. To hit the tier 1s, 5 million. So 900,000 to 5 million is, 90,000 to 5 million. It's like a 500 times harder. Like everything in PoE, right? Like think about the leveling process, right? You go from like level 1 to level 70, and your character goes like 800% stronger, right? You can do that in like 4 hours, right? Next 4 hours, maybe you get to like level 85. Character is probably 20-30% stronger, right? Maybe you spend like 100 chaos doing that, right? You go from level 85 to like level 90, maybe it takes you another 4 hours, right? So you're getting less and less each hour. Character maybe gets 10% better. Probably spend maybe 2 divines doing that, right? Get to level 95. And then I'm not talking. Sorry, time-wise, it's a bit obfuscated because of 5 ways, but let's just say, let's say an arbitrary character arc where min-maxing is on a scale of 1 to 0. So an absolutely perfectly min-max character is 100, and 1 is, the starting point. To get from 1 to like 80, again, would cost you maybe 100 chaos. To get you from 80 to 85, it's going to cost you maybe a divine. From 85 to 90, maybe it's going to cost you 10 divines. From 90 to 95, it's going to cost you 100 divines. From fucking 95 to 99 is going to cost you a mirror. From 99 to 100 is going to cost you 100 mirrors. You know what I mean? Like at each step, the marginal benefit of your dollar. And when I say dollar, I don't mean as a pun to make fun of TFT. I mean as for every. This is the worst thing you can wriggle into, by the way, is a low tier fizz roll. Because yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I went into detail. I'm not going to repeat the reasons why. If you're curious, you can rewind the VOD. It is absolutely mandatory on any mirror bow that you have tier 1 flaring, tier 1 flat fizz. And again, I could be blocking here. It's just the amount of time it takes. In fact, I don't even think I'm going to do that. On the exalt level, it's more pulling the slot machine there because, as I mentioned, there's about a 50,000 total weighting on a bow for prefixes, and tier 1 and tier 1. Well, we have merciless, which is a 25. So I'll give you an example with this one with exalts just to illustrate what I'm about to say. Tier 1 fizz flat, it's a 200 weighting, and tier 1 hybrid flat, or sorry, tier 1 hybrid is a 25 weighting out of 50,000. So, you know, even relatively speaking, that the flaring is not too bad. You know, 200 out of 50,000, that's what 1.5, 1 in 250, right? On the prefix side, that's not terrible. But when you get a situation like that where you annul and you only have like 2 mods, now again, I should be going over the bench and blocking Fizz Leech. I just don't want to because it's going to take too long. So I'm just trying to illustrate my point there. We just had to use 2 exalts to just get the 2 suffixes. Okay, there we get a kneeled, which is, again, you need to have tier 1 fizz. So the second you hit a flat fizz roll like that, you have to annul. Every exalt you use past that point is complete waste, because even if you hit fucking dictators, that fucking fizz has got to go. So right there, we got a kneeled again. Fizz has got to go. Okay, nope. Okay, so we want to get rid of the Fizz Leech's life. Get rid of it. So you can see, I guess, more or less it's... First of all, it's obviously far less controlled when you are... And this, again, this is pure laziness. This is absolutely... With respect to the exalts, you shouldn't be... Like, first of all, if you have, like, say, 2 prefixes, 2 suffixes, you should be blocking a suffix crafting so that you don't exalt, so you're guaranteed to exalt the prefix. That suffix should be Fizz Leech. Mana or life doesn't matter, they're weighted equally. 50 Divine Cell, nice. That's actually one of mine too. And that would give you a significantly better odds if you're actually going to. I'm actually not going to go through the process of exalting and annulling these. I do think we can get a better and potentially cheaper when you consider the time. Oh, you son of a bitch! Look at that, guys. A perfectly rolled tempered. 40 out of 40, 73 out of 73. If that's not a deceiving fucking fizz roll, I don't know what is. All right, Calendar's touch. Motherfucker. Oh, do you guys remember earlier when I was like, I divined fucking, we call it, I divined Merciless to make it, because I rolled Merciless at 170. I had mentioned that I divined it up to 178 in case of a situation where we regaled like a perfect flaring. Because if you do that, you don't need to divine your prefixes, because if you hit the T1 dictators, the range is only 1 to 4. So it's like the fact that you've got those 2 things in already high value would exceed the the potential, especially on the opportunity cost basis, the potential for improvement thereafter. So there's a good example, right? So we see like literally a literal perfect, right? That the range on here, so tempered is 30 to 40, so that's 1 in 11 on the low end, and on the top end is again 1 in 11. So just to get tempered perfect is 121 divines, right? And then you take merciless, which is a 1 in 10. So that's 100, or sorry, what did I say? 121 and times 10, so 1,210 divines, and that's without hybrid, right? And then the hybrid roll, if it's 1 in 5, that's now a 6,050 divines to get a perfect divine on the prefixes. So by divining the merciless, where it's, I should probably make it 179 to be honest, but 78 is fine. If we had this, like say we regal situation where we got a perfect flaring roll right like that, and then we got lucky enough to fucking augment the hybrid, either tier 1 or tier 2 actually, because the range is smaller. After that, the ranges get bigger. But that would actually make it so that we didn't have to spend, as I said, on average 6,000 fucking divines to get a perfect. So it's a short-term expense that has a long-term payout if it works. Yeah. Worst case scenario, you end up having divine it anyways, and it's like, all right, well, I spent like 3 divines, but what's the potential benefit if you do end up hitting what you plan? It's like, okay, well, I can risk spending 3 divines to save myself 6,000 in the future. All right, so that's a pretty easy bet. Okay, so I'll give you the example because I haven't been doing this, and I should because only 1 exalt left on me. All right, so you go like this, right? So we got 2 prefixes, 2 suffixes, right? So what you should be doing every time here, and the reason I'm not, just because it's annoying to do this, Fizz Leech's Life is generally what I do because 3 Chance Orbs is cheaper than a Regal. It's less annoying. Actually, it might not be cheaper now because of how much people are. I don't know what Chance Orbs rates are. You might want to check that actually if you're trying to min-max this, but obviously in the grand scheme of things, it's like less than 0.1%. Anyways, by blocking the Leech now, when we use an Exalt, it guarantees a prefix. And because obviously the Life Leech is also a prefix, it makes it more common slightly to hit the Oh, look at that. Nice. Okay, let's get some more. Another thing you can do too, and this is going to take, like, the reason I don't do this is because it literally makes it like 35 times. Like, if you're sitting here just busting imprints, you can get like 100 rolls every like 20 minutes, right? If you're stopping to exalt and annul, that 20 rolls, that 100 rolls becomes 20. If you do this next stage, it becomes like 5. You can actually go and swap suffixes and prefixes back and forth with Ferric Lynx and Ferric Wolf Alphas. You can also item level restrict, like, you can use different item levels to dictate what mods can go there. There's a little bit of fuckery you can do with this. I'm not gonna go into that. First of all, it takes fucking forever. It's better. It's better if you're doing it on like a specialized mod or something that has a limited mod pool and you don't need tiers as specific. Or if you are just in a position where you need to clear out a, like for example, you've got 1 prefix and 1 suffix, and you know that you need to do like a multi-mod, right? So rather than have to, like, so you've got one prefix, 1 suffix, it's rare because you've annulled off something, and you know that you need to do multi-mod with 2 suffixes. Rather than fucking annul, it's like you can do suffix to prefix, which guarantees that you don't get rid of the first prefix and brick the item. It makes it so that you can now just craft multi-mod and whatever it is you need to craft thereafter. Situations like that's where it's best use. If that makes sense without Oh, do you want your Doriani's back, dude? I'll put in the officer tab. I thought that was so funny. Guys, Woolad, are you here? Because I'm going to make fun of you a little bit, but I want to make fun of you unless you're here. I want to make fun of your face. Woolad? Oh, he's here. He's muted. Okay, so he's watching. So, I had a couple gems I wanted to corrupt. I wanted to double corrupt this, and I wanted to double corrupt this. And so I was like, yo, Woolad, can you grab me 2 Doriani's? Right? And then I go look at, he's like, yeah, I got you, Mero, guild stash. And I go look at the fucking guild stash and what's in there but fucking Doriani's Epiphany. I'm like, why the hell would I want 2 goddamn Doriani's Epiphany cards? I was like, thank God I'm the one who's making the executive decision. Anyway, I thought that was really funny. Oh, I gotta update the thing. Wulad, I can see that you're muted, which you usually do when you're watching stream. If you're not here and you see this later, I apologize if I was speaking ill of you behind your back. That was really funny, though. I thought it was funny. I might just play this game too much, though. Lab tab. $295. Let's get down to business. All right, we hit there. Crit chance. Okay, so we got 2 prefixes lined up here, guaranteed. Cold damage, lightning. But you see what I mean, though? Like, you can end up... It's completely fair to say, all right, well, an imprint's 2.5 divines. You know, exalts are like 15 to 1. Annulments are like 40 to 1. You know, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is you do get a bunch of good looks at it. I'm not discounting that. But there are situations where you end up spending like 12 exalts and fucking 15 annuls. Plus, you know, you have to recraft the bench a bunch of times. And rather than, you know, so it, you know, in that situation, it's probably 1.3 divines you're spending to bring it back to that state rather than the 2.5. However, you're also, when you're spending the 2.5, you're guaranteeing a Fizz Reforge, right? When you're throwing an Exalt, you're throwing an Exalt at a, you know, you're aiming there for, as I mentioned, a 25 plus 200 out of, so 225 out of 50,000 roll. What's the budget so far today? 5,820 divines of stuff have been purchased. So 5280. What is the current ratio? Sorry, 5820. What's the current ratio on mirrors? It's still like 480ish, or did it drop or go higher? I feel like looking, but I'm just under 580ish, so 5. These 480 is a baseline. 5820 divided by 480. 12.1 mirrors, and that's almost entirely in Creature Chimerals, which you can see here I have thousands of. Another reason why I kind of want to just do the imprint method. So I'm going to actually just get rid of all of these exalts. Oh, actually, I should hold the exalts. I should hold a couple of nulls too. Fuck, you know what? I have to hold a couple of them. It's a bit more discerning. We'll be a bit more discerning, put it that way. I don't know if I have that capacity, but we'll try. Oh, I gotta save one of these. One of the things, like in the I gotta be careful too when you're crafting with imprints. Sometimes it can be fucking scary. Like it like hide an imprint somewhere. You know what I mean? Like go in your currency tab right here and be like, you're an idiot. Fail safe. I can't tell you the amount of times in the past, not like with a mirror, but luckily, but where I've been using imprints to craft, not so much to like for like vultures or something like that, because it's a little bit, you're a bit more acutely aware of how many times you have it in situations like that. But something like this, where you're actually using it as a primary method to reset a craft like that, it can be, you know, especially when you get into a rhythm of doing it quite quickly, it can be really easy to lose track of the fact that you're at your like last one, and I can't even tell you what my I can't even tell you what my previous fail state looks like. Fail state being if I were to lose the imprint right there, I don't know what a previous iteration would look like. Fuck that. Look at that fizz roll. Yeah, boy. Big Papa and Little Doctor. Yeah, like, okay, a situation like this just fucking sucks. Right? Like, you're gonna exalt, you know, in most cases, there we go. So I took 4. In a lot of cases, you're just spending like 5 exalts, and before you hit a fucking prefix. It's kind of annoying. And you're flaring number 2, bitches. Let's go. Flaring number 2. Flaring number 2. Fucking with my crew. We got flaring number 2. We missed the annul last time. If I miss this annul, I get a cigarette. Fuck you, chat. You can suck my dick. All your fault. See? Redemption. The markets are going. What do you mean the market's going down? Like, do you mean like the trade side's going down, or like the market on Rechicks, like the price is going down? Ooh. Yeah, I really think that this is. It might just be a time thing because of like the duration in between getting hits, is so much smaller when you have when you're doing it like this, like a little rapid fire. And that might just be confusing me because I'm not keeping specific data as opposed to obviously when you're exalt and nulling it. You can feel the time much more acutely. I guess for your guys' sake though too, right? And like chat, like it's like Wu-Tang, you know? People always think about my first tabs about Wu-Tang. Cash rules everything around me, CREAM. It's not chat. Chat rules everything around me. Excuse me, Mr. Belton, can you stop explaining to us how this works and just do it, please? I would love to watch so I can ask you how it works after. Once I decide whether or not it's worthwhile on my end. No, I don't want to know prior to what's going on. I want to see if it's flashy and draws my attention. Anything for you, chat. No. But I might do like a little rapid fire sesh after I have a cigarette. I might do a couple of these, but I am a little bit interested to see like time wise and just relative wise just to get some kind of measure on it a bit. We've hit flaring twice, brick the null both times. Bit of a bomber. As I mentioned though, when you get that, there's a 66% chance on both the chance to have on the reforge, 66% fuck low tier fizz, worst roll. Ooh, nice we get a hybrid there. Oh my god, look at that, guys. It inadvertently hit like 1300 PDPS bow. That's funny. Yeah. That probably like I feel like a noob would look like somebody would look at that and be like, "Yo, that's clean, bro. That's clean. That's clean. It's not clean, bitch. It's flaring. Rip. It looked clean. I'll get it. It looked clean. Oh, killed. Oh no, that's double. Yeah, like look at this. Like there. I like my regal method better. Now, you know what actually is not something I'm taking into account because I actually hate doing it, and most people do, is that when you have imprints, like you do like 100 of them and you start using the imprints back to back, it's like, oh, this is great, fucking, I gotta reforge every 5 seconds. And you ignore the fact that it's like, one of the worst things in the game is running like 100, not the worst things, but it really sucks running like 100 imprints over and over and over. You know what I mean? Like sitting there and waiting to pick up the beast and having to open it up again and like control effing imprint or typing crate chick or whatever the fuck it is. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like doing drugs, you know? It's like fucking awesome. And then, you know, somebody said to me once, they're like, and it was, I think it was one of the things, I used to have a bit of a drug problem. Not a bit, that was actually pretty bad. But we don't need to get into that. But I think one of the, like, assessments of it that ever stuck with me the most, and that world, if you're unfamiliar with it, which I'm sure most of you are, there's a lot of, like, you know, kind of fortune cookie wisdom, like, works if you work it, like, fucking keep coming back, bud. And it just feels a little patronizing, kind of demeaning sometimes. Like, you know, it's like the overly friendly neighbor who's like, it's kind of, it stops seeming like, since it's like shticky, you know? And so rooted in its like traditions and sort of weird mannerisms that, you know, sometimes people feel like when they're outside of that, it's, you know, they're doing something wrong or they feel ostracized, and that ends up spiraling their problems after. Anyways, that's more of a deeper point to it, but oh fuck, what was the original point I was about to make? I think I just fully distracted myself. Fuck, what was I saying? I'm really sorry. I completely lost what it was. I completely lost what I was saying. Sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, the saying. He said to me, he goes, you know what, doing drugs is just borrowing happiness from tomorrow. And that's a very simple way of putting it, but quite poignant, you know? I was like, every time I got really shit-faced, like the next day, you know, you got the hangover, and there's usually some kind of regret. It's like, every time I ever got into, like, a public fight with a girlfriend where we yelled at each other and we fucking looked like idiots, or, you know, I broke a guy's orbital bone one time, because he, well, actually, that guy deserved it, but you know, there was another time where, anyways, I got into a lot of fights and stuff when I was younger, and a lot of the times it was just because I was, like, a fucking drunk narcissist, and I was like, "What, you talking to that girl you don't know is in a relationship? Fucking put some respect on my name." You know what I mean? The next day you wake up, you're like, "Oh my god, I'm a fucking idiot." Or like every time you like fucking you do something dumb romantically or whatever. Like pretty much all that shit the next day. It's like, aside from the physical, it was like, you know what? Yeah, I kind of did borrow. Oh, is that it? Peppered, you fucking filthy bitch. Um, yeah. So I feel like being fast and loose with imprints. That was a really long-winded way to get to the point I was trying to make. Sorry about that. But yeah, I feel like being fast and loose with imprints is kind of like that. It's like it's awesome right now, and then when you have to go back down there and you gotta fucking you gotta go see that girlfriend the next day after. It's not quite as fun the night before. So I mean, don't take this as an absolute. I'm sure it's not I'm sure it definitely is quantifiable, but one of the things too that a lot of the time when you're using something like Craft of Exile, I'm guilty of this as well. I think everyone's going to, because there's no way to measure this, right? Like you look at a weighting of something, right? The one video I know I've mentioned this on before in the past was on the how to craft +2 amulets, like the different ways. And I was like, you should pretty much never use alterations to craft the +1 all skills, unless you have tier 1 dot multi on a fracture. That's it. Like literally the only one. And the reason for that being it might be a little bit cheaper, but it takes like 850 alterations. And I was like, 850 alterations is going to take you like 30 minutes. And I was like, it's going to save you like 11 chaos. Also, 1800 doesn't mean 1800 exactly. It's like it's probably somewhere within a range of 1200 and 2400. Also, if you've never rolled alterations for a long time before, it's very easy to get into like a zombie mode and roll over that. And I can tell you there's very few worse feelings than knowing you just rolled over something you spend 45 minutes rolling for because you clicked too many times. I was like, whereas you could just also buy a 40k amulet and split it for fucking, 60c, and it's like, all right, I spent 11c longer, but I just saved myself 45 minutes, plus there's no, potential for whatever, right? And so there's things like that, like kind of non-tangibles that aren't necessarily quantifiable that should consider as well, but for me, it would be, I tend to go on rants and tangents. Oh, 420 jokes. Skirt. But, oh, I have no more egg rolls, damn. you know, rolling something like Imprints, if I throw in a song, like I'm gonna have a cigarette in a second, I'm gonna throw on some music, right? When I get back from my cigarette, I'll put on music, I'll hide chat, and watch how fucking fast I craft. It's so fucking fast, it'll make my sex life, like, just go to shame. It'll disappear, it'll feel like a fucking tortoise. And, knowing myself and, like, my, you know, personal, I say strengths and weaknesses, but things like that, it's, no, Farouk, nope, Farouk, wrong. Farouk, if I had 5,000 imprints and I hit it, I would be crying with joy that I didn't have to use those 5,000 imprints, because it is a 1 in 212 mirror craft. You are not going to give a flying fuck that you have extra imprints if you hit a 200. If you hit something that is a 1 in 25, like a 25 out of 50,000 waiting times a 25 and a 50,000 waiting sequentially, I can guarantee it. But to your point, that does exist. Like that would be more acutely the case with like vultures and stuff, I would say. With respect to this, though, it's not applicable. I guarantee. I'm talking about. Yeah. I'm just laughing thinking about that scenario. If I ever saw someone who hit tier 1 fizz prefixes on like a spine bow and was upset that they had extra imprints, like I don't know. I can't think of a punishment deserving enough. I don't have any exalts. This is one thing too. If someone's online that's gonna help with this, I need you to be proactive with stuff like exalts because they go really quickly. Right, I have 2,000 crate chicks. I'm not going to go through those. So this is one of the things I'll stick to as well. This is one of the things I got frustrated with last league. Right, like sometimes you use like 10 or 12 exalts on a single fucking, you know, on a single whatever. If you see I'm getting low, DM me, initiate, or buy the currency and just say I owe you whatever. It's and if you don't want to do that, that's cool. But I'll buy like 1,000 of them ahead of time. There should never be pauses for, like, there should never be a situation where I have 420 divines on me and I have zero exalts. If we're going that, they deserve the locker. Yeah. So if someone, Farouk, you're not on the equity, so this is not your responsibility. I'm saying in general for anyone. But just, yeah, it's okay to fully deny those responsibilities, but if you do assume that responsibility, make sure you're. Jumpers, are you in a guild or? Because I saw somebody earlier that messaged me and they didn't have a tag, but they told me they were in a guild with like their buddies, so I didn't know that was possible. But I thought all guilds had to have tags. If you're not in a guild, first of all, you're welcome to join mine and say infinitely. But for at least for the duration of the craft, it would be significantly easier to be in the guild. Oh, you are okay. That's weird. It doesn't show guild tag. I was gonna say because then you can use the guild sash to drop things off and to take things as well. I promote you to officer because they have different accesses. You could just take divines and leave divines, and that way if people are on or off at different times, it's, you know, or if somebody like finds someone that replies and is like, yo, I have 600 fucking great chicks, and they're like, I need 100 divs, rather than like having to leave the party or go to the other dude's hideout, you just stuff it in there. Okay, can someone take fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna get really annoyed. Not annoyed, but this is gonna drive me nuts. The frustrations of crafting are infinitely exacerbated. Doing little fucking spending 20 minutes to try and get like a divine worth of exalts when you're blowing, you know what I mean, when you're spending 6,000 divines in a day is like mentally it's tough. Can someone all right, jumpers, maybe grab, can you grab me 10 divines, because Oh, is there someone here? Is I? You don't have to go and buy me them, by the way. If anyone has Exalt, I'll buy them off you. What? I am. Is this? Oh, is this some? Did I buy this off someone? Oh, okay. This guy's gone. All right, we're good. I was about to go ask this guy to go like, I'm like, how many can you? Imagine. Never mind. I was just gonna be like, how many can you fetch? Wait, excuse me? Who are you, sir? Oh wow, that is 100% a bot. That is a bot if I've ever seen one. Holy fuck, that was quick. No, it's cool. I got exalts now. I'll put a buy order up. That's all. I needed enough like that I can finish what I'm doing immediately here. What we're gonna be doing, because I need to do another series of imprints, right? So I can just I can wrap this one up after the smoke quickly. Right. And then I'll have a buy order up, and then while I'm rolling beasts, we'll get the bubblegum currency we need, generally speaking, in that duration of time. And I'll roll like 100 imprints or whatever and go from there. Tier 4. Peace. It's a me, Garbaggio. Sono canadese, non parlo italiano molto bene. Astica lisse quoi ça, oh mon dieu. Oh, c'est dégueulasse. Regardez. Look. Juste une fois. Mon dieu. Ok. Oh yeah, that doesn't. Sorry, I forgot to mention that too. The situations where you use like fucking 4 nulls and then it ends up annulling off on the 5th one. It ends up annulling off the merciless anyway. So that I also find that supremely annoying. We've hit flaring twice so far. New one's tuning in. Whoa, that's a high roll. Conquerors. We got a tier 3, boys. We got a tier 3. Let's see if... And we got a fucking rest in peace, motherfucking merciless. Pour out some liquor for the dead homie. Gone but not forgotten, etc. Okay, there's a mid-tier hybrid. Mercenaries. Okay. Okay. Oh, what did you say there? Can you invite me to guild? Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's best friends with their guildmates till they gotta go buy some motherfucking beasts. John 2021. It's in the Bible, baby. I don't think there's anything that's more responsible for breaking up guilds than crafting projects mutually shared without a fucking guild stash. Yeah, I'm definitely much preferring the rhythm of this. I actually do think that it is somewhat comparable. I think I think at the end of the video it would be, a little bit more expensive to do it this way. But accounting for time as well as accountability, like the swings would be much smaller. Exalts are the Wild West. Okay, there 4 fucking annuls, and we don't even end up getting anything out of it. Rather moot. By the way, if anyone's on the equity project, I think I've been covering the. Oh no, because I gave you cat. Never mind. If there is a situation though where anyone, just as an FYI, in the equity is like, say I give you 250 divines and you end up using like 25 divines of your own. I don't know that unless you tell me. So make sure if there are ever overages past what was distributed through the the collective fund or whatever. Make sure you tell me so I can mark it down. I know I still have this like you're an idiot fucking one right here, but I will keep that there because I'm an idiot con. It's driving both of us nuts. What's driving us nuts? Sorry, I talk so much I learn to tune myself out. Oh, we have no rubies. Okay, I need rubies. It might actually be higher than 219 depending on what the. Here. It's 220, bitch. Suck my dick. You don't know math, bitch. Yeah. I was gonna be really pedantic there, but I wasn't sure, so I had to do the math first. But it's actually 220. Fucking loser. I can get rid of that. So actually, that's a good example, though. All right, you know how I was saying the implicit, right? The implicit's it's only 3 fizz damage, right? And like a lot of people come in, they're like, "Yo, tier 2 fizz, really?" Look at that. Having 1 point off on your fizz percent changes it by 2, right? How many of the bows are exactly divine to 179? Because if they're even 178, that's a loss of 2%, right? And that's kind of more the point I was arguing, that in a competitive market where it's a very, very high, like it's very unlikely that we do end up hitting that. It's a 1 in a million kind of thing. Not that high, but you get what I'm saying. If we do hit the jackpot, there are ways that we can be commiserately reactive instead of putting three mirrors into our implicits and then stopping on, like, again, not clowning on sushi, but having a perfect implicit tree and then stopping on tier 4 doesn't make any sense. You could have sold that. You could have sold that base and then made 2 of the tier 4 bows. Yeah. It is very cold. I'm gonna go have a ciggy. We meet again in 6 hours. What kind of a ciggy are you smoking? Fuck. You people are crazy. I am gonna have a cigarette though. This is a good time for me to take a short break to do so. Anyone, yeah, you're in the guild now, right? So you can see on the guild stash, there's a tab that just says for Belton, rare beast in there. Where you at? Jumpers. Okay, jumpers. There's a tab called mirror feeds from officers tab. I'll move it closer to the front so it's easier to access. In the officers tab, actually, I'll just do 100 at a time because that took quite a while actually for you to get those crate chicks. Not a criticism of you, just the market. There's 100 divs to get access to whatever. Well, I'm going out to smoke. I'm actually going to order food too because I haven't had dinner yet, or lunch actually. And yeah, so we need well, you're good on jumpers. You know what we need, right? Like we need eggs, all that. all that crap. Like I'll leave open the currency page. You can just see. When in doubt, buy Crate Chicks. But if you see anything, oh yeah. Actually, Life Force 2. Grab Life Force 2. Exalts, Beats, and Elves. And we're gonna need rare beasts too. Like there's 540 in here, but you know, I'm gonna be rolling 100 Crate Chicks right now. Maybe I'll even do 120. So 120 is gonna demand 300. Actually, no. Well, yeah. Sorry. 120 will demand 360 rares. Within here, we've got 576. So, you don't actually. No, that's not pertinent. While I'm smoking, you can focus on that. Just keep buying Crate Chicks and yeah, maybe 10 divines of exalts, 10 divines of annuls. Oh my god, it's weird opening a tab of Kraychik Chimerals that is more full than the rare beast tab. Like I was just about to confuse those and assign a bunch of fucking. Like that's kind of a flex, but also that was like a trip. The emptier tab is obviously like your brain tells that that's the more valuable one. Put 98. Yeah, I'm gonna be gone for probably 10 minutes here because I'm gonna have a smoke. Go pee. I gotta order food on DoorDash, grab a drink kind of thing. So just doing a little reset here. We've rolled. I actually didn't specifically. Oh, I know I can count because I had 598. I think we had. I'll count the Crate Chicks that we have. At the beginning, I did a count of the Crate Chicks, and I had like 600 of them. I think it was 598 of them. I had equipped already, like in the menagerie, as opposed to the ones that are there. So to see how many we've used so far, I can just look at your data there. All right, so there's. Do you think 100? No. Yeah. Okay. So there's. Wait. How did we gain money? I put 100 in, didn't I? Why is there now 123? Or is that leftover? Wait, who's taking, is that you? I'm confused. Jumpers, can you clarify before I go to smoke quickly that was, you got that? There is by the way, just in case anyone knows, that's you? Okay, cool. There's a stash that's kept infinitely of who takes things in and out of the guild, so whatever. Planning a fast one, we'll see. All right, yeah. So I'll leave it on this one. You know what to grab. No, that's good. I'm glad you got it all. I was just confused as to why somebody deposited 23 and then everything got taken out. I thought somebody might have been putting money in or whatever to contribute, and somebody saw it and just took it all or whatever. It was weird to see. All right, see you guys in a few minutes. Holy shit, I've been talking for so fucking long. Oh my god. Okay, fuck. Yeah, I'm definitely going to bed. I'll buy the crates off you. I just talked for like 20 minutes. On a variety of different topics and musings. Holy fuck, that's annoying. Oh man. You guys can hear me now, right? Hear me now, hear me now, hear me now, let's. Yes. Like, yeah, I want to go. I'm waiting to go. Let's go with the crate trick. Sorry, I know you've been waiting for me, but I just talked to you guys for like fucking 20 minutes and realized my thing was off. I also have delivery food outside. I, I was wondering why you didn't answer because you were like, "Do you still want them?" I have 140, and I was like, "Yes, hello." Fuck with. Anyways, on top. Where's his top? But yeah, I gotta go. I got delivery food here, so yes, I'll take them. But I won't pay more than 2.5 vines because I bought over 2,000 of them today. At that point, some of them, oh, 500 or 600. I got around 2.3. Assuming that most likely it's probably on the higher end because of the bulk. That's fine. Well, yeah, but that's the cop. You. 11 divs. So 2,305, 2,306. Sorry, I guess you guys can hear me. I was gone for like 45 minutes there. I was getting like fucking mass DMs, like 4 or 5 people have like straight up like harassed or like fucking like yelled at me about this whole sushi fucking mirror thing, whatever. When they see my items, I guess I don't know what's going on with all that, but anyways, I was writing a thing in Discord to sort of my breakdown of my analysis of the situation, trying to be objective about it. 2.5 times that is 150, so that's what I was doing for a while. Look at the crowd. I'm about to go to bed, man. I've been up for like fucking 20 hours, and I'm not in a great mood right now. There's there's been people like getting angry with me as if I'm like fucking anti, like I'm the antichrist because I mirror craft and I'm like the opposite of sushi and fucking I'm trying to stop them and talk shit. I like every single thing that he's doing are things that I've done for like literally a decade. Equity projects are the exact same thing as group funding. It's just I don't have a big enough audience to fully pay for things. So we have to charge a fee commensurate with that so that we can keep doing it, right? Like fees are either like if you're getting something that's paid for 2,000 divines up front or 3,000 divines up front, right? And it costs 3,000 divines, you can just keep doing it. But if it costs 3,000 divines and you only have 2,000 divines, you need to make back 1,000 divines, which is where the fee comes in. So the fees are either front loaded or they're back ended, but it's the same shit. Yeah, the concept of group funding is just a division of cost to work together to a collective goal, which is literally what my guild does. But it's something I've been criticized and mocked for years. And I actually physically gave like 4 or 5 mirror items to Sushi to put into his shop and said, "Look, I'm happy to fucking contribute to what you guys are doing. I think it's great to democratize this stuff." But I just went through my DMs when I went to go have a cigarette and I saw some mentions on fucking YouTube or not YouTube, Reddit, and I was like, This is fucking... this is kind of crazy. Yeah, anyway. I've been up for a long time doing that. And, you know, I get a couple of bad trade interactions. I'm tired. And I think probably better get some sleep to get a fresh start at it tomorrow. Maybe kind of tune out the whole white noise external to myself for a while. Just let these guys battle it out or whatever. Market will do what it does. Wait, how many left are there? 20? I only have 48 divines left, so. Oh, actually, I can give you this. Yes. Oh, actually, I can give you a mirror shot. 5. I need to keep some divines for meta mods anyways. The bow. For augments and stuff like that. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate you you're able to get that for very cheap. Yeah, no, it's fine. But I mean, it's just it's a strange phenomenon to be yelled at by people for something like. Again, Sushi's been doing this for like what, 2 days? I've been doing this for 10 years. So it's strange to be yelled at for something that you are you've championed and advocated for a very long time. And not only that, I actually physically gave him items off stream, didn't tell anyone about it. He had them in his shop and then he removed them, and didn't tell me why or tell anything. Right? Like I don't. Holy shit! What's all this for? Oh, exalts. Okay, sick. Did you mean to? Yeah, I feel like these are all exalts. I feel like you maybe accidentally gave me that. Okay, my food's sitting outside. The guy keeps calling my cell phone. I can hear. Oh, you give me 2 of them. Oh, thanks, man. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Okay. But yeah, again, guys, I'm just not in a great mood. I'd rather approach this like clear-eyed and whatever. And it might seem silly that I care about this stuff, but it is important to me, and I think demonstrably. It's like, imagine you were like a hyper, like fucking like Greenpeace vegan, like whatever, and then you started interacting with people, and every single person you like chill with, talk to or whatever, like starts calling you a fucking butcher. It's like, wait, what? You know what I mean? It's baffling, it's confusing, and it's frustrating too, because it's like I've dedicated my life, or you know, my existence within this game to certain principles and transparency and philosophical ideals that are, I don't know, I'm not saying that they're being mimicked, but in effect they are. I'm not saying that like you watch me and was like, I'm gonna copy that, but principally it's the same thing that I've been talking about for a very long time. So I don't know. Anyways, I'm really sorry, guys. Jang, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you helping me out there with those vultures, or sorry, the crate chicks. Let's see here. We've got that's 576, 144, 144, 144, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 98. 100, 105, 107, 107. And so we got 3 times there. 3 times 144 plus 107 plus 576. Also got, how many of these left? 466. 1,581, guys. So when I wake up tomorrow, we've got almost 1,600 crate chicks. It's going to be just under. That's going to be somewhere between around 8 mirrors, 9 mirrors, something like that. We've got 150,000. That's not a ton, but it's better than nothing. We only need 100 for the reforges. We're going to need more, obviously, for the augments. But yeah, there's no chimerals in here. We hit fucking flaring twice already. Both times we failed the annul, but nonetheless, good start. Ideal price. Oh yeah, cool, man. Yeah, I'm honestly, man, like I'm just a little bit out of it, but I mean, you obviously are familiar with what I'm gonna need here, press whatever. If you want to pick up some things while I'm sleeping, I'm happy to pay whatever you pay. Just get the best price you can. I'm gonna need obviously pretty much everything there in larger amounts. And if you're doing me a favor, I'm not gonna go turn around and fucking make you suffer for that. So, thank you very much. To you, to everyone, I'm sorry I was gone for a little while there, having a bit of a weird vibe kind of thing. I just think I need to sleep. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope you